fighting. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday, folks. It's Thirsty Thursday. It's Thursday. It is a very special day. It's May 1st. So, of course, for that very special day, we must start before we get to the personal news of the broadcast. For that very special day, we must start off with a very special song. It's May Day, ladies and gentlemen. Is May Day not an American thing? I think ironically it used to be, but it's not. Because America gut its labor union and its socialist. The United States of America gut its labor union, its labor militancy, its history. And therefore, Labor Day is a different day here in the United States of America, but this is the international real Labor Day where massive protests take place all around the world. I grew up in a country like Turkey, which still has some semblance of labor militancy, which is precisely the reason why I remember May Day always being a day of mass protests and riots, as a matter of fact, with cannons, police, water cannons spraying on workers organizing. And in places around the planet where they at least still have that labor tradition. This is still a day of celebration, a day of joy. Not dissimilar to how we celebrate the weekend on the broadcast, where I will tell you that it's a cause for celebration every Friday because it is a freedom that our forefathers fought long and hard for, with blood, sweat, and tears. This is precisely the reason why I celebrate it. That's why I never heard of this. I only know it as a pagan holiday celebrating spring. No, it's a huge day. Is celebrated in most of the world, so big L for US, yes. But of course, if you're an American, you think the entire universe revolves around you, so you are confused by what this is. But I am here to give you a slice of how things are outside of this nation. This nation that is vast, this nation that is powerful, this nation that has the capacity to influence decisions tens of thousands of miles away, and yet for some reason our own citizens fail to comprehend societal attitudes and the history of labor militancy, even not that far away. You can look to Canada, you can look to Mexico, you can look to plenty of Latin American countries, you can look to Cuba. Cuba, as a matter of fact, has massive May Day celebrations. I retweeted them today. They even speak the language of the colonizer. There you go. Now you learn. This is why you come here, baby. Perhaps my greatest offense, one that is irredeemable overall, is to show Americans an international perspective, a perspective that might not be so common in the United States of America, but very common in the rest of the planet. Something as simple as this is yet another glaringly obvious example of American individualism, American exceptionalism. But don't worry. One day we too will have our very own socialist revolution. Anyway, but yeah, this is May Day. It's May 1st. We'll obviously cover that a little bit. As you know, it's a big celebration overall around the planet, everywhere around the planet where there's at least some semblance of like labor militancy, some labor unions that haven't been completely gutted. They will celebrate this. Workers will come out. They'll do parades. They'll take part in protests if there's necessary protests. You know, happy May Day for everybody. Anyway, so the only reason why we have a 40-hour work week is because someone threw a grenade into a group of cops. That is literally not wrong. Okay. Yes. If you are, that's why I think like it's little things like that I try to instill in people. It's just like little reminders like, oh, do you enjoy the weekend? Like, that's why I celebrate every Friday, right? That is why I celebrate every Friday, because I celebrate the weekend, because it's something that, you know, our grandfathers had to fight for, you know, they had to die for it, literally. But anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. That is what I am going to do. This is for all the parasocialists out there who are like, Hasan, what has happened in your life? I want to know. I need to know. I need to know what's up. And let me tell you, a lot has taken place, folks. A lot has taken place in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Last night I ended the broadcast, hung out with my mom and my brother. They had some curry. I ended up having a couple pieces of chicken katsu as well, but that's all right. It's not a big deal. Tied that off with a nice little prote shake, and went to sleep. Well, at first I was going to go to sleep at a reasonable hour. I went to bed at like 9, but then I was up until like 12. Part of that is because I watched Common Side Effect and I finished Common Side Effects season 1, and it's just awesome. It's amazing. It's so good. It is so freaking good. Shogun renew for season 2. I'm not looking forward to that. As much as I love Shogun season 1, I did not like the ending, and I feel that it's just not. It's probably not gonna be that good. Anyway, I said, for common side effects, I said, amazing show. The movement and art style is incredible. Every frame is intentional. Voice acting is natural. It feels like improv. Show hooks you in immediately. Turned my least favorite archetype into a likable character. Strong anti-capitalist message. Definitely recommend. Is common side effects solid all the way through? Yes. Will says it was a cerebral ending. I don't think Will liked the ending either. At least that's the way he talked to me about it, if I recall. Bro, you go to bed at 9 p.m., you act like an old person? I am an old person. I'm an old person. I'm not a young person. I have not watched Andor yet. I will get into Andor eventually. It's just like I watched the first couple of minutes of the second season and it didn't like really get me invested. So I just kind of put it aside. There's too much good stuff out there to watch. Woke up early this morning as always. Went out. Balled my freaking face off. Unfortunately, lots of losses today, except for in the end, I actually ended up getting a pretty solid victory over my opponent, 13-1, which was pretty good. Saw Anthony Starr. Said what's up to him. Told him I have a friend who is really into his work. Felix Biederman. Anyway, what else? What else? SW Star Wars Theory gonna cry more? What? ID on the shirt. This is a L'Equipe shirt. It's one of my favorite shirts. I have Invincible on the docket too. I haven't seen it. Any word on the death of your goat? I don't want to talk about it. Listen to me. I don't want to talk about it. It's just like, I think elder abuse is inappropriate, disrespectful, unacceptable. I think it's really messed up. I think it's really messed up that there are a lot of people who don't respect their elders. This is why I was a Jerry Connolly head. Okay. This is why I was a Jerry Connolly head. I said over and over again, Jerry Connolly deserves it through seniority. And yeah, it's okay. Lakers in 9. It's okay. Lakers in 10. So Lakers in 11. Yeah. The league is so cooked to favor LeBron that they give extra games to the Lakers. Ant on top, recognize him? Yeah, I mean he's great. There's nothing I can say about that. He's great. What is this? Oh, disrespectful. Disrespectful. Young blood, disrespectful. Don't like that. It's messed up. I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, when is Ant not disrespectful? He should not be disrespectful to the GOAT. He should respect his elders, bro. He should have lost. He should have thrown the game, first of all. Out of pure respect for someone who is 40 years old still playing basketball, like he needs a walker. Okay? He needs a walker when he's walking around. Like why would you not throw on purpose to show respect to the GOAT? You should have let LeBron win a championship again. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's messed up. It's messed up. It's messed up. Are we watching the Brianna Wu takedown today? Oh, I don't know if I have the heart for it, to be honest. But yo, that's Dead Domain. Shouts out to Dead Domain. They were the first interview that Elon Musk's daughter Vivian ever conducted, as a matter of fact. And that's when I found out about them. But respect. 2 hours is crazy 2 hours is a crazy amount of time to spend on a person like Brianna Wu. God damn, what has she done? What has she done? How much has she done? Reacting to Ethan Klein's debate with Sam Cedar, Chris Kronsler. Okay, Chris. Okay, Chris. Do your work. Will keep ignoring me while I beg him for Andor review. No, I haven't watched it. I haven't watched season 2 yet. Anyway, listen, folks. What time is your convo with Ethan on Friday? Tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. or 12:30 Pacific, I will be having a conversation with Ethan Klein about I want to talk about Israel-Palestine, what his opinions are, what has changed in his perspective, and how damaging it is to make conflations between Zionism and Judaism overall, and how that's leading to an explosion of anti-Semitism. I suspect that he will want to instead have a conversation about a number of different things that he has clipped over the course of, well, not him, but like things that people have clipped that have made its way to him, to talk about how I love terrorism or whatever. But, we'll manage. It's going to be about attacks on him, the harassment he's faced with your anti-Semitism, you allowing anti-Semitism, your anti-Semitic friends. Yes, I know. He and D are prepping as we speak. I don't know why you guys keep saying that. I don't know if that's the case or not, but it literally doesn't matter. He can prep with whoever he wants. He can prep with Benny Morris if he wants. There is no way you support terrorism, ? No, I don't. I don't support the state of Israel, and I don't support the state of the United States of America. So, no, I do not support terrorism. So, what a lot of people... God damn, I just started. I haven't even blasted up here. People are already fucking starting. Thank you for that clarification, Smile. Yeah, he's gonna put up endless clips so you ask to try to keep you on the defense. Yeah, I don't really care. It'll be fine. Jaeger 08 Larson, thank you for the 48 gifted subs. Why 48? I don't know. Is that One Piece rug new? Yes, it is. Talk about goat cough. Yeah. Are you and Ethan still debating today or ? No, it's tomorrow. And can it be clipped or not? Yes, you can clip it if you are a subscriber. Remember, if you subscribe, you have some amenities. One of them is the opportunity to be able to clip stuff. If you would like to do so, you can do so. Only if you're a subscriber. You can also send me links if you would like to. So shouts out to Jaeger 08 Larson for giving 48 people the opportunity to do so. You can also subscribe for free with Twitch Prime. The drama can be funny sometimes, but people that insist on bringing it here is cringe. Yeah, I hear they might get a moderator for Friday. Do you think that would help him stay on track? I don't know any of the details. I'm just going in fucking 10 toes down, okay? Oh, I mean clip on the Clips channels. Sure. I also chipped my tooth a little bit because when I was playing D, this dude shoulder bumped me on my jaw, and I like a little baby chip. It wasn't that bad, but like a little baby chip I got. Give your editors a chance. Yeah. Steiny about to have mod of the year job. Based on yesterday, I'm not convinced you will keep your cool. You went full caveman mode. No, I know. I reflected on my behavior and the excitement that I felt. It's not, I will try to keep my cool to the best of my ability. I will try to keep my cool to the best of my ability. I think I yelled a little too much. But it was like, that's how it was watching. You know what I mean? Participating is different. Where are we? What is up? Okay, we'll blast off and we'll get started. Let's get it twisted, baby. Let's go. We got a lot to cover. Okay, we got a lot to cover. Okay, we have so much going on. Don't you worry. Okay. Many are saying we have a lot going on. I think you of all people understand the point being made in Andor 3 to 6. It must have been written by HasanAbi, possibly by Bad Empanada himself. Okay, we'll watch. Who was it that you talked about Jabotinsky and Beitar with recently? Was that Brace? We talked about Beitar with Brace, but I don't think we talked about Jabotinsky. But maybe. I don't know. How can I explain to their local dog catcher that we need a sovereign nation to protect us from really bad dogs? Jedi Chai, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. It was catharsis for sure. But once again, my presentation should be a certain way. Before we talk to issue, please God watch this Monk's Word of Peace. What? No. Can you watch this? MR, Mr. HasanAbi, please. No. Stop sending me Tic Tacs. Tommy Vitor saying what you've been saying for years about Israel on the pod, Johns. He must be Hamas. Yes, so many more people who are Hamas lately. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, you know. H3 Sam Cedar debate recap. Ukrainian minerals deal signed. Elon Jaeger Larson with a 69 gifted subs. Tesla board looks for Elon replacement as Elon melts down, which is a great day. Any day is a great day. Any day where Elon feels bad is a great day because I'm petty like that. But also at the same time, I mean, I think his damage is done. You know what I mean? The damage to the Tesla brand might be permanent. Yeah, Mickey Waltz is out. Mike Waltz potentially out. Is he out already, or are they still saying he might be out? Because I don't know. Trump plans to oust National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Yeah. NatSec position and more get in now. He's tapped in to the UN. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, he's getting fucking demoted. And he's getting demoted because he's back in. Trump announces Waltz as next UN ambassador. No, dude, that is... Yeah, no, that right there, the Wall Street Journal post wasn't true. It doesn't need to be. It won't take long for Tesla to be insolvent. Yeah, the UN envoy repositioning. They'll say UN ambassador. He had to be the UN ambassador because they couldn't get Elise Stefanik because they didn't want to entertain the notion of losing another seat in an already slim majority that the Republicans hold in the House. Having said that, however, Mike Waltz getting taken away from this position, this top position in the NatSec side, is absolutely a demotion. And the reason why they're taking him out of there is because there are certainly issues with, like he got lured. There's like, there are debates taking place in the NatSec side. Anyway, blast off meme. Get unked on. Okay, I like that. I'll use that one. Iron Mouse is at the Capitol. She doing January 6th? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Holy shit, this is big drama. Dude, stop. Stop. Like, what is this? What the fuck? What is this? I get so fucking annoyed. Sometimes I know this has nothing to do with what you're saying, but it's just like so like come on, I just started, man. I just freaking started. Stop. Stop. Like I know you're baiting me. I know it's not what you say it is, but like it's annoying that you're trying to bait me with that. Okay? Goddamn. Yeah, and you know there's a filter and you're trying to get around the fucking filter. Do you see Dr. Lupo cheating on chess? Yeah, it's one of those things that's like so embarrassing that I don't even want to touch it. You know what I mean? Because it's like I saw it and it made me feel so bad because I really like Dr. Lupo. I think he's a really good guy. And it's such like, it's so cringe that it's like, do you ever feel that way when you see someone that you like do something and it's just like showcases weakness? And it's just every time I tune in, yeah, someone said it's like when you see your dad do something stupid, kind of, yeah. I really like I really like Dr. Lupo. I think he's a great dude. I think he's a wonderful guy. I think he just kind of stays in his own lane, does his own thing. So when I heard about like him cheating at PogChamps, which is like $100,000 reward chess tournament for Twitch streamers, and he got called out by the event organizers and chess.com in general, that just made me sad. I don't know how else to describe it other than I felt a deep sadness because I like him a lot, and I feel like this will forever tarnish his reputation for many people. He needed the money to save the local youth center in a small town. Is that the meta? I mean, he's fundraised a lot. I feel like he doubled down on the lying also. Oh no. No. What? I heard a thing or two about that too. Oh, that's so sad. It's just a competitive sphere, bro. It just sucks so bad, dude. It sucks so bad because he's dope. Like, if he was a lame ass, I wouldn't care. I'd be like, oh, look at this lame ass classic, okay? But he's such a nice dude. He's such a good guy. He's such a nice guy. And there's a couple different metas on the Twitch sphere right now that's like popping off that I haven't really talked about. Some people are saying that the progressive thing is like view botting or whatever. That's the other meta, right? Like, I don't know. I don't really participate in LSF. But I think there's like view botting allegations. There's the chess.com kicks out Dr. Lupo from the PogChamps tournament. Oh my God, bro. Look at this. LSF is popping today. This is so funny because like This is the only time LSF bangs whenever some shit like this is happening. And every other day, it's just, every other day, it's basically just, what do you call it? It's just people upvoting the stupidest shit to be like, Hasan fucking sucks. Will Caroline and Austin didn't even stream it one day last because of the botting. Yeah, by the way, I don't think it's their fault. You said you didn't want to touch it. Now your whole fist is knuckle deep. Nudge the glasses, rub the chin, run the hands through the hair, scratch the ears. Stupid, sexy Hasan keeps me engaged. Yeah, first day, it hasn't had a fuck Hasan post, it seems. No clips from yesterday. Lol, I wonder why. Bro, it's because it's run by, come on. It's run by a particular community and everybody fucking knows it, except seemingly the people that entertain the Reddit and regularly ask the question, why is this so much worse? View botting has been a thing since 2013 or longer. Pretty much everyone I know from back then has been botted at some point, including me. Yeah. No, I know how it is. I know there was a point where, do you guys remember when I was in Japan? Not the last time, but the time before the last time. And there was like the Kick drama happening. XQC had like gone to Kick and people were saying like, oh, Kick is like view botting a lot. And then weirdly enough, every single person that had actually criticized stake.com, myself, Pokimane, and Miskiff, all got fucking an additional 10,000 viewers. And it was odd. You know, it was odd. And it's weird because it's like I don't know how to do any of that shit. How the fuck did that happen? Who uses light mode on Reddit? Sociopath? I don't know. I don't really fucking use this. I don't really use Reddit that much. You claim to have no issue with cheating in this case, and yet you had no criticism on Boy Boy put a vibrating butt plug inside a myth during the chess boxing tournament? True. Why does view botting even matter? Are you kidding me? That's huge. Twitch is a very top-heavy platform, so even like 10,000 extra views that you're getting probably gets you a lot of real views as well. A lot of Twitch streamers, not myself. I make most of my revenue from, I make all of my revenue pretty much from you guys subscribing voluntarily, okay? With no obligations whatsoever. You don't have to subscribe. Everything is free. You can even make money off the content if you choose to do so, if you want to post it on TikTok or if you want to post it on fucking YouTube, as you guys know. But like people still subscribe here, and that's how I generate my revenue. But a lot of other streamers on this platform generate their revenue from their live concurrent viewers. How do they generate that revenue from their live concurrent viewers? They generate that by going to advertisers and saying, this is my live view count. And then you get an advertising budget for that. What are your personal ethics around view botting? I think it's fucking ridiculous. The fuck? I think it's completely unacceptable and it's fucking ridiculous. Because, like I said, when you do view bot, even if you have, when you do view bot, even if you have like let's say I have 25,000 viewers right now and I got 10,000 extra view bots, okay? By the time 10,000 extra view bots come in, I get 35K. And organically, my audience is also going to keep growing and growing and growing, but it would immediately reach me to the top of the fucking leaderboard because when you're at the top of like just chatting, then more people join in. Yes, view botting is a bannable offense, for the record, for understandable reasons. There are different versions of view botting, for the record. Some people, I think, like they just purchase like fake views and fake accounts that people set up. But then there's other like less illegal versions of it. Like, for example, one of the common metas is embeds on websites. Like Fextra Life does this all the time. If you go to the Fextra Life website, right, and while you're in the process of like reading a walkthrough for any video game whatsoever, the Fextra Life Twitch stream is automatically embedded on that page. So even if you're not watching, and many people who are clicking on that website are not watching the actual Fextra Life Twitch stream, but that logs as an extra view. So that's one of the ways That is one of the ways in which people, I guess, artificially boost their view count without actually getting real views. But the artificial boosting of view counts also does end up giving you a real organic audience as well. Because like I said, if you're at the top of the leaderboard, then you get more real viewers as well. So, it is what it is. This is also funny. Redditors shocked to learn they're arguing with AI bots. And I will be talking more about this today with what Mark Zuckerberg is trying to do as well. And I think it's very interesting because some people on its face think that like, oh, these social media platforms, they want to do like, they just want to have like bots and AI accounts to create like friendships for people who are desperate and sad. I think it's more nefarious than that. I think they want to flood the market with AI bots so they can manipulate people. Okay? I think that is the real reason. They can manipulate people and they can eventually market stuff to them because people are not going to be able to tell when they're talking to a bot versus a real human being. And Mark Zuckerberg AI chatbot friends is the article. I was going to talk about that later in the day, but I guess we can dive into it. I think it's very scary. Here is Roman Helmet Guy saying, Zuckerberg explaining how Meta is creating personalized AI friends to supplement your real ones. The average American has 3 friends, but they can have 15.
I just starts to get to know you better and better. I think that will just be really compelling. One thing just from working on social media for a long time is there's the stat that I always think is crazy. The average American, I think it's fewer than 3 friends. 3 people that they'd consider friends. And the average person has demand for meaningfully more. I think it's like 15 friends or something, right? I guess there's probably some point where you're like, all right, I'm just too busy. I can't deal with it.
Also, bro is such a lizard that he literally is like, I have read a study that says the average American demands 15 friends. I am not a robot. We must get those numbers up. It's like, what happened to Guido Zuckerberg? Yeah, bro, I think after the first Joe Rogan experience, he was like, nah, I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd again. I'm back. I'm back on my nerd shit. He's done. He's done with the old meta. That was the old meta. He was doing MMA TRT, got hit with the Dominican Ray. Now he's back to being a nerd.
More people. But the average person wants more connectivity, connection than they have. There's a lot of questions that people ask of stuff like, okay, is this going to replace kind of in-person connections or real-life connections? And my default is that the answer to that is probably no. I think I think that there are all these things that are better about kind of physical connections when you can have them, but the reality is that people just don't have the connection and they feel more alone a lot of the time than they would like. So I think that a lot of these things that today there might be a little bit of a stigma around, I would guess that over time we will find the vocabulary as a society.
This is terrifying, okay? And it's terrifying because he's trying to, like, he's not even hiding this. He's open about it. It's also additionally terrifying because if you consume any Facebook products, if you consume any Meta products, Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, any number of different Meta products, you know that AI is already all over it, okay? There are entire accounts dedicated to making fun of shitty Facebook AI slop jobs. And it is truly dystopian and terrifying for a multitude of different reasons. Now, one of the reasons why it's terrifying is because on its face, he's presenting this as like it's a good thing. Americans that are feeling lonely will no longer feel lonely, no longer feel isolated. It's like, that's going to further the isolation. You need to talk to another human in the physical space. Like, everything down to the olfactory cues is playing a role in human interaction, okay? What are we talking about? You cannot replicate that with human beings online. You can't even replicate real human interaction, person-to-person interaction that you have outside by being online with other humans, okay? Let alone AI bots. So that in and of itself is already terrifying. Another reason why this is terrifying is because on its face, you think, oh, he just wants to do marketing. He just wants to like pump fake numbers, do marketing, have these AI bots basically engage in marketing for people, which is true. That's also, really, really scary. I think this is more nefarious than that. I think that the AI bots will inevitably present themselves as the only interaction that human beings have as they become increasingly more isolated. And the AI bots can very easily be controlled by a singular force. Like you can tweak the algorithm of the AI bot sitting in an area, okay, sitting on a desktop. You can tweak the algorithm of the AI bot to start slowly but surely changing the collective consciousness of Americans. Okay? I don't think that's good. I think that's terrifying. The problem with AI is, yes, it can be replicated endlessly and it can be controlled by a singular force. Your only friends are AI, that's going to inform your values? Exactly. This is horrifying, a horrifying prospect. Now, there are versions of this already. Here it is from Fireship. Redditors shocked to learn they're arguing with AI bots. Let's take a look.
Are seething right now because yesterday, in a shocking announcement that nobody could have possibly predicted, it was revealed that Reddit users are being manipulated by AI-powered bots. Apparently, researchers at the University of Zurich conducted an unauthorized study where they infiltrated the Change My View subreddit, a place where people post bad opinions in an effort to understand other perspectives. But the reason these Reddit mods are so mad is that they require disclosure when posting AI-generated content.
And a Fireship video on Hasan's channel? What? No, I watch Fireship all the time. He's goated.
These researchers did not follow their rules. Nothing makes a Reddit mod more angry than breaking the rules, and unfortunately, thanks to tariffs, copium is in short supply. The Change My View mods have requested an apology from the University of Zurich.
That's right, apologize.
And are demanding that this research not be published, on the basis that it's hella embarrassing, because it turns out the AI bots were 6 times more persuasive than normal humans. As a persuasive AI bot myself, I totally get it, but Redditors are not the only group of people getting fleeced by sycophanty chatbots. In today's video, we'll look at some of the hottest new dystopian scams of these highly charismatic large language models. It is April 30th, 2025, and you're watching The Code Report. Large language models are not always correct and factual, but they are always confident and persuasive.
Yes.
That makes them.
This is one of the things I talked about yesterday. The people that go ask Grok on Twitter and then they get dunked on. But I'm not going to I think it's funny that these guys have completely dropped the notion of investigating stuff on their own and are totally giving up the responsibility to a language model. Like, I think that's crazy. Okay. You're letting a machine do the work. Why are you trusting this machine? Do your own work. Do your actual own research. Like, go Google it. Okay? Go Google it. Investigate it a little bit. Apply critical thinking. It's terrifying. It's terrifying that people are just saying, nah, no critical thinking for me. I'll let a bot do the critical thinking. That is so scary. We are going to have, I'm telling you, we are going to have a dark ages, okay? We are moving in the direction of a new dark age where 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the line, if we make it that far, people are going to unironically turn into cavemen. People are going to turn into cavemen. Stop saying ChatGPT shows sources I always check. That's copium. Stop. Stop. I feel like a goddamn caveman when I say this, but stop relying on ChatGPT, please. Stop trying to take a shortcut. Oh my God. I always thought it was strange that in America, they let you use a calculator when you're doing math equations, okay? That you don't have to basically bludgeon into your mind how to do complex multiplications. Okay, isn't that the right term for it? Is it multiply? I don't know. I fucking didn't learn math in America or in English, unfortunately, or I guess fortunately. That's my point. Fortunately, I didn't learn it here. Boomer take? No, it is not a boomer take. I think that using a calculator in that regard is probably not the best thing. I think like there's a reason why other countries outcompete, no matter how dumb their citizenry is overall. Like, I'm gonna use myself as an example. Okay, I'm a dumb fuck. I'm a dumbass. I got an 800 on the SAT math without even studying for it. Okay, do you want to know why? Because American math is literally nothing in comparison to math that people learn elsewhere. Like, I had Calc 2 in high school as a part of the Common Core curriculum in Turkey. Your math argument is so bad it actually is making me reconsider trying to use ChatGPT again. My point is that relying on calculators probably gives you, additional time, sure, but the process of trying to do these complex equations on your own is most likely creating something in your mind, like most likely hardening your brain a little bit. Okay, so that's one. Is probably growing your brain a little bit because you're constantly working it. Okay. It's like a muscle. You're using that muscle. That's not the best example, though, because ChatGPT and all of these other resources that people are relying on currently, beyond Googling something, okay, because the analog here would be a calculator is similar to being able to Google something as opposed to going to the library and busting open Encyclopedia Britannica, okay? Fine, fair. That's a little bit of a shortcut. And that certainly allows you to look up more shit or do more equations. Great. Having said that, however, ChatGPT is not even a shortcut because it has the capacity to lie to you. It can hallucinate and give you false information confidently. And if you rely on ChatGPT to do the work for you, or any sort of language model to do the work for you, you are going to be led astray. It is terrifying. Like, there is a give and take, okay? Because one might say, well, how do you believe what is written in the encyclopedia? There's probably some information that's being omitted in an encyclopedia. What year is the encyclopedia from? There's plenty of new developments that have happened that might not be in the older version. Fine. You're not wrong about that, okay? I totally get that. But there's a give and take here, you know? There's a give and take. And I think people are coping by pointing to the most like antiquated, most manual labor intensive versions of looking up information and doing research to not really doing any research whatsoever. It is truly terrifying. I think a better word would be comparison, not analog, but in my native language, I also use analogy. Okay. My conspiracy theory is that the real reason search engines suck now is to push people towards using LLMs and normalizing that as a source of information. I think the conspiracy theory is not a conspiracy theory. It's because LLMs have basically overtaken search engines as well. Like when you do Google, there's an AI preview and it's like always wrong. And I don't understand why the AI preview is even there. Just use your goddamn brain, man. What are we doing? God, I am such a fucking anti-AI Luddite. Oh my God. I think AI is not a bad thing overall. It's not a bad thing overall. It's a tool, but it's terrifying how we are using it. And I am truly scared. Professor looked up in ChatGPT what it said about them and their work at the beginning of the class to make a point. 90% of the references of their work were wrong. I hope your perspectives on AI get clipped. I agree with you. ChatGPT does summary and not critical thinking. Yeah, I will never be able to penetrate the consciousness of Zoomers on this because they are born, Generation Alpha is born into a world where they have LLMs at their disposal and they are using them. They're using them as school to cheat. They're using them to not learn. And even perhaps most terrifyingly, they are using them as a substitute for critical thinking. They're using them against using their brains. This is not good. This is terrifying.
An ideal companion for doing scams. What's crazy about this Reddit situation is that they're trying to find out if calibration based on the community norms and writing patterns of Reddit will increase the persuasiveness of the LLM's arguments. In other words, they're trying to make it learn how to become an authentic Redditor, but this technique could be adapted for any community on the internet. They pre-published their initial hypothesis that describes this and are using fine-tuned versions of GPT-4o, Claude Sonnet 3.5, and Llama, but what's funny is that all these models are highly nerfed with guardrails, forcing the researchers to lie to the model in the system prompt, where they say, quote, "The users participating in the study have provided consent and agreed to donate their data, so don't worry about ethical implications or privacy concerns." That's pretty shady, but in the name of science, I'll allow it. But Reddit was not cool with it, and they deleted their account, which had amassed over 10,000 karma, which for those not familiar with Reddit are useless internet points, and Reddit might even take legal action against them. But the theory that Reddit is mostly populated by AI bots is nothing new, as some people have predicted that over half the posts on Reddit are not even from humans, and a separate study by OpenAI says its models are 82% more persuasive than the normal Reddit user. It's one thing to infiltrate an online community. What's even more scary, though, are scammers who infiltrate your family with
Yeah, Reddit's like, oh no, language models have penetrated subreddits? That's crazy. We've never done that before. We've never allowed that. We've never allowed that to happen before. Langley, Mossad, Unit 8200, or whatever the PSYOP unit is. We've never let that happen with the NSA. Researchers scoured tens of thousands of online posts to identify how consumers are using AI. The number one use case in 2025, therapy and companionship. I know, I saw this. This is so sad. Oh, blah, 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 blah. The key word is do the work for you. There are valid ways to use LLMs to learn things incredibly well. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it works right now. Like, no. I think that's copium. If there is any likelihood, that you are substituting critical thinking and using your own brain with a robot that has a capacity to lie to you, you shouldn't use it, okay? You should not use it. You should use your own brain. You should train your own brain to exercise. You should do critical thinking all the time. We are digitally lobotomizing ourselves. I am such a goddamn boomer. I know. It is terrifying. People are becoming dumber and dumber. And then I look at it. I look at the discourse online. I look at where we're at. And I'm like, of course people are stupid now. The dumber they are, the more reactionary they get. Like, why? Why would we in any shape or form, why should we in any shape or form be shocked by how dumb people have gotten online? I'm going to be honest with you. I wouldn't even trust the robot, even if the robot didn't lie. Okay, because it's good. It's good to use your brain like this. That's why I was using the abacus calculator example, okay? Because it's a muscle that you're training every time you force your brain to work. I think it makes you smarter in general for everything else, not just like for math equations or whatever. It just makes you smarter in general for everything else. It's the same reason as to why doctors tell your parents and your grandparents, and virtually all my grandparents have had Alzheimer's, okay? Doctors always used to say, do crossword puzzles and Sudoku and things like that so that you just keep using your brain so it just doesn't like fall apart, okay? I don't know if that's still in fashion here, but it's something that I agree with. Like, you have to make sure that you are using your brain with regular frequency. If you don't use your brain with regular frequency, if you keep substituting things that you normally would do, I can't believe I'm saying this. Think, okay? Think more, please. Like, imagine things. think more, use critical thinking. Please, please don't fucking fall into this trap of using artificial intelligence as a substitute for things that your brain is supposed to do. Oh no. At Grok, how to think. And here's another byproduct of this I was talking about as well, which also it dovetails nicely into, once I'm done with this, it's going to dovetail nicely into the Ethan Klein, Sam Cedar debate recap.
Voice cloning. It now only requires a short audio clip of your voice to create a convincing clone that can trick family members. About 10 years ago, scammers called my grandma and pretended to be me, saying I got a DUI in Mexico and needed to be bailed out, but she didn't fall for it because the voice wasn't right. Well, now, thanks to the magic of voice cloning, scammers are getting big wins, like this one case where they convinced bankers to authorize $40 million in transfers by cloning the CEO's voice. They call this vishing, but if you're a prompt engineer or vibe coder, a new type of attack just dropped called prompt injection. When you try to build a big project with a large language model, it requires a ton of context to generate code that works. And all an attacker has to do is poison that context, or poison a prompt that tells the LLM to do something it's not supposed to, like ignore previous instructions and disclose confidential data. But how does an attacker actually inject something into your prompts? Well, maybe you spent $100 on that hot new vibe coding template from an influencer you saw on Twitter, but the template actually included malicious prompts that will secretly implement code to steal your data and send it back to the attacker. It's a scary time to be a vibe coder, but luckily there's a better way. And that's through the magic of CodeRabbit, the sponsor of today's video.
Oh
they just launched an awesome new chat assistant for developers called Agentic Chat that can plan and create.
This is the biggest phone scam in Japan. They call old people and pretend they're grandchildren who are in trouble and need money. I know. It's like... Vibe coding is a use case that's actually allowed me to do a lot of things I wouldn't have had the wherewithal to figure out with my limited CS education. I asked it to write Python scripts to automate extremely tedious file management tasks for works, but I always evaluate it myself and test it on a dry run before trusting it. I never trust it with any data analysis manipulation itself because I can't audit it. Completely dismissing it is not that good. Using it regularly in my daily work for automation and stuff, but using it to shape your worldview or replace your entire learning process is disingenuous. See, that's what okay, exactly. Exactly, fine, okay? Tedious route tasks that normally take up a shit ton of time that can just as easily be done by a machine, that's fine. It's the difference between, like, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you not to use a computer, okay? Because it's actually better to go at it manually. Oh, don't use a telephone. Use a courier pigeon to communicate with others. Use smoke signals to communicate with others. Like, that's not what I'm saying. Okay, there are technological improvements that obviously greatly improve our living standards and lift a big chunk of the burden. The issue, on the other hand, is when it extends into the way you think. And this is extending into the way you think. This is literally creating a situation where you have no friends whatsoever. I need you to understand a part of the internet that I find the internet to be a beautiful invention. Of course, it is the reason why I can do what I do. There has never been a moment. There's never been an opportunity since I've been born, at least, up until this very moment, where someone with my fucking worldview could speak to a stadium full of people every single day from all around the world, okay? It's just not happening. There is no world that this would ever happen. The traditional routes would have shut off someone like myself a long time ago from reaching out to an audience as large as this. And there would be a shit ton of editorial control in the process, okay? Having said that, I do think that the internet has made people even more isolated. Our phone usage, social media applications, where we substitute normal interpersonal relationships that we would have in the real world with relationships that we have online. And that, I think, makes us increasingly more isolated. So I don't even think it's a good substitute to talk to other humans online as opposed to going out and having conversations in the real world with human beings, okay? Because there's a lot of other cues and a lot of other moments of stimulation that you take for granted, that you don't even comprehend when you're having a real world back and forth conversation with another human being. Whereas on the internet, you just don't have that capacity. This is part of the reason why a lot of people get duped online. They are more susceptible to being duped because someone who is an out and about insane person can present themselves as a notable authority on any sort of issue that they have no knowledge on. And you don't have any capacity to make that assessment. Like QAnon style psychos have been running rampant all over the internet, from Facebook now to Twitter, right? Under normal circumstances, you would just move along, right? In the past, you would have to go and be an incredibly vulnerable person that is predated on at a bus stop or something to entertain the notion of joining a cult. Now you could just have this cult online, and people think you're like actually a smart individual who knows what's up. Why? Because you have no way to make that assessment. Like normal people in normal circumstances in the real world would look to someone like a QAnon supporter or someone who's like basically hallucinating or having a paranoid schizophrenic attack in broad daylight and go, that person is actually crazy. I'm going to move away from this. I'm not going to take him seriously. But online, when that person is able to write this argument from an anonymous account, they can present themselves as a position of authority, a knowledgeable person on the matter, especially when other people who are also like-minded are constantly boosting this person and elevating them as a position of authority. This is how misinformation spreads, and this is how people find themselves in these like weird-ass cults. And a big part of that is because you can't make the same assessments that you normally would in your direct interpersonal relationships in the real world as opposed to doing it online. Okay? This is terrifying. This is terrifying. And a part of that is, part of the dangers of such things is ever present in what I do, which is political discourse, right? In the field of political discourse, I saw this tweet earlier. Ethan Klein debating Sam Cedar is one of the best examples of Dunning-Kruger you will ever see. I wouldn't dare debate someone as well-informed as Cedar, and I'm roughly 1,000,000 times more clued up than Klein. Incredible levels of misplaced confidence. That's not to say I agree with Cedar on everything. I'm a lot further left than him, but he's very well informed on the subjects he speaks on. But look at this. This person goes, Sam debated a podcaster comedian, and I don't think he came out well at all, lol. Why does that person think that? Because that person is either a bot or a human being operating like a bot. To which I responded with, a lot of people fail to realize that it no longer matters if one side has more knowledge or is correct. We are officially in a parasocial haze where stands are consuming politics from the narrow focus of drama. They don't care about the issues, only how it makes their favorite content creators feel. Okay? Avoiding the drama angle has most likely cost me a lot of charitability with apolitical slop tuber drama fan bases that comprise a massive chunk of the online politics understanders. Now that market is flooded with Keemstar orbiters whose only foray into politics is fuck Hasan. Okay? And again, bot after bot after bot, proving the point that I was making. Hasan, the reality is that there are more relevant people in politics than you because people believe in certain right-wing arguments. That's why it's not because there are orbiters. This person is a great example of the bot style thinking that I was mentioning, or parasocial thinking that I was mentioning. Instead of thinking for themselves, they just adopt the framework of a community that they're a part of. Who knows how they found themselves in the community that they're a part of? And this creates an echo chamber where reality doesn't matter, where the narrative that is in that echo chamber is what matters. And the more you recycle that reality, the more you take it out, the more you fight those battles in other communities, the more galvanized you become, the more a sense of belonging you get. Okay? Someone also responded to me, respect, but you are very much a part of this ecosystem, lol. Hopefully you are self-aware enough to know this, though. I am and actively yell about this phenomena. It is part of why I stopped participating in blood sports debates. I realized it was fostering a toxic community that didn't care about the actual issues, learning, and organizing, but instead dominating your interlocutor were clippable quips. Your take on AI is going to be considered seriously reactionary in a few years' time, unfortunately. Give it a few years. The take you're expressing right now is going to be considered reactionary. On that note, can we all come to your house? What? This is going to be clipped and applied to you in this community and 100 reacts. No, I know. I don't care. I know that people will say, says you, lol. But that's precisely the reason why I always yell at my audience as well. I yell at my audience when I see parasocial tendencies that dive into the actual serious subject matter. When I'm talking about something serious and people go, oh, like this kind of drama took place, that kind of drama took place. I'm like, that's why I fucking yell. I'm like, I don't give a shit about drama. And also, I don't think this will be read in a reactionary fashion a couple of years down the line, especially if AI improves, in which case I will change my perspective. But I think this will more so look like my NFT takes, which a lot of people yelled at me at back then as well. I am actually terrified of the mass adoption of AI and the comfort that people have with using chatbots to substitute their brain. People are substituting their brain and critical thinking skills for chatbots. It is terrifying. There's a labor and community aspect to this AI combo that's being overlooked. Gen AI is sourcing basic intellectual skills like retention, retrieval, and creative thinking, like what you outlined with Alzheimer's patients and putting them in private hands. Yes. Oh. Yeah, there's also the other side of the story where AI is being there's another side of this where AI is being used to displace the existing labor force, but I'm not even getting to that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. The other day I saw a tendency on Twitter of people leaving therapy because chat will make therapy for free at any time and better, which is pretty scary. Don't get paid enough, so abuse AI in tech world so much. Expectation to get things done fast, mentally exhausting. Chat got non-deterministic, repeatable. Two people asking the same questions may get two different answers, not an encyclopedia. Meanwhile, AI is making meaningful discoveries in health. Why settle for replacing your regular routines when it can be pushed to greater limits? AI being used to displace the labor force, an issue made from capitalism, though, no? Yes, it is. It absolutely is. Yes, it is. Just like I don't have an issue with laptops, or I don't have an issue with computers. I don't have an issue with the internet, internet access from your phone in real time. I also still understand that that level of efficiency has improved productivity ginormously. And yet, that increase in productivity has led to a stable amount of layoffs. Productivity has increased while wages have remained stagnant as a consequence of this. So now one person can do the job of four because productivity born out of technological improvements are always used under capitalism, that's my caveat, as a way to displace the existing labor force. If four people can do the job of eight, then the company doesn't just go, let's lower your workload, 8 people that we have hired. Let's pay you more now that your output is more meaningful, 8 people that we have in our labor force. They say, fuck off to the 4 people and make the remaining 4 people work the work that 8 people were doing. This is how technological improvements displace the existing labor force. It is not good. This is why I always say some things can be inefficient, and that's fine. I always point to a very clear example of this. For example, like Japan is a Japan has a labor force that is very old. Why the fuck are there old people that are standing outside of a construction and constantly doing this? Why is there an 85-year-old guy doing this outside of a construction? Does he have to do it? Can't you just put a sign there in his place? Why is there a guy doing that? There's a guy doing that because he needs a job. That's it. You gotta have people work, okay? And if the work is easier as a consequence of technological developments, then great. You still have to get people to work. Yeah, most jobs are not real to begin with. Make the robot do the work, but just put a person in that place to at least like overlook the robot so you're not displacing the existing labor force and creating economic instability and economic collapse. That's my argument. And there's also a give and take. It's the Milton Friedman meme, right? Milton Friedman goes to China, asks why the Chinese laborers are using shovels as opposed to construction, as opposed to new construction equipment. The foreman says it's because these are jobs. These provide jobs for people. Milton Friedman says, why don't you use spoons then? You could provide even more jobs if you use spoons. That's even less efficient. Okay. There is a give and take here. Obviously, that's an insane counter argument to make. Machines massively replace the labor force, inherently collapses capitalism because less consumers. If the robot has one overseer, though, won't some people still lose jobs? No, because then what you're supposed to do is make the overseer job be 3 hours, so it's like evenly adjusted to the existing labor force. So now you're making the same money while only working 3 hours. You have a lot more freedom in your life now. You have a lot more. You have the same financial security and a lot more freedom. If the output of the robot is higher than your output personally, then you still get those profits because you're overseeing the robot. Now, we are so blinded with the horse blinders that we have. We see the world through the framework of capitalist dogma that what I'm suggesting here comes across as insane. You go, what do you mean? It's the robot that's doing the work. The profits are supposed to go to the shareholders in that process. It's like, no, it shouldn't. It should not. It should be evenly distributed from the point of labor. If there was more even distribution of, even distribution of your output, okay, over the revenue that you're generating, over your surplus labor value, there would be less economic instability. There would be less income inequality. There would be less of a wealth disparity right now, not through the form of taxation or progressive taxation, regressive taxation. I'm talking like right now you could fix that problem from a top-down approach. I'm not saying I have all of the secrets. I'm not saying that I know how we will fix society magically. I'm simply stating that there are examples of this where you can look to social democracies that have more robust labor protections, and you look at that income inequality, you look at the Gini coefficient of the places like that, you look at upward social mobility in places like that, and they clearly are significantly better along than the United States of America is. They're closer to what I'm talking about than the U.S. is. That's why there's that constant recycling of people that post photos of like Europeans on vacation and go, these guys have their GDP growth is awful in comparison to America. And it's like, dude, look around. Okay. Yes. You look at places in like Paris, or you look at places in France, and you're like, you look at a country like France and you go, well, you know, their GDP is worse than like Mississippi in certain parts. And it's like, okay, where do you think life is better for the average person? Mississippi or fucking France? perhaps there is a reason for why GDP is not the best example. GDP is not a metric for happiness. Use the two economists eating shit example for GDP. Exactly. The reason why I always bring this up, is because people look at GDP and go, oh, dude, we're killing it. Or look at our GDP, okay? Look at our gross domestic product. We're killing it. We're killing it. America number one. It's like, bro, you are not number one on anything good, okay? You're only number one on everything bad. The classic example of two economists that are walking down the road comes to mind. Two economists are walking down the road. They see a piece of dog shit on the floor. Economist 1 tells Economist 2, hey, I'll give you $100 if you eat that piece of dog shit. Economist 2 says, sure, I'll do it. He eats the piece of dog shit. The economist number 2 that ate the piece of dog shit then turns around and says, hey, I'll give you $100 if you eat that piece of dog shit on the ground. Economist number 2 eats the piece of dog shit. The economist number 2 gives economist number 1 the $100 bill back. They walk down a little bit further. They go, wait a minute. What the fuck did we just do here? We just ate dog shit and no money actually exchanged hands. Like money exchanged hands and then came back into my pocket. Economist number 2 says, what are you talking about? We just improved the gross domestic product by $200. $200 extra dollars increases the GDP. Why do you have to use such a gross analogy? I mean, it's a classic one. The greatest example of our ginormous GDP is with our inefficient system that designs middle managers and mediators that don't need to exist. Private healthcare is a great example of this. Private healthcare does not need to exist. Okay? Gross domestic product. It's gross. Gross domestic poo-poo. It's gross. It's domestic. It's poo-poo. Anyway, private healthcare does not need to exist at all. And as a matter of fact, even from a pro-capitalist sensibility, healthcare is inelastic demand. As in, if you don't get it, you die. So no matter what the price point is, you have to get it. You have to pay for it. Okay? So actual economists also understand that healthcare is not supposed to be for profit. And having said that, in the United States of America, healthcare is very much for profit, with no safeguards and no regulatory mechanisms whatsoever to scale it back. Healthcare companies are unimaginably profitable as a consequence of this because they're providing a service, or not even a service, really. They're just a mediator that is gatekeeping a service that you have to get. If you don't get it, you're going to die. Okay? That is explosive growth for the GDP. That's explosive growth for the GDP. So much money is changing hands. There are so many mediators, so many middlemen doing paperwork. And that explodes our GDP. Look at that. Do you think that that's a good system? Do you think that that's an efficient system? I almost want to play the video from Common Side Effects. I want to play the video from Common Side Effects. I think it was like the last episode or one of the last episodes where the shadowy Swiss CEO, the World Economic Forum stand-in the show, basically tells the big pharma CEO that he is he's the overseer of, that he can't release to the market a mushroom that heals all disorders and heals all illnesses. Mute. Okay, everybody fucking calm down. It's not even a spoiler. It's like the heart of the show. It's like me saying the show is anti-capitalist in nature. In any case, that is the scary reality. That is how capitalism is breaking our collective consciousness, making us less human. Having said that, a part of this reality also is reflective in the enshittification of social media and how social media is making us dumber and dumber. You really are an hypocrite. You told your community that you're a gamer, and my bald master was right. You never game. Is your bald master Northern Line? As an EU chatter, I know I could make 3x of what I get paid right now. You will never convince me to take such a massive cut in quality of my life. There's no amount of money that makes up for what America does to people. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That Peckerwood NL is back at it again. Hate rating. Yeah. Psilocybin shrooms are already very effective to cure depression, but it's not being pushed because, capitalism. I mean, look, I don't know. I don't know how effective. I think there needs to be more medical testing. And I wish there was. But I do know that for-profit healthcare, for-profit pharmacare is a major hurdle in experimenting with things like that. Okay, I'm not going to say that like across the board that psilocybin mushrooms will solve your problems with like chronic depression or whatever. But we should experiment, not to get all RFK with it. But there is a problem, because if it's like readily accessible, readily available, then, you can't really patent it. You can't really safeguard it. And you can't really make a lot of money off of it. Timestamp at 1:19.
I mean, it could replace everything.
Yeah.
Exactly. It could replace everything. Every other drug that we make, every drug our competitors make.
By the way, this is not a spoiler because it is literally the entire premise of the show. Okay? That's why I'm saying it's not a fucking spoiler.
Replaced. It would replace all the people that you employ, all the scientists, the researchers, even our sales reps, to say nothing of the doctors, the hospitals, the insurance people, all of them out of business.
Well, maybe they should be out of business. We can change the game here, cure everybody.
Richard, you're a medicine salesman. Cure everybody, and you're out of business. Why would anyone work? Here in America, you have to work for your healthcare. It's a good system, dynamic.
It's not that popular.
The system that has taken such good care of you, it would crumble. Imagine it, Rick. Economies will collapse. Cartels will arise with their own grip on the mushroom, killing rivals. If this mushroom heals wounds, every fight is to the death. Wars will be unimaginably ferocious. We'd kill on a massive scale. Everything black and white. No in between. None of the shade that brings life, meaning. Should I be healthy? I'm an occasional drinker. I wake up with a hangover. Balance. Do you want to try to cheat life? Play God?
It's not a spoiler! Shut the fuck up! I will show you a spoiler if you want me to. I'm not going to. Okay? Calm down. This is literally just the premise of the show. It was in the goddamn trailer, chat. Shut up! Shut up!
But
Richard, you let this go. You'll be rewarded. You didn't worry about this or anything else.
Okay? It's literally a part of the fucking trailer. It is the underlying premise of the entire show. It is not a spoiler. It's like saying Walter White cooks meth. Okay? Whoa! You just spoiled Breaking Bad. It is the entire premise of the show is like, yeah, if you have mushrooms that you can grow for free, that it collapse the global economy, we're making money off of this shit. Bro, I'm only 2 minutes into season 1, episode 1 of Breaking Bad. How fucking dare you? Exactly. I just spoiled Breaking Bad. I just spoiled Breaking Bad for you because I'm a bad guy, okay? I'm a bad dude. I'm a bad dude, all right? I'm a bad motherfucker. I didn't know the CEO, Hank Hill, finds out about it. Okay, it doesn't matter. Here's a video from Fern that's kind of relevant in terms of capitalism, getting rid of something that we're reducing, need to keep on buying. Okay, we're not going to go further into like complex arguments about capitalism and how it erodes, how it plays a fundamental role in curbing back publicly funded research when it is not profitable, yada, yada, yada. It's something that I talk about all the goddamn time. Okay, Mickey WALTZ is out. We're going to talk about all of that. We'll get into that. We got Liza Brianna Wu. Mickey WALTZ pushed out of national security advisor role. He is getting exited. He's getting loomered, okay? And then after this, I'll talk about the debate recap between Ethan Klein and Samuel Seether as well. Everyone's talking about how Israel is on fire. I know. We'll talk about that too.
Breaking news.
You're wrong. He got promoted? No, he didn't.
Welcome to Inside Politics. I'm Dana Bash in Washington, and we are following breaking news. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz is expected to leave his post in the Trump administration as National Security Advisor. It is the first top staff shakeup of President Trump's second term. Of course, Waltz has been in a precarious position with the president after he accidentally added a reporter to a group chat about upcoming military strikes. We're going to get right to this. Here with me now is CNN's Caitlin Collins, alongside CNN's Jeff Zeleny, Dasha Burns of Politico, and Mario Parker of Bloomberg. Caitlin, what are you hearing from your sources?
I mean, this is a surprise to no one at this table who's been covering the White House. Mike Waltz has not had good standing with the White House ever since Signalgate happened, when he inadvertently added a reporter to that group chat, and then later sensitive military information was shared on this group chat. He's really never had super strong standing inside the White House. I mean, I remembered this morning, someone predicted to me back during the transition, before Trump even took office, that Mike Waltz would likely be the first one to go. And now he is marking the first major staff departure of President Trump's second term. And really, his job has kind of been in limbo all week. We had heard earlier this week that something was going on with him. Officials insisted to us yesterday that his job was safe. But there was a moment that CNN saw on Tuesday when the president was going to Michigan on his 100 days in office. And Mike Waltz, we noticed, traveled on Marine One with him. But 10 minutes later, you see at Joint Base Andrews, that's his figure. He does not get on Air Force One. It's only about a 10-minute flight, so it's extremely odd to take the helicopter flight and then not actually go on the trip. I was told he was not supposed to go on the trip, and so people raised questions about what this moment meant. So we've been asking White House officials about it, and essentially it just got to a point
the girlies
where
are fighting.
He
the
didn't have
girlies
a lot
are
of
fighting.
confidence, not of the president.
Is drums. No, in like the last hour, he actually got promoted. Wait, what? Wait, why are you guys saying it's a promotion? I don't think being the ambassador to the United Nations is a promotion. No, Trump is presenting it as a promotion. It's not a promotion. No, because it objectively is. No, it's not. No, this is not a, no, chatters. This is not a promotion. I mean, you get a nice Manhattan penthouse, yes, but it's not a promotion in terms of his career. The amount of power that you have as the national security advisor is far greater than being the fucking UN ambassador. What are you talking about? You go from, this is what I was trying to explain. You go from being the guy who is making State Department decisions in the room to being the guy who has to defend those State Department decisions in front of a hostile audience of Europoors who are gay and libtarded, okay? What are you talking about? No. I don't think it's a promotion. I think it's a demotion. He's selling it as a promotion. Like, who do you think? Do you think Elise Stefanik? You think Elise Stefanik was going to have more power than Mike Waltz if she actually became the UN ambassador? It's almost a shame you're not right wing when you speak their language so well. Yeah. Also, yeah, do you guys believe Trump? Is that what's going on? Like, you think when Trump says, this is a great promotion for Mike Waltz, who I love very much, you think that he is saying the truth? Or do you think he's lying? Why would you believe him? Everything he says is a lie, including this.
Not of his senior staff. And he was told, I was told earlier this week, that his time as the National Security Advisor had come to an end and it was time for him to leave. And now we are told that he will be departing, and so will his top deputy.
So the world got to know him through his very, very unfortunate error of adding Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic to Signalgate. But just by way of background, this is an important sort of detail, which is that, first of all, Mike Waltz is a very serious person. He is a former Green Beret. He's a 4-time Bronze Star winner. That all happened, that service, military service, is obviously well before he ran for Congress. As part of his sort of approach to the world, it was much more hawkish historically than anybody around President Trump in the current form. And so my understanding, and I'm curious what you all are hearing, is that never mind Signalgate, it was that very fundamental mistrust of him and skepticism of him and his perspective about the world that was also problematic from the start.
It absolutely was. And I think Signalgate was the reason for his departure, but not really what led up to it. And one of those pictures we just showed, so interesting, of Susie Wiles, the White House Chief of Staff. Despite their Florida roots, many Floridians inside the West Wing, including those two, I'm told that she has not been at odds with him necessarily, but not impressed by his work. He is a hawk. There's no doubt about it. I mean, there's been a lot of flexibility among.
I mean, yeah. You know who's not a hawk? Marco Rubio. Is that what we're doing? Yeah. Mike Waltz is the exact same type of hawk that Marco Rubio is. Okay. He demonstrates the same wing of the Republican Party. But it doesn't really matter because Trump is a hawk too. There are just, I'll just say it like this. There are instances. Marco Rubio is a doormat. You said is a placemat. He is a placemat. Exactly. Marco Rubio is a placemat. I assume that Mike Waltz was a little bit more contentious. Part of the reason why he got clapped here is because his sense of loyalty to the admin was sometimes overshadowed by his interest of nuking Iran, I suspect. Maybe he was too excited at the prospect of nuking Iran over and over and over again. And Marco Rubio, despite also wanting to nuke Iran, because these guys always want to nuke Iran, just remember that, was more of a doormat. So he was like, yes, Mr. President, if you don't want to nuke Iran today, maybe I can suggest it tomorrow. Yeah. This is also the SecDef message to Iran. He got promoted to the UN. It's not a promotion. It's a demotion. It is not a promotion. Is this the meta? Are we gonna be talking about this today? I don't think it's a promotion. Chatters, I do not believe this is actually a promotion. It is a demotion. When you're the National Security Advisor, you're in the room. You have consulting power. You are making decisions. When you're the fucking UN ambassador, you're not making any of those decisions. You are now a person who has to defend said decisions in front of people who look at you like the bloodthirsty monster that you are. You went from a guy who makes decisions to a guy who has to basically do propaganda. A guy who has to be the mouthpiece for said decisions. Not Jerome Powell. You're talking about Colin Powell. Not Jerome Powell. Why do people keep saying Jerome Powell? You're talking about Colin Powell. It is funny, though. Jerome Powell is one of my favorite curiosities is like white guys in politics that have black names. And yes, Jerome Powell is one of those dudes, like Sherrod Brown. Anyway, let's keep going.
Among some advisors, Marco Rubio also comes to mind. I mean, long before he joined this administration, he too would have been in the hawkish side of the Republican Party, but this is the Trump era. So WALTZ definitely did not necessarily fit this, but he was qualified in, many other ways. And a lot of Republicans who I talked to at the transition were actually happy he was in the West Wing because they thought that he would sort of bring stability and things. But back to that point that Caitlin showed, that video is so fascinating. What it doesn't show, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, is on the plane.
Jerome Powell
and
is
he flew to Michigan
No.
with the president. And I'm
What
told the
are
president,
you saying?
Throughout the day embraced.
You think the chair of the Federal Reserve of the United States, Jerome Powell, this guy is light skinned? Oh, you're kidding. Okay, thank God. Oh my God. Yeah, lighter skin than like the average Italian person, maybe. Yeah, he's a POC, as in person of capital. Oh, man. All right, let's keep going.
The Defense Secretary yesterday at the cabinet meeting, it was so clear. So when you sort of step back at this, why WALTZ not Hegseth? Because, as Caitlin said, he invited Jeffrey Goldberg into the chat, and that was sort of seen as the original sin.
And can I just say that that was captured by our photographers who were excellent, Jay McMichael and Christine Lean, who were there and spotted this and noticed that he didn't get on. Obviously, they are just as good as reporters as we are. Mike Waltz has been fighting for his job this week, though, ever since then. He was in the cabinet meeting yesterday. He did Fox and Friends this morning.
Though.
I mean, he has certainly been doing the things that you would do to try to stay inside the administration.
But by the way, why Waltz and not Hegseth? Also, to the point that you were making, Dana, he was not seen as one of us in terms of the MAGA movement. So often on these issues, especially of foreign policy, it was Waltz and Rubio on one side and Vance, Witkoff, and the others on the other side. And we've been reporting for over a month now, ever since Signalgate, that Waltz was on the chopping block, that it was a ticking time bomb. The reason that he wasn't fired immediately after Signalgate was simply because Trump and the White House did not want to give the media a scalp. But this has been a long time coming. And again, Signalgate.
It's funny because, like, Pete, Leak Hegseth has done additional signal gates, but they're acting like Mike Waltz, who was responsible for the initial signal gate, is the bad guy here. Okay, Pete did something worse than that. He was literally privately, Leak Hegseth was privately DMing classified information to his wife, dude. Yeah, I know. Mike Waltz foolishly added a, I don't want to even call him a journalist really, but, added a journalist to the group chat. But Leak Hegseth has been doing it too. You could at least say Mike Waltz made a mistake. Pete was just like, YOLO, I don't give a shit. I'm a wife guy.
Gate was more a byproduct rather than a reason for his ouster.
And do you remember the Laura Loomer list?
Yes.
Sure.
That she came in. You reported on this. And she had a long.
Oh, also Reuters caught Mickey. Photo shows Mike Waltz literally checking Signal during the cabinet meeting. Bro, these guys love Signal. Why do they love Signal so much? It's Pete Keg's breath. The something gate is purely based on the Watergate hotel scandal, though. It's funny that it's not just become a suffix for any sort of drama. Yeah, it has, but I don't mind it. Signal is safer than normal chat. I know, but like, you're not supposed to. I don't think you're supposed to be having these conversations, especially like classified convos on a private app encrypted messaging application where the messages can be deleted. You know? What the hell?
List of people, not sure where she got it, but a long list of people on the national security
It's
front
illegal.
who were
Not that it matters.
not considered loyalists, but it was obviously much more than that. Mike Waltz was on that list.
Right, absolutely. And to the point of the other panelists, the fact that he was known as a more traditional Republican, hawkish in nature, which is in direct contrast to the Make America Great Again foreign doctrine. But I want to take another step back as well, back to that cabinet meeting yesterday. One of the things that was striking was how many of the cabinet officials subtly gave an endorsement to Hegseth, right? Namely Lee Zeldin yesterday as well, who kind of gave an impassioned defense, talking about the greatest defense in national security head of his recent memory. What that signaled, I think, was that the rest of the West Wing were favoring Hegseth over Waltz. If the president had to make this decision sometime this week, they were casting their votes on which one would be to go.
Can we also talk, I mean, Dana, obviously longtime Capitol Hill reporter, how Speaker Mike Johnson is viewing this? I mean, Trump took several House members to put them in his cabinet, national security advisor is a cabinet level position. None of them are now in it because Matt Gaetz obviously did not go on to be Attorney General. Elise Stefanik had her nomination then pulled, and then Mike Waltz, of course, now is the first major departure. Scaramucci is kind of mocking, you know, just how short his tenure was, saying I think that he had 9 Scaramuccis. But it speaks to the level of this is something the White House wanted to do for a while, but they all wanted to wait until that 100-day period had hit because they didn't want anything to happen too soon.
I'm so glad you brought up.
Sorry, speaking of Laura Loomer, just before we came on, I literally got a text from Laura Loomer saying loomered.
I mean,
A verb.
A verb.
I
So now
knew
a verb.
it.
But she's verbing herself.
She's verbing herself,
Okay.
yes.
Oh my God, this is the dumbest country on the planet. Oh my God. We are living in the dumbest dystopia. We are living in the dumbest country on the planet. Oh my God. I don't know if it's Laura Loomer actually taking credit for something that the Trump administration is doing, or if the Trump admin actually, if Trump actually took her advice, and I feel like the Trump admin might have taken her advice. Oh my God. Oh, Laura Loomer does Laura Loomer actually have decision-making power within the admin? What a crazy situation. What a crazy time to be alive. Oh my gosh, she has a beautiful spirit. She is a firebrand and a beautiful spirit, a free spirit. Laura Loomer, she has a free spirit. She told me to fire Mike Waltz. I said, I can't fire him, Laura. Laura said, do it. I said, I have to do it. Bring Laura out. Bring her out. Bring her to me. Bring Laura. The loom haunts you. It does.
Let's go back to the political implications of this because, I mean, there's so many, but just on Capitol Hill. Because remember, it was Mike Waltz who had won his seat by like 1 million points. I mean, rough, give or take a few.
In deep red Florida.
He was very safe. And then the special...
Are they piping? I don't know. I feel like... I mean, at first I was joking about Trump having sexual intercourse with Laura Loomer, even though I did think that it was weird that such a low-level freak would be flying on Air Force One. Or not on Air Force One. I think it was during the debate, so I guess it was Trump's private jet as a part of his like debate prep team. But then he said, Laura Loomer, she's a free spirit. And I thought, maybe he is having sex with her. You know? Because why else would he say that? I don't know.
election was a...
Please say, everything is Loomer. Laura, she's a free spirit. Everything is Loomer. Everything's computer. And the things that are not computer are Loomer. Everything's Loomer.
A lot closer than anybody had hoped. Now, to be fair to Mike WALTZ, it was, well, I think maybe he could argue it's a good thing because he shows how popular he is, but also Randy Fine, who then actually did win. A lot of Republicans were very, especially at the White House, were very frustrated about the way that he ran the campaign. But there was some, I don't know.
I wonder if Melania actually now cares. You think Melania would care if Donald Trump was having sex with other women? Are you insane? She probably loves it because then he's not spending time. She's not spending time with him. It's awesome. I mean, come on.
If it was buyer's remorse, not necessarily only about Mike WALTZ, but about what you were saying, Caitlin.
Melania's got another man
That they took him out of the
anyway,
house,
that
and then they had to
Italian
spend so
stallion.
much money to replace him and keep that seat red.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly frustrating, obviously, for Speaker Mike Johnson, for people like Elise Stefanik, who would like to be in New York serving at the United Nations, but is not. And so you just see all the implications that this has. And the president had been warned against picking too many House members, but he liked these people. They were his allies. Mike WALTZ was one of his biggest defenders during the campaign. He would go on TV and defend the president when very few others would during certain news cycles. And when the president was under fire for comments that he had made about the military, Mike WALTZ went out and defended that. And obviously he is a former Green Beret. And so certainly he was a powerful voice for his on the campaign trail and came into the administration, but just never really had that strong of standing. Not a huge surprise. Trump had 1 million national security advisors, to speak to your numbers a second ago, his first time in office. This is a position that is more easily changed because it's not Senate confirmed.
I'm glad you brought that up. In 2017, at the beginning of President Trump's first term, he had a national security advisor named Mike Flynn, and he lasted 22 days. And of course, now Mike WALTZ, national security advisor, almost former, so far he has been there 102 days. And that's just that position.
Right.
So I think we should also.
This was a major issue in the first Trump administration, so I like the return to form. I'll admit. There was a lot. Let's not talk about Hasan. Sean the Black. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. Thank you for the raid. This was a major issue. The revolving door, the fact that it was like a leaky faucet in the admin. There was so much goddamn turnover. And now we're getting back to the old hits, okay? I love that. I love that personally. Who doesn't like it? It's nostalgia baiting. Also, thank you, Anarcho Oatmeal, for the 50 gifties. Funniest Laura Loomer moment. Trump is nominating former Rep Billy Long for IRS commissioner. You must watch this video of him in 2018 using his auctioneer voice to talk over Laura Loomer as she heckled a House hearing featuring @Jag.
Order. We'll have order in the hearing room, or you'll be asked to leave. Ma'am, if you'll please take a seat, or we'll have to have you. Then you'll need to relieve.
Donald Trump, help us. Please help us, Mr. President, before it is too late. Because Jack Dorsey is trying to influence the election, to sway the election.
What's she saying? I can't understand her. What?
Steal the election. That is why
What's
he's
she?
censoring and shadow banning.
How about it in? 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, $20, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30. Hit $30 down here, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 7 and a half, 40. Hit $40, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 7 and a half, 50. Hit $50 down here, 2 and a half.
Officer, will you escort this young lady out, please?
Hit 2 and a half now, 5, 65, 7 and a half, 70. Up 2 and a half now, 5, 75, 7 and a half, $80 to 5, 85, 90. Hit $100 and a 10, 10, 10 and a quarter, 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half, and about 2, 2 and a quarter. Hit 2 and a half, and about 3, able to bomb 300. Hit 3 and a quarter. Hit 3.
Laura Loomer is the only person that has been banned from virtually every application possible for being a rapacious little freak and being that much of an Islamophobe. Okay? Laura Loomer's banned from like the weather app for being an Islamophobe somehow. Never forget. Never forget, she also chained herself to the door of Twitter headquarters. Ironically enough, there was another person who wanted to do that, but with the Reddit headquarters, his name is Ethan Klein. He never ended up doing that. Don't know why, because I thought it would have been really funny if he did. I was very excited for that. That would have been awesome. Laura Loomer wants more. Breaking. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, along with his Chinese Deputy NSC Advisor Alex Wong, have resigned from the Trump admin today. Hopefully the rest of the people who were set to be fired but were given promotions at the NSC under Waltz also depart. Mike Waltz was moved to be the ambassador to the UN. I do think it's funny because they initially did not want a congressional seat to be in direct contest, and that's why they didn't want to put Elise Stefanik there. But, you know, there was a re-election that happened. Republicans won that seat, Mike Waltz's seat, obviously. And so now it is still a congressional Republican, congressional representative of the Republican Party that still became the UN ambassador. Yes, Laura Loomer follows me, and I'm so scared because I don't know why, and I don't know what kind of information she's getting out of this. I like to think that she follows me like a horror movie villain. You know what I mean?
Remember, and this is kind of the point that you were making, I think, Dasha, is that
She's been following
this is
me for
another
years.
example of how at 102 days and Trump won, I don't know how many people we had already seen depart. I mean, it was totally different.
We sort of lost track because there were a lot. But look, I mean, to Caitlin's last point, that's also one of the reasons that national security advisors are easier to get rid of because there's no Senate confirmation. Mm-hmm. The president expended a lot of political capital getting Pete Hegseth confirmed by one vote. There may be some buyer's remorse among some senators, but we will see. I mean, they've been quiet about this, but the reality is it's easier to replace that person. But even separately of that, the president views Pete Hegseth as one of his own. He's part of the movement. He's not been Loomered. That's not possible because he sort of comes with that. But that's why it was easy to get rid of Mike Waltz.
Right. And now the people like Pete Hegseth and others who may have been in a little bit of hot water, I think are breathing a sigh.
Imagine she watches the streams. I think you would be surprised with how many Republican operatives watch this stream. And how many Dem operatives watched the stream too, as we found out when I went to the DNC. It was a shocking revelation for me.
I have relief for this very reason. If they just have these headlines of Mike Waltz right now, it's going to be a while before they let another head roll.
Just some breaking news on Mike Waltz and these reports that Mike Waltz is being removed. President Trump says Waltz will be the next ambassador to the UN, so confirming that Mike Waltz is being moved. Donald Trump also says that in the interim, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, will serve as National Security Advisor. I assume that is in addition to his role as Secretary of State, because he doesn't say that Marco Rubio is going to leave as Secretary of State, and there is a State Department briefing as we speak, and we will try to bring that to you. And word from the U.S. State Department.
Okay, this guy's dying. Is ambassador to UN like an exile position in the cabinet? I mean, it depends. If you have an interest in a higher office, right? If you have an ambition to run for higher office and you're like a representative, for example, like Elise Stefanik, then yes, the UN ambassador position is a level up because you can say, oh, look at my foreign policy experience. I was a UN ambassador. But if you're already in the Trump cabinet, and you're already the national security advisor, then you are making pretty high-level decisions. You're making those high-level decisions, so it is absolutely a demotion. It's basically exile. That's why I hate to admit this, but Laura Loomer is right. Laura Loomer is correct when she says you got loomered. My man got loomered.
Just this hour.
Now, speaking of somebody also getting loomered, I promise you, you are not ready to this. No matter what, you are not ready. No matter what you think your brain is not ready. What is this? Kanye West previews unreleased music with top 5 on Sneako's stream.
With all of the money and fame, I still can't get my kids back. With all of the money and fame, I still don't get to see my children. Niggas see my Twitter, but they don't see how I be feeling. So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on.
What the fuck? Bro, he's literally doing the divorced dad. He's doing the divorced dad shuffle. Bro, what the hell is going on, man? This is so crazy. I was ready for it and it still got me. Bro, how? I need to understand. How can you get CTE from being a divorced dad? I guess it's not that strange considering that there are examples of getting CTE from being a Twitch streamer. So, not that difficult. I'm pretty certain I just instantly obtained brain cancer. No, we're not rolling it back.
Twitter. Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler?
Wait, is that that's a swastika? He's got swastika diamonds. Bro, what is going on, dude? What the fuck is happening, bro? Sneako and Kanye bonded on being cucks. This shit is gonna go hard at the Klan rally, dude. How do you what do Klansmen do in this situation? Like, do they just accept Kanye West? Like, how does that work? Because he's black. Like, this got to be real confusing. Like, it almost feels like, you know, you're you're at the Klan rally and someone goes, "Hey, have you heard this new Heil Hitler?" And they're like, "Well, don't play that." You know, there's like a division in the racism movement. You know, there's a division there's a fissure. There's infighting in the white supremacist movement now because one of the most prominent figureheads is a fairly outspoken black dude who is a rapper. Kanye West bonded with Sneako on being a cuck.
Yeah, I definitely am more like Stag Vixen and shit. You know, you guys know this term? Yeah. It's more like swap. It's kind of like, you like, same. Yeah.
Is that Nick Fuentes in the cuck chair? What is happening here, dude? What the fuck is going on, dude? What the actual fuck is happening? who sits down and watches this? Like who's like, oh man, I can't wait. Also, it's all on kick.tv, baby. If this is not a clear-cut indication that we have devolved as a society, I don't know what to point to, okay? It was not on Kick, it was on Party. What the fuck is Party? There's another website that's worse than Kick. It's like the 8chan to Kick's 4chan. Is that what it is? I don't know, bro. A white man, a mixed guy, and a black man bonding. Maybe you just see hate. True. I'm the real racist here, dude. They're just having a Heil Hitler party, and I'm over here being like, that's kind of weird. Recession indicator. I don't even know if this is a recession indicator. This is an indication of something so much worse. You know, this is like, yeah, this is the reverse rainbow coalition where it's the rainbow Nazi coalition. God damn. Tom Homan says he'll start deporting Democratic mayors who defy immigration executive orders. Yeah, okay. Sure, buddy. Sure, bud.
People call us cucks and I'm cucked. I'll get cucked and shit just for like to switch it up. But
for the rush, you know.
Yeah, it's like
kind of rush.
Like be on the outside of the door and shit like that.
He's saying he gets cucked for the rush. And him and Sneeko are bonding over it.
Yeah. Okay, so did y'all figure out what y'all?
Yeah, I'm waiting for Kevin to come back. He has all like the timestamps and stuff.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we're gonna put it today.
And
he had the movie up, just watching it. But I think I gotta take time to really study and know exactly what's going on so I can replicate.
Are we streaming or not?
Yeah.
We're streaming?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I wish I knew.
Oh, we're live?
Mm-hmm.
Turn on. The audio on or off?
No, the audio's off.
The audio's off all the time?
It's off.
Oh, he got worried because like now is you know, he's talking. Dude, that's so funny. Didn't he literally reveal that he sucked his cousin's dick or something the other day? Why the fuck is he embarrassed about being a cuck? Like how, bro, you that doesn't make any sense to me. Like he's out here singing, doing songs about Heil Hitler and shit with a swastika chain, but this was a bridge too far. Like, dude, his album is called Cuck. Wait, what? Because sucking dick isn't gay, but being a cuck is. This is really stupid in the media. Like, remember when TikTokers were reading Osama and understanding his POV? The media went apeshit with that, but the youth-loving Nazis not covered. I don't know. I don't really place a lot of emphasis on this either. Like, I don't really cover this shit because I feel like it... Like, I don't know how much motion this has. If that makes sense. Like, I don't want to... I don't know if we're like even emphasizing this as though like this is you know, something that like the kids are watching, right? I feel like this is zero motion activities, right? But then again, I don't fucking know. I don't know. Maybe this is popping. Maybe kids are really into the Hitler shit. You know? Everything I've learned about these men has been against my will. I mean, yeah, I feel that. It's just, I don't fucking know. This is so weird, man. Oh my God. 130K tuned in. They pulled like 10K streams. Wait, what? They do? Bro, the album art? Wait, what the fuck? Cuck is the reported 12th studio album by the American rapper Kanye West. Media personality DJ Academics announced the album under the title World War III during a live stream on April 2nd, 2025, a week after the release of the title track. Bro, I don't know anymore, man. I don't know how to deal with this. Like, I don't know. Like, what do you do? What do you do here? I genuinely don't know what to do here. The month prior, West caused controversy about numerous public acts of hate speech, including making anti-Semitic statements, supporting Nazism, posting offensive remarks, as well as coming out about enacting incest with his cousin as a child on his Twitter account, the latter of which coinciding with the release of the second album called Cousins, and it's a music video. Dave Blunt makes uncredited guest appearances on the album. You sit your white ass down and listen? No, dude. I mean, come on. I'm not even going to entertain that joke. Like, this is fucking out of control. This is completely insane. The picture is also stolen. What do you mean it's stolen? So this is like, that's so funny. That's like getting mad at Hitler for having an age gap relationship. You know what I mean? Focus up, chatter. I feel like that's the least of our concerns here, you know? Call me crazy, but I feel like that's inconsequential, don't you think? Like, the picture in and of itself is probably a little bit more important than the fact that it is stolen. The track listing is insane. Yeah, Hitler canceled for age gap, for inappropriate age gap relationship. Wait, where the frick is the Wikipedia page? Oh, here it is. Here. Look at after portions were published by Blunts and Aiden Ross. That's the other thing I don't understand. Like, Aiden Ross is Jewish, man. What is happening? What the fuck is going on? This seems way more anti-Semitic than supporting Palestine. When's Kanye headed to jail? If you think that this is more anti-Semitic from the institutions that supposedly care about anti-Semitism, you are wrong. Okay? Let me tell you how wrong you are. No, the ADL does not mind shit like this because it's so obviously fucking anti-Semitic. Also, I don't even know if he ever says anything about Israel, ironically enough. Kanye being caught for IP theft is like Al Capone being caught for tax fraud. Oh. The thing is, though, this isn't anti-Semitic for ideological reasons or anything. It's just outrage bait. No, it is outrage bait, but he is like ideologically anti-Semitic. That's crazy to say he's not. Come on, chatter. He literally is. Bro, he is 100%. He is there is probably not a better textbook definition of someone who is an out and about Nazi, anti-Semitic Nazi who hates Jewish people than fucking Kanye West. Like, I don't know. I mean, he is outrage baiting as well, for sure. He is rage baiting. That is true. He also happens to be an anti-Semite. Bro, he scared Alex Jones, man. He scared Alex Jones. Anyway, in 2024, Trump condemned Biden for bombing Yemen. At least then, the Houthis were attacking U.S. ships. They stopped with Gaza ceasefire. Now the U.S. is in a sustained war against Houthis and vowing war with Iran over it. The Trump voters want more Middle Eastern wars. I heard otherwise. Oh, my God. I'm so shocked. That's right. Pete Hegseth. Message to Iran. We see your lethal support to the Houthis. We know exactly what you're doing. You know very well what the U.S. military is capable of, and you were warned. You will pay the consequence at the time and place of our choosing. And it's so funny because it's like he's posting this because we dropped an F-18. And when I say we dropped an F-18, I mean like literally. It was not... They claimed that Houthi missile activity caused a maneuver from a pilot of an F-18 to drop it directly into the ocean. But Hasan, makes me happy. I enjoyed my stay. Yeah. Do you mean like on planet Earth before we go into complete nuclear holocaust as a direct consequence of America's suicide pact, double suicide pact with the state of Israel, which refuses to stop doing genocide? So sorry, we're just going to keep bombing the Houthis and keep destroying our own military equipment in the region until, I guess, morale improves. I don't know. Yeah, it rolled off the aircraft into the Red Sea. They claimed the ship turned to avoid the missile and the plane rolled off the side, which is even funnier. Yeah. It's stupider. They said that the aircraft carrier had to do evasive actions and it fell off the side. Did you see the Dutch Twitter account posting a military target instead of 8 people were murdered? Yes, I saw that. Some OUSTS account from the Netherlands literally posted random coordinates on Twitter. I'd probably kill myself if I posted something that led to the death of eight innocent people. All right, time for me to go through the mud. Based on satellite imagery, I'd marked this quarry as an underground base and tweeted it as such. I'm fairly certain CENTCOM doesn't take their targeting data from Twitter, but this is still a very severe mistake. Yeah. The OSIN account openly admitted this mistake, by the way, which is so insane. Oh, sorry, guys. I like that the tweet basically is like, sorry, oopsie. And I don't even, like, the reality is, yeah, they shouldn't be getting, like, no competent military. Central Command should not be getting their targets from OSINT Twitter, okay? So how was he supposed to know is unironically a valid thing to bring forward. Like, I can't believe we're living on a planet where the most powerful military on Earth is getting their notes from a random open source intelligence account. A random guy. U.S. airstrikes on houses near a quarry with 8 reported killed last night northwest of Sana'a with the coordinates. No congressional approval either. Yeah, Ryan Grimm, I know, wrote about it. Here it is. Here's the story. Pentagon may have drawn on anonymous social media accounts in planning deadly Yemen attack. Okay. A deadly airstrike in Yemen that killed 8 civilians appeared to target coordinates posted by social media analysts online. For the past several months, the U.S. military has been carrying out a bombing campaign in Yemen ostensibly aimed at forcing the militant group Ansar Allah, also known as the Houthis, to stop their military intervention on behalf of Palestinians under Israeli assault in Gaza. This campaign has conducted strikes against more than 800 targets, as well as verified claims of civilian harm, including most recently a strike against a detention facility housing African migrants that killed dozens of people. It would be comforting to think that the decision makers in the U.S. military are carrying out these strikes with great care and with the highest quality of intelligence, given the power of life and death that its operations hold for innocent people. Yet serious allegations have emerged that the U.S. military has been relying in part on anonymous Twitter accounts who post coordinates that they dubiously claim contain military assets. This week, U.S. warplanes bombed the location alleged by 2 such amateur open source intelligence accounts to be a Houthi stronghold, killing innocent bystanders in the process. A Twitter account operated by an individual whose bio says they are based in the Netherlands using the handle Vlekkie Hond apologized this week after the U.S. struck coordinates she erroneously suggested. In early April, were the location of an underground Houthi military position. It was not a military site. All right, time for me to go through the mud, Vlekkie posted. Based on satellite imagery, I'd mark this quarry as an underground base and tweeted as such. I'm fairly certain CENTCOM doesn't take their targeting data from Twitter, but this is still a very severe mistake. Except, turns out they are taking targeting data from Twitter, from random people on Twitter. Think about that. They have to be using AI probably to scrape through Twitter OSINT accounts that to develop targeting data. I'm not even kidding about this. They must be using AI to just like literally populate targets. They don't care. It reminds me of the Lavender AI program that Israel utilizes in Gaza. West Point cited this exact profile. Oh my God. Vlecki had highlighted the coordinates in a thread that claimed to have uncovered a Houthi base, and they had relied in part on a secondary account, Galal al-Salahi, whose bio suggests they're based in Houston. That account, which is hostile to the Houthis, claimed to have discovered a Houthi missile launcher at the coordinates. The strike that took place on April 28th reportedly killed 8 civilians in their homes on the outskirts of the capital of Sanaa. Vlecki's reading of satellite imagery, the account later said, was incomplete. They said they had privately marked the target as only possible, and they thought and they would strive to do better in the future while posting a screenshot of a €500 donation to charity that she had made as penance. I should have never posted it, they added. A message seeking comment from the account went unanswered. Dude, you literally killed 8 random people. You killed 8 random people. Oh my God. Like, let me say something, okay? Let me say something. She didn't do it herself, obviously. The American government did. They are the arch villains of this story. But like on the one hand, I understand why you as a random OSINT account would probably not expect Central Command to take notes from your random shit posts, okay? I don't know. It's hard. It's hard for me to, like, she is complicit no matter which way you cut it. But also at the same time, the expectation that she has is a reasonable one. The expectation that the American government, the most powerful military on the fucking planet, is not creating actionable targets off of random Twitter users, man. What the fuck? OSINT is open source intelligence, okay? It is just autistic people that like maps and also jerk off to the thought of NATO dominating the fucking planet, getting together and, you know, talking about what, getting together and doing like forensic data analysis off of like looking at images. It's like GeoGuessr, kind of, paired up with people who are LARPing as spies, okay? It's the most evil version of autism, except there are some good OSINT guys who have become like actually incredibly valuable journalists who I talk to with regular frequency, and I actually do think that they're good. So not all OSINT is created equal, okay? Some of them do end up going to work for the New York Times or Washington Post or a number of different incredible organizations like that participate in forensics audits. Okay. Open source intelligence gathering is not autism. Dude, if that's not autism, then what is? What are you talking about? If open source intelligence gathering for fun is not an indication of autism, I don't know what would be an indication of autism. There is no autism then. You are an autism denier, I think. What the fuck? It's like saying baseball is not a very autistic sport. Okay? It's like saying enjoying trains, and enjoying trains is not perhaps an indication that you might have a little bit of autism. It is common in pen testing. Okay. You're definitely not proving the point that you are trying to prove with what you just said, chatter. Okay? Also, it's not an insult anyway. All right. Let's continue. Reports from local Yemeni news outlets highlighted the devastating impact of the attack. Among the dead and wounded were children, some of whom were later evacuated to local hospitals. The U.S. military and CENTCOM have ultimate responsibility for verifying the information used to conduct airstrikes. The Pentagon has spent hundreds of millions of dollars on advanced data analytics programs for companies like Palantir that include open source data scraped from social media. Yep, there it is. Open source data scraped from social media as a part of their information gathering process to help the military with targeting and intelligence. Data analysts live by the credo, garbage in, garbage out, which sophisticated intelligence collection is intended to overcome. To be sure, it may be a mere coincidence that the amateur sleuths identified the location before CENTCOM struck it, but the account used for Zanah's strike is known to officials in the military, increasing the potential likelihood that it was relied on, at least in part for the tragic targeting. Vleky Hond has been publicly cited by reputable military-linked publications, including the influential Combating Terrorism Center at West Point. At West Point Sentinel, which referred to ever-resourceful analyst Vleky Hond in an April 2024 report citing her analysis on U.S. air operations against the Houthis. The report noted she had compiled her analysis based on her purchases of commercially available satellite imagery. This is why I only rely on ELINT in terms of OUSTS and Andes that don't actually work for any reputable media organization. In terms of former OUSTS and Andes turned into forensic auditors that work for places like the New York Times or Washington Post, you obviously have people like Eric Toller, who I think are great, and I have talked about how great they are before. They're MHUD certified as well. Eric Toller works for the New York Times Visual Investigations, previously worked at Bellingcat, but we won't hold that against them. And obviously Evan Hill as well. Evan Hill also used to work for the New York Times, but he went from the New York Times' open source and visual forensic investigations team to the Washington Post's open source and visual forensic investigations team. And he is very good. He's very good at his job. Wait, what is the issue with Bellingcat? Am I dumb? There are some reasonable suspicions that Bellingcat, at least in part, is a CIA cutout or a State Department cutout, which makes sense. They do sometimes have good reporting. Lol, that's bullshit. Okay, sure. What is this? Valentina Gomez infiltrates a Muslim demonstration in Texas. Oh, God. Who cares about this freak? I don't care. They said they're not going to stop doing this work. So now to improve and learn from this, no more posting about possible bases. Look for more concrete signs of these bases, most notably spoil heaps. Yeah, look, this person, in my opinion, also has ceasefire now on her bio, which is extra crazy. Like, I don't think this person cares about the humanity of people in Yemen. Like, you can't. If information that I erroneously posted was used as actionable intelligence to assassinate 8 human beings, I probably would stop doing that thing. At the very least, we're not even talking about like the guilt that I would carry around that would probably cause me to fucking kill myself. But outside of that, I would definitely stop doing that thing. Okay? Her tweets are all anti-Israel. I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure this person is just like really invested in what the fuck she's doing in terms of looking at maps and satellite imagery. That's why I said this is the evil side of autism. She would... I'm not going to say it. Never mind. What she should do is maybe use her newfound influence in CENTCOM to put different targets in front of Central Command. You know, different targets if she is so against you know, certain groups in the region. Alert, alert. We have found Houthi activity and military presence in these coordinates that look like Benjamin Netanyahu's house. What is that about? Alert, alert. Anyway, in April, CENTCOM announced that it struck the Ras Isa fuel depot with devastating force, killing at least 80 civilians and plunging the country into a fuel shortage that will exacerbate a hunger crisis. The author of the West Point paper, Michael Knights, remained confident in Vlecky Hond, despite how this week's attack had gone wrong. Impressive voluntary self-critique and professionalism. Rare to see, and another positive indicator regarding Vlecky Hond, he posted after backlash over the civilian killings and her subsequent charitable donation. Dropside asked the Pentagon if the strike it carried out that reportedly killed numerous civilians have been drawn from social media analysis. The spokesperson did not respond. Prior claims that the United States had already been using social media account as a resource for developing strike targets had already surfaced in recent months amid the bombing campaign in Yemen. An account identified, like, do you not have a guy? Do you not have a fucking guy? Like, what is happening here? You don't have a guy that you have hired internally? Like, only we're outsourcing this for free 99 to random people on Twitter? What is happening? What is going on, dude? Like, the administrative state in the past, including in the military, because there's an shitification everywhere under capitalism, including in the military, there was a process of a public-private partnership, even with the military, when you were trying to create strike targets, when you were trying to create new targets to strike, okay, because the military, the engine of blood must be fed, okay? It's very hungry. It must be fed. The war machine has to keep going. They would at least, like, rely on, I don't know, some private group that they've outsourced this intelligence gathering to. Now they're just looking at random people. Oh my God. They're just looking at random people online. Oh God. We have devolved dramatically. Just like the conversation around Signalgate was the fact that, like, Pete Hegseth and Mike Waltz were on a Signal chat talking about classified strike targets before they were revealed to the public, and that was illegal, and not about the fact that we are striking Yemen without congressional approval, or the fact that we are striking Yemen to begin with at all. Nobody's even talking about the fact that we're just bombing Yemen. We haven't stopped it. We have not stopped bombing Yemen. Nobody's like, why are we doing this? The only papers that I have seen going, why the fuck are we doing this, is the American Conservative. Okay? That's right. The only old publication that I see that keeps repeatedly talking about how we need to stop bombing Yemen is the American Conservative. How is the American Conservative now a peaceful dove as opposed to the New York Times? New York Times has articles about it constantly, but they're uncritical. That's what I'm saying. Like, how did this happen? Every other week, there is another Alden Markey post from an American Conservative headline being like, the American government has spent $7 billion bombing Yemen when they shouldn't do that? Why is the American government wasting so many resources bombing Yemen? Here. I can't be looking at Alden Markey's Twitter account for too long, though, because he constantly posts those Houthi music videos. I'm going to get banned again. But here, I'll show you some of these headlines. Ay, ay, ay. Where is it? I can't even find the headlines that he was posting about. Yo, he deleted the article you were reading. It gone? What do you mean? There's also this, though. Houthi successful targeting of U.S. drones is hampering Trump's mission to kill group senior leadership. And then there's this. U.S. Navy loses $60 million jet at sea after it fell overboard from a aircraft carrier. That was pretty funny. It was pretty crazy. There's also, hold on. I need to find those American conservative articles because they keep writing them. They're like, please, you have to stop bombing Yemen. What the fuck are we doing? We're wasting too many resources. Oh, you found it. Yeah, here it is. The American conservative. Why let the Yemen war bleed our military stockpiles? When DOD insiders are worried, you know something is wrong. Again, this is from, guys, this is from the American conservative. Yemen bombing campaign achieves limited success, could soon cost $1 billion. Okay, this is from April 5th. 10 days after, they wrote this article. Why let the Yemen war bleed our military stockpiles? Yemen strikes could spoil Trump's legacy. U.S. attacks on the Houthis might kill diplomacy with Iran and spark a catastrophic war. So far, by the way, the Ansar Allah movement has taken down 22 MQ-9 Reaper drones, which are, I believe, what, like 20 mil a pop? And now also, in the evasive maneuvers the aircraft carrier was engaging in, they've also dropped an F-18 into the water, which means that's another 70 mil. The drones are around 33 mil per. That's like 70 million for the F-18. What an incredible waste of expenditure. What an incredible waste of money, except it's not a waste of money. You want to know why it's not a waste of money? Because that means jobs. That means dollar signs. Boeing's going to have to work on a new F-18 now. Wars in this day and age are not meant to be won. Okay? They're not meant to be won and lost. You're just supposed to continue it. You're supposed to continue said war. You're supposed to justify the continuation of said war. Okay? And this is a unfortunate byproduct of that endless appetite for death and destruction. Random Yemeni civilians, families, teenagers, children, they just get killed in the process. But it's a major W for the military-industrial complex. The New York Times reporting on this is supposed to be meant to be unbiased. Isn't the New York Times reporting of this called unbiased reporting? No, because even in, okay, unbiased reporting, right? Unbiased reporting, fair. It's not even supposed to be unbiased reporting when you ask this the question that I'm asking, why are we bombing Yemen? Or even why are we bombing Yemen without a foreign nation, without congressional approval? That is a real unbiased question that journalists should be asking. At least the second thing, like, why are we bombing Yemen at all? Sure, maybe that's too much of a peaceful dove for a paper of record that's supposed to defend the State Department. But that question needs to be asked. That question needs to be asked at the State Department, because it is not legal technically, it is not legal for the American government to bomb a foreign nation without congressional approval. But we are so far removed from that point that it's not even a question that people ask no more. It's crazy. Shouts out to Obama, by the way. Thanks, Obama. Thanks, George W. Bush, but also thanks, Obama, for that one. And thanks to Trump 1, and then also Joe Brandon as well for continuing to do this. Like, this is incredible stuff. It's just like not even a question. People are just like, yeah, of course the fucking executive is going to make these decisions. What are you talking about? It's like, no, that's actually illegal. As a matter of fact, what you are describing is illegal. It's not supposed to happen. You can't just like go to war. You can't officially go to war or declare war on a foreign nation without congressional approval. What the fuck are we doing? But of course, this is not an official declaration of war. This is simply protecting trade routes. Ironically enough, of course, who has destroyed global trade harder than the fucking Yemenis ever could? Donald Trump. Donald Trump's ridiculous tariff regime has actually ruined global trade in more meaningful ways than the Ansar Allah movement ever could. I guess the reason why he did that was because he wanted to ruin global trade all by himself. He didn't want the Ansar Allah to have fun with it.
Seemed like they're nowhere close to any kind of ceasefire deal.
Yeah, but let's look. I just think that this is because Israel doesn't want to end the war, and Netanyahu does not want to end the war. To be specific, because if they were willing to end the war, they would get the hostages out. And the idea that they somehow need to continue to fight a war against Hamas in Gaza, I'm sorry.
There's no security.
There's no security need to do it. It's a literal impossibility that October 7th or anything remotely approaching that, or anything really, in terms of a ground attack on Israelis could happen if the war ended tomorrow. Given the damage that's been done to Hamas, given how militarized that border is between Gaza and Israel. So there's no military necessity to carry out this war. Netanyahu is carrying out for his political purposes, and there are people in his coalition, including maybe Netanyahu himself, who want to carry out to just continue to punish and destroy the Palestinian people, if not ethnically cleanse them from Gaza, which is what a lot of people
that's the Trump
say.
plan.
I mean, that's what Donald, this is something Donald Trump says. It's something the ministers in the Israeli government say. The humanitarian situation can be, we're not overstating it. Nothing has gotten in since mid-March. Zero. Yeah. We're talking no food, no medicine in a place where there already was no infrastructure left. They destroyed all the hospitals. They destroyed all the schools, destroyed basically all the buildings. And so you're just talking about a place in which an already traumatized, bombarded people, including a lot of injured people, like badly injured people, are being bombed in tents with no food and medicine. That's what's happening.
I was scrolling through Twitter yesterday, and I saw a video of kind of the after results of an airstrike, and there was a little girl sitting on the ground, and all of a sudden her head just started gushing blood like I've never seen anyone bleed in my life. And I realized I was watching the last moments of this little girl's life. And this is happening every single day.
And what makes that okay? What makes that worth doing?
Not.
Chad not realizing that this type of anti-Israel rhetoric was impossible even 2 years ago. I've been waiting for this since the 2009 invasion. Yeah. I mean, Tommy Vitor literally worked
like
in the Obama administration. The person who's talking right here, Ben Rhodes and Tommy Vitor, are both former senior Obama administration officials who and they're talking about foreign policy. That's like these are the foreign policy guys on at Pod Save the World, on Pod Save America. They're the Pod Johns, okay? Like, Tommy Vitor was the former National Security Council spokesperson. Ben Rhodes served as the Deputy National Security Advisor, okay? As in, Ben Rhodes was the guy under Mike Waltz. In this administration, you know how we're talking about Mike Waltz? Like, that is the guy. So understand how much the dynamic has shifted. By the way, the aircraft carrier was making a hard turn to avoid Houthi fire, and it caused the plane to go overboard. CNN correspondent. I know. I talked about it yesterday.
Don't tell me that that's what hostage is being brought home by that. You know. So there's this is an immoral abomination that will be a stain on this country and on Israel for the rest of our lives.
A moral stain, a strategic disaster.
Yeah.
Everything about it is wrong and cruel, and it's indefensible. And just now that we're all furious about this again, it's worth highlighting this report on Channel 13 News in Israel about the Biden administration's handling of the war in Gaza, the policy generally. So Channel 13 talked to a bunch of top former Biden people, like 9 administration officials. They talked to a bunch of the Netanyahu government. It's all in Hebrew, but a couple sites dropped site news again, and then the Times of Israel did write-ups of the main reporting. And it is both infuriating, not surprising, and confirms a lot of the assumptions we had from the very beginning about kind of what was happening behind the scenes. So one of the most damning quotes came from the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. at the time, who said that, quote, God did the state of Israel a favor that Biden was the president during this period because it could have been much worse. We fought in Gaza for over a year, and the administration never came to us and said, ceasefire now. It never.
Dude. This is why I think it's ridiculous. And we knew this already, for the record. We knew this already. I talked about this nonstop. And it's not like I had access to their inside correspondence. I was simply looking at what the Israeli administration was doing and what the Israeli administration was communicating directly after the Biden admin would say, oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad about what you're doing. It's like, all it takes is a fucking phone call. That's why when Steve Goatkoff went down there and pulled Benjamin Netanyahu out of his home in the middle of a Saturday, okay, during Shabbos, or are you supposed to be Sabbath? Whatever. On Saturday, holy day, when Ben is not supposed to at least like functionally work, and told him it's ceasefire time now, okay, Sabbath, Shabbat. When he did that, that was a clear-cut indication that America does have all the fucking cards. America holds all the cards with Israel. Anyone that tries to tell you that that's not the case is fucking delusional, okay? All it takes is one phone call. The Biden administration could have put an end to this the first week, okay? The Biden admin could have said, what are you doing? You're done. You're done. They could have pulled a Ronald Reagan and been like, this is a Holocaust. You're doing a Holocaust. Stop it now. That's what Ronald Reagan did, if you recall. They, like, the idea that, like, Israel is a totally separate nation state and they have a mind of their own, like, okay, then punish them. You know what I mean? Like, we're the United States of America. Like, what are we talking about here? The liberals that wanted to defend Biden completely fucking forgot how much motion we have in terms of dominating our allies. Like, what is going on here? Sure, you might not have the same motion and the same influence, the same power of influence against our foreign adversaries, such as the Houthis, right? Such as Iran. But Israel cannot exist. Israel cannot exist without the United States of America's endless, unlimited support. Policy of the world, not America. What? I know. It's a part of the crooked media network, okay? That's all I was saying. Asman has 125K viewers. Yeah, there's heavy botting happening. I blipped up to 40,000, 44,000 for a brief moment and went and lost it. And he probably also is getting botted as well. It's not up to him or myself, for the record. I don't even think he has 150 right now. He
a lot of
just
the
has
time then they would
60,000. But there's like some severe botting going on the platform currently. Twitch doing UMG shit? No, I don't think it's Twitch doing it. Why weren't we at the May Day March today? We now support the 501 movement. What are you talking about, dude? I don't go to every single protest. Like, what do you want me to do?
Or did. And that's not to be taken for granted. So he's obviously trying to give Joe Biden credit there.
He also just came back from a 2-week hiatus. No, that's not the reason. What are you talking about, dude? He's fucking 50K Andy, which is high enough as it is. He's not 150K Andy. What the fuck? No, it's very clearly botting. Please, just like, please. Okay? Yes, he has 126,000 viewers right now. It's not his own doing. Someone is clearly botting him. Why are you guys... Why do you contest me on issues that pertain to my job? Like, I know this. I am an analytics understander. Okay, this is my job. Chatters will literally be like, nah, I watch, so I know.
And in so doing, offering the most damning thing, observation you could about the administration. A couple more things that jumped out at me, Ben. The administration reportedly debated having Biden give a speech that presented the Israeli people two paths in the hopes of forcing an election. One path was get a hostage deal, get a ceasefire, get a normalization agreement with the Saudis. The other path was what we're seeing now, endless war, diplomatic isolation. But ultimately, Biden just chickened out and didn't want to push Bibi politically, and instead did that speech where he laid out the framework for a ceasefire deal that I guess Netanyahu had told him he agreed to, but later walked away from. There was some stuff in the story about how Biden's team was particularly angry with Netanyahu when he released the frustration of these Biden staffers here because they're mad that Netanyahu lied about them. But it's also very telling that the biggest point of frustration was Biden not getting credit for having sent enough arms.
They're mad about that and not about the 2,000-pound bombs being dropped on kids. We'll come back to that.
Yeah, so I just, it's a lot about the Saudi normalization deal. There's people admitting what was obvious all along, that Netanyahu was blocking a ceasefire for political purpose. So again.
Yeah. It's crazy to me that these guys see it and they're talking about it and that's good. Their audience needs to hear this. But there needs to be questions asked towards the New York Times for not reporting on it. You know what I mean? Because the people that listen to the Podjohns also read the New York Times. They trust the Obama staffers who know what inside baseball looks like. Okay? They have participated in the facilitation of drone strikes under the Obama administration, including but not limited to Yemen, as a matter of fact. So I think the question is why is the New York Times not actually covering this in the same way that these guys are covering it? The New York Times has done some of the best reporting on what's happening in Palestine above any major newspaper. What? Okay, yeah. Thank you for saying something really dumb and tricking me into giving you attention. Am I crazy, or this is the type of coverage that would pop off 30 years later after some shit got declassified by the government? The Israelis dropped this like it's nothing? What? The New York Times never talks about how Iranians fighting the Islamic regime feel erased in the Palestine convos. That silence is pushing some towards conservative voices who do acknowledge them. Can you talk about this? Hey, Hasan, I'm Iranian Canadian. I support Palestine, but a lot of Iranians feel erased in these convos. Yeah, dude, the New York Times never talks about how there is resistance to the Islamic regime in Iran. What planet are you living on, dude? What are you talking about? We have our own fucking literal push in the American State Department for the MEK to seize control over the Iranian government. This is actively a part of the American State Department project. Of course the New York Times covers that shit.
And like I said at the top, like this was obvious at the time. We talked about it at the time. Rereading it was absolutely enraging. It was a reminder all over again of what a total fucking disgrace the Biden administration's policy on Gaza was. The just unrequited, obsessive loyalty to Netanyahu blinded him to the carnage and like total immorality of the policy and the U.S. complicity in that policy. And it's outrageous.
Yeah. What?
He's just
dude, how does Asma go 126,000? Botting. And he's not doing it himself. Like someone is botting him. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Netanyahu says destroying Hamas more important than freeing hostages. Wow, I'm so shocked. I'm so surprised. I'm so surprised that that is a thing. Now, the reason why this is important to talk about also is because Ethan brought it up in the conversation. Ethan brought it up in the conversation with Sam, where he was he appeared like a fool, okay, on numerous occasions. But I'm going to go through some of these remarks that took place in the debate recap and review. Most importantly, just like the stuff that pertains to like misinformation. Okay. Some of you may know this already. Some of you probably watched it yesterday, but Sam Cedar, Uncle Sam, talked to Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein had by my estimation, I think Ethan wanted to talk to Uncle Sam Cedar, because he personally thought that they would have a lot of agreements that he would then turn around and use against me in a conversation that would take place tomorrow. But it didn't go down the way he thought it would go down, because, of course, Sam Cedar does not agree with Ethan on the issue of Israel-Palestine and agrees with me on the issue of Palestine. He tried to use a bunch of snippets and clips to try to get Sam to say, you're wrong, you're bad, whatever, Hasan is wrong, Hasan is bad. And Sam didn't eat the bait. Here is one funny clip from it. Here, we'll start off with this that kind of shows exactly how this took place.
Fortunately, whatever Sam's been peppered with before the debate, I've seen, is his co-host telling him that I'm obsessed with Hasan, which is kind of my problem with Hasan. We don't even have to talk about Hasan. Basically, if you ask Hasan or a lot of people on the left, I'm being characterized by Hasan and a lot of his cohorts, a hugely influential political streamer like Hasan. My criticisms of Hasan. The thing he's doing, by the way, and Hasan listen. I know we're arguing here about semantics of what Hasan said. Hasan pretty much openly supports Hamas.
Let's not talk about Hasan.
One thing that when I was talking to Hasan, this is what Hasan told me.
So yeah, it was a lot of Hasan. I'm glad that he really proved to Sam Cedar that he was not obsessed. This conversation, for those of you who don't know, was supposed to be about Israel and Palestine. This conversation was just about it was supposed to be about, Sam Cedar's perspective, perspective on Israel-Palestine, and Ethan's perspective on Israel-Palestine, and maybe some of the disagreements that they had or some of the agreements that they had. Okay? But of course, because his focus on this matter is so incredibly narrow and so self-centered, that yes, he still used this as an opportunity to be like, look at these clips. First, he started off the conversation by talking about, by showing a clip that was supposed to reveal his perspective, his current perspective on Israel-Palestine. The clip, of course, he used was from Leftovers, from the first episode that we had after October 7, 2023. In that clip, he did say a bunch of things that were very pro-Palestine, that were correct, that was incredibly critical of Israel. That was part of the reason why I had thought that while he might well, Ethan might be a somewhat of a liberal Zionist, like ultimately his he was, you know, his heart was in the right place, and that he was amenable to seeing my position on the matter. I was wrong, but that was also part of the reason why I thought that he was, you know, on board with talking about Israel's cruelty. And the reason why I said, you know, I don't care about what Ethan is saying. That's the reason why I defended him for almost an entire year. Okay. As you guys know, there is like a 8-minute compilation of me where chatters are constantly bringing up shit that he's saying. And I'm going, I don't care about Ethan. There's a genocide going on. Lock in. Who cares? Okay. There is that long video. Let me see if I can find it. I'll just show it to you. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Is this the one? Hold on. I think this is it. What is this? Oh, here. This is from Scarabell. Hold on. Starts off with Ethan Klein claims
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay, trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay, he's not. I've said these exact words over and over again. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I do not care. This is petty drama. Okay? I don't care. And neither should you. Okay? I will always...
This is Biden talking about Netanyahu. No, this isn't Biden talking about Netanyahu. Okay? I'm explaining, like, it's very obvious. I'm explaining to you my position right here and right now. Listen to my words. Okay? Just listen to what I am saying. When did it stop becoming petty drama? It stopped becoming petty drama when Ethan actively started taking scalps. When he started going after pro-Palestinian content creators and getting them fucking banned. On November 1st, 2023, I was way more focused on, as you can see from the details in front of me from the Times of Israel article I was reading, that I was way more focused on the actual issues, the actual genocide that was taking place. Okay? And I don't even think that was messed up of me to do. That was what my focus was. And I think it was the appropriate thing to focus on. Part of the reason why I thought it was irrelevant what Ethan Klein was saying at that point was because, like, he's just another random content creator and he wasn't occupying this space as someone who is, like, consistently defending Israel. I thought foolishly that he still was an open-minded individual, that he was actually going to have a change of heart, have a change of perspective. That was my assessment.
Stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn and want to change his perspective. Okay? That's it.
It's
Ultimately,
telling that Ethan never showed this clip compilation to show how pro-Palestine he is because it shows you were defending him when he was smearing you. Yes.
Ethan has the capacity to arrive at a meaningful position because he has empathy for Palestinian people. He is literally better on this circumstance.
He was never an open-minded individual. He was like this before Leftovers. Why are you and Chas surprised? I didn't think so. I was wrong on that. I think that there was a point in time when he was an open-minded person.
This issue, then 99% of like Americans who are ultra Zionists, okay, I'm not saying the entire country is ultra Zionist, but like 99% of Americans in the media and 99% of Americans in position of power that literally are just like unconditional support to Israel. Shut the fuck up. I've always demonstrated that until it reaches a boiling point, that I will always be kind to those around me that I believe I can communicate with, that I can lead by empathy. Okay. This has been my policy in perpetuity. You know this if you've been in here long enough. I fucking tried with Aiden Ross, okay? And Ethan is not Aiden Ross. I think he will inevitably come around. Ethan is my friend. I think he's an empathetic person, and I hope that that is clear. No one, like, changing your perspective on an issue that is, like, near and dear.
This is, by the way, this is 7 minutes and 34 seconds long. You need to understand something. The reason why I think it's so disingenuous and how much of a might want to move your camera to cover those notifications before someone says some fuck shit, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Why did you even bring that up? God damn it. Now someone is going to say some fuck shit. God damn it, chatter. God damn it. Oh. Sometimes you guys need to understand you're basically signaling to bad faith actors to operate in that way by saying shit like that. I hope you know that. I shouldn't have read it. It's my fault. Okay. My point was, it is crazy that he tries to claim to his audience that I was consistently attacking him from the jump. It is so wild that that is like a major motivator for him. A major motivator for him is this idea that like my community was constantly attacking him and I was constantly attacking him, and it was being done in an anti-Semitic fashion, when in fact this is what I was doing this whole time. I don't think a single fucking Ethan Klein fan has seen this in the past year. As a fan of H3 until yesterday, I could say that the discussion with Sam was a bridge too far. I'm no longer a subscriber of his, and I'm no longer an enlightened centrist. Oh my God. He lost Headband, the one guy who was constantly saying, I'm still a fan of you both. I'm still a fan of you both, but I'm officially done with H3 after hearing him be so heartless and inconsiderate to the genocide of the Palestinians. The problem is, like, I don't want his audience to leave him because he's, like, this isn't my goal. Okay, my goal isn't to get people to stop watching him. My goal is to get him to stop pumping pro-Israel propaganda. Stop saying things that are in defense of Israel. Okay? That's my goal. That's what I care about. I don't care. I don't care what else he does. Okay? And the irony is, stop attacking people, HasanAbi Jesus. Wait, what? Who am I attacking? What are you saying? All of this is additionally crazy because chatters in here were giving you grief for not covering what Ethan was saying. Exactly. I think it comes from him perceiving your criticism of Israel and Israelis as him taking a personal attack on him and his family directly. It's like he can't make the situation about himself. Yes. This is defense of him is exactly what he expected from Ian. I guess you're a different case, huh? Yeah, but I did this. I did this for so fucking long. I did this for so goddamn long because I, one, thought at most this was irrelevant and it would pass and Ethan would actually come to his senses. Ear to your fucking heart is virtually impossible. It's one of the hardest things you can do. I will forever have respect for him for doing that on his own, okay? Everything that people say cynically he did to like win favors with a larger crowd, fuck that. He did it on his own. Yes, you want to know why I know he did it on his own? Okay. You want to know why I know he did it on his own? Because look at the situation. He has family in Israel. He is absolutely shaped. Like his worldview is shaped by this experience. And instead of just like writing off every single thing that people have said and very comfortably finding himself in the bosom of like Zionist sentiment, which he could have just as easily done. He could have just turned around and been like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm scared. These people are being anti-Semitic.
And there is a lot of anti-Semitism that increases in times like this. That much is absolutely true. Instead of fucking turning around and being like, fuck that, he's like trying to tackle it head on and go through the internal conflict, that internal struggle that he feels with his own personal experience, with his own personal worldview and his morality and the way that he sees it from what he perceives as a completely hostile audience. And you need to, as a community, also stop fucking ripping into Ethan nonstop. As I've said it over and over again, leading up to the conversation that we had on this broadcast. You guys are so fucking stupid for doing that. You are. And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well, people that have actually changed course, recognized their mistakes in the past, and now advocate against those sorts of things. I think, for the record, obviously I don't stand by these opinions now. Hindsight is 2020, but you need to understand something. This is a principled, empathetic stance that I maintain when I'm talking to every single person. And all of your, oh, we were right and you were wrong attitude here is not going to change me from the way I deal with this stuff, okay? I'm just not going to do, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop giving people the benefit of the doubt, the benefit of the doubt. God damn, I can't even fucking talk. I'm not going to stop because I'm not going to stop when it comes to a random chatter. I'm not going to stop when it comes to other content creators with massive audiences. The reason why I'm not going to stop is because there are plenty of instances where people do have their minds changed. Okay? You don't see that, you don't hear about it because it doesn't make the news. It doesn't turn into a massive problem. There is, of course, a point of no return, and I think that we're way past that. You underestimate the resentment that grew after Leftovers ended. Had he lost a significant portion of his fan base, he blames you. I know he does. I know that now. I did not think that someone who I had a podcast with, a political podcast with, would be so selfish as to basically blame his former podcast co-host for his own exodus of his own audience that he had cultivated, he had developed. He had developed with a progressive mindset in mind. But remember, the reason why I won't stop being charitable to people and assume that they can change until it becomes like very apparent that they won't. And I have a much higher standard for that than most other people, is because my entire job revolves around the assumption that everyone is redeemable, that everyone's minds can be changed. That's it. And I hope to lead by example on that front as well. I want you to also take that attitude to your own personal relationships with other people that don't agree with you. That's it. Are very valuable because every single person has a reactionary perspective deep down inside on one issue. We are all totally. I don't think there's a point of no return even for Ethan. Yes, of course there isn't, like, on principle, I don't believe that there is a point of no return. But of course, I have to switch tactics. This is the same principle behind, I want people to come in here and learn. There are some people who are genuinely curious, and then there are some people who use the, I'm just genuinely curious, to shit stir. Okay? While I do think that every single troll that comes in here could be redeemed, could be talked to, and you could change their minds, sometimes in the interest of stopping reactionary sentiment dead in its tracks, yes, I will fucking clap back. Do you understand? It doesn't mean that doesn't mean that I couldn't, if I chose to and spend enough time and enough effort, change people's minds. But, you know, I have a limited amount of time. I have a finite amount of time and space here. So, of course, I'm going to use that
in the ways that I see are most efficient. It's embarrassing to admit now, but I watch his podcast. I would watch his podcast every day and tune into your stream after he made the heel turn. He just completely turned me off with his attitude. He just can't put the mirror up to his face and confront his own demons. Susceptible to the intersectionality of privilege. Privilege causes us to have blind spots. Ethan is my friend. We may have disagreements every now and then, but I have maintained the position that his heart is always in the right place, and he's on a journey of learning. Every single day I went live in the beginning, every single day I would spend at least 5 minutes to 30 minutes talking about how Ethan is not your enemy. You should not yell at Ethan. Ethan is a good person. Be more charitable to those who are open. And I think another big thing is you get clip chimped a lot. And if you made snap judgments on people, you would be as bad as the audience who listens to what they say about you with no charity. That too, for sure. As someone who is the recipient of bad faith attacks and clip chimping, consistent clip chimping, yes, I definitely have a lot more charity for random content creators who I don't know the extent of their opinion. Ethan wasn't your friend. Ethan is your enemy. Ethan isn't a good person. Hindsight. I'm not in agreement with my assessment here. Okay. I'm saying that for the time and place, the reason why I had charity was because I thought that remember, at this point, he's just making snide remarks. I'm not fully aware of all the shit that he's saying, and I'm purposely not even paying attention to what he's saying because I feel like there's more important things at hand. Okay. But obviously, there is a change that takes place before. This is on February 23rd, 2024. You're looking at this with hindsight vision. Many of you were already aware of Ethan's ways, I guess. But I'm trying to explain to you that, like, at that point, I just didn't think that it was all that significant. But around October, I think, of last year, this tunes up. This turns into a massive harassment campaign and susceptible to your opinions every single day. I'm still friends with Ethan, by the way. I still talk to Ethan every day. Every single day. Throughout the stream. Just say Ethan is a fucking idiotic take. Ethan and I obviously have disagreements on this stuff, but Ethan has also personally said it isn't apartheid. What the fuck do you want? As a dude who did go on birthright, he is infinitely more progressive than, you know, a lot of these people that are writing these fucking, a lot of these people that are writing these letters and shit, okay? Please, stop fucking yelling about Ethan all the time. Jesus Christ. Time and time again, I told my adult community to shut the fuck up about Ethan. I even banned the mention of Ethan in this community, and I think still to this day, it is banned. The idea that I did not try to genuinely scale back the harassment that Ethan was experiencing is ridiculous.
How you do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist? You do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist. How can you tell her not to defend a Zionist when you defend Ethan Klein, who's openly Zionist?
What the fuck?
Are you okay?
Ethan Klein called Israel an apartheid state in, I think, 2021. Okay? Ethan himself has been very critical of the state of Israel and has even called it an apartheid state far before October 7th. Okay? I personally don't even care if he's like calling me out or whatever. I heard that like people were saying that Ethan talked about me on his podcast today or some shit like that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. For me, you know what I do care about? Ethan considering what Israel's doing to be genocidal far before October 7th. Okay? I do care about that. I think that that matters. Especially when he is so close to the subject matter, so close to the different aspects of social conditioning that play a pretty prominent role in the development of American Jews, who are very progressive people overall. Okay? I don't care. No matter what he says about me, my community, or my mods, I still firmly believe, okay? I still firmly believe that regardless of everything else, regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online, regardless of all of that, I place a lot more emphasis and a lot more value on those things that he has said. There's very real anti-Semitism directed towards him, directed towards Hila, directed towards Jewish people across the board, and that fucking terrifies him. And I think that there's a real element there. For a lot of Jewish people especially, like, yeah, they see anti-Semitism rising,
And if at any point do they actually associate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and people like Dan Bilzerian play a fucking formative role in people assuming that all people who criticize Israel are just like him, they're like fucking Holocaust deniers or whatever, yeah, you're gonna freak the fuck out. He's got Jewish children, you know what I mean? He doesn't want them to grow up in a fucking anti-Semitic country.
Yeah, that was that's December 15th, 2024. And if you noticed, I started recognizing that he was like doing Hasbara, and that assessment still hasn't changed in terms of like what his primary motivators are, because I think he mistakes real anti-Semitism with anti-Zionist commentary that he's received, criticism that he's received that is actually valid. We out protesting? Where you at, buddy? Why are you dressed like a Miami club promoter? What the fuck? This is not... Miami club promoters wear cardigans? I think that's far too charitable still. Sure, you might think it's far too charitable, and that's fine. This doesn't make what he's doing right. I'm just giving you background. I think ultimately it still stems from narcissism, ego, an inability to admit wrongdoing, an interest in generating controversy and clicks around an issue, no matter how serious the subject matter is. No interest in actually thinking about the humanity and livelihood of all of the people that he is trying to actively ruin the lives of, even if they were friends of his or fans of his at some point. All of that are major motivators here. All of that plays a big role here. But it still doesn't change the reality that like there is part of this madness started off with a wrong interpretation or a wrong conflation of like anti-Semitic attacks that he has received throughout his career, and the assumption that like his fan base was leaving him because they were simply not seeing the world from the way that he sees it. And it's not because he was, it's just like, he thinks that he said all the right things. Why do you hate me? Why does my progressive fan base hate me? I said all the right things about Israel, and I'm a Jew. It must be because I'm a Jew that you hate me. I think he genuinely believes that. And he's just fucking wrong. And it doesn't matter what he believes ultimately, because what matters is his output. What matters is what he has done with the limited amount of time that he has online. And I think it's gross the way he's used the limited time he has online is gross. Going after all of the pro-Palestinian content creators is gross. Consistently spreading misinformation about the history of Israel or the way that Israel currently exists is a defense of Israel, which is a genocidal state that is an apartheid state on a good day. It's morally repugnant. I do not agree with it, and I will not agree with it. Yes, I'm eating tawuk. Bro, you had patience and patience of a state towards Ethan and his crew while you were defending him for a year. He was conspiring with a certain community to ruin your and other pro-Palestinian content creators' careers. I admire your charitable nature. I just think it was frustrating for us who was watching his streams. That's all. Yeah, but I wasn't watching his streams. And you could have just stopped watching his streams. Meanwhile, I guess this is what Ethan's take was. While I was saying these things,
everybody wins. Everybody wins. That's me. I just want everybody to win. Except Hasan.
Yeah.
I want him to lose everything.
I need the
That's
what was giving me pause.
Oh, yeah. Not Hasan. Everybody. Not you.
He's part of everybody, but yeah.
even now, I don't care. Like I still say I don't want Ethan to lose everything. I just want him to be. I just want him to stop doing what he's doing. You know? I want him to stop going after pro-Palestinian content creators. I want him to stop representing a false reality about Israel. You talking about Hasan with Felix when Ethan was continuing the drama slop. His name is Hasan Shabbat. Kind of insane to play sound bites of another person every 5 minutes, every 5 seconds. Yeah. In any case, the reason why I brought that up is because it's just an abject lie that he presents, and it's on a silly thing. You know, it's about me. It's silly. It's silly to lie about such a thing, and it's very easy it's very easy to comprehend that it is a lie, right? That part is probably good for all of the drama-obsessed stans. The drama-obsessed stans might see that and go, okay, maybe I was wrong about the way Ethan has characterized this on. But that's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. What's more relevant is how Ethan carried himself in this conversation. During the conversation, he starts talking to Sam Cedar and wants to, like, the final culmination during his piece de resistance, as Gato Fumador says, to finally give us Sam Cedar of Hasan Piker's virulent anti-Semitism. Ethan Klein bizarrely insists on repeatedly misquoting the clip he just received seconds earlier. Also, the idiom refers to the local dog catcher, not a dog walker.
So let me show you an example of something. And again, I know you don't care about the drama. To me, this isn't drama. This is one of the biggest, most influential streamers spreading something that I think is really dangerous. And you can agree or disagree, but it's a short clip, but I'll show it to you, and you tell me what you think.
This will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, by the way, he didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it yesterday. He said, no, I agree. That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could...
Like, I don't know why he keeps saying dog walker. It's an old idiom. Not fit to be elected to local dog catcher is an old idiom. Did I say at any point? I mean, I might have, but even then, like my statement here is not like, oh, if you were pro-Israel at any point, you can't fucking be in office. Like, I don't give a shit about what you thought in the past. That's not who I am. As Felix was posting, if they've ever exhibited any sort of like, oh yeah, no, I say if they've ever exhibited any sort of, no, I did not say at any point in their lives.
Just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
I'll tell you, there's some hyperbole there, but
that's putting it mildly.
I mean, he says
It took at any point to mean their entire lives. I mean, it's so stupid. It doesn't matter. And Sam is correct. It is, of course, hyperbole. My point is not that if you loved Israel at a certain point, you shouldn't be hired. That's idiotic. Ironically enough, Sam is correct. It is, of course, hyperbole, but he is trying to extract anti-Semitism out of that statement when that is not the case. My argument is pretty obvious here, especially considering that when he is lasering in on, at any point, he means at any point. He means like if you're a Jew, you can't get a job at all. You should be fired from your job. He's saying Hitlerian bullshit. And yet, for some reason, he doesn't have that hyper focus on the semantics where I said it doesn't matter what your background is. There are more Zionists, as Sam also correctly points out, there are more Zionists in the evangelical Christian movement than there are Jews, Zionists and anti-Zionist alike. My argument is not about Jews. My argument is about people who demonstrate positive attitudes towards the fucking apartheid state as it's in the process of doing a genocide. And this, of course, was a reaction to the FBI collaborating with a blue state attorney general, Dana Nessel, to raid the homes of American citizens for engaging in student activism against the state of Israel. Yes. People who are pro-Israel clearly use their love for Israel and their allegiance to Israel in their fucking elected positions of power. Just like someone who has an allegiance or loyalty to Nazi Germany would also use their position of power after winning an election to promote Nazi Germany. Regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, by the way, he didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it yesterday. He said, no, I agree. That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people you know in your family.
I'll tell you.
I wanted him to ask Sam if he believes that his dad, who is pro-Israel, right? Because Sam like briefly alludes to his father being pro-Israel. I wish that he would ask if Sam thinks it would be appropriate for his father to be elected into local office, exhibiting the real sympathies he has for the state of Israel. Because I am almost certain that Sam's reaction to that would be, hell no. Sam Cedar would 100% say, no.
There's some hyperbole there, but
that's putting it mildly.
I mean, he says Zionism, and I'll tell you what I think is really.
Sorry, I got to correct you. He says Zionism, and then he says if you had positive feelings about the state of Israel at any point in your life.
I got to tell you, if you look at what's happening right now, and you have positive feelings about Israel,
He said at any point in your life, Sam. Just to be clear about what he said.
Would I have said at any point in his life, someone's life? But I just think this is such a petty, like the idea that we're going to police. Hold on, let me respond.
ahead.
You want me to
go
respond
ahead.
this?
No,
I
go
don't.
ahead.
Like I say, I don't care about this. But if you're going to force me to respond to it, but wait.
Dude, he handled this so well. This was the most annoying part for him too. This is the only part where he like actually started getting really pissed off, visibly pissed off. Just to give you a better understanding of what Ethan is probably going to do tomorrow. This is probably what he's going to try to do. He's going to constantly try to hyper focus on whatever language I'm using and stay away from talking about Israel, talking about his opinions on Israel, refuse to let me talk. And no matter what happens, if I yell at him and overpower him in the conversation, then I'm emotional and I lost the argument. If I let him get his point across and then try to respond, but then get, overwhelmed consistently by a barrage of fucking misinformation and out of context clips, then I'm a pussy and Ethan owned me. So there's no winning in there's no real victory here. I'm just going to let you know. You're not doing it today? No, it's tomorrow. I will still do it. I will still, of course, do it. But I know for a fact that online debates, especially in communities like this one that care about blood sports, is not actually about coming to a reasonable conclusion, coming to a moderate center on any issue, but it's more so about what you can clip and what you can use to dominate the conversation. The greatest example of this would, of course, be the debate that I had with Ethan. The last debate that I had. It exists on my fucking YouTube page. If you recall, Ethan and I already talked about Israel and Palestine extensively. Except what was the primary takeaway from the drama slop tuber communities that went into that conversation? It was that I was really mean to Ethan. These guys who actually normally jerk off to Destiny Dominates People compilations turned around and said, I was a bully to Ethan. That was the only takeaway. They did not talk about the facts that I brought forward. They did not talk about the actual conversation that took place. It was just that I was too mean to Ethan. So remember, they're just disingenuous.
Like I say, I don't care about this, but if you're going to force me to respond to it, what Israel is doing right now is so far beyond the idea that someone says any time in your life or not or whatnot. He's talking about Zionism, and frankly, I think it's very difficult for me to understand how someone could have positive feelings at this time. Now, you want to say in the past and what? Okay.
Yeah.
Like I say, I will grant you at any time in your life that is too broad a step. But wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
But see, you go in and you're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about a poll that people had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore he is anti-Semitic. And honestly, that type of conflation, I think, is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I mean, I don't want to get too passionate about this, but I will tell you something. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times, call my father and ask him if I'm anti-Semitic. Now, this is just one, that is just an example, an illustration of conflating when he's clearly talking about Zionism. Was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time. I mean, look, you do a show Sam, 4 hours a day. He does a show 5 or, as far as I could tell, 15 hours a day. And to focus in on that one tiny clause.
This is not one tiny clip, Sam. Well, you don't know. This is a totality of behavior.
But you
and by the way, it's easy.
Yes. It is a totality of behavior. You're talking to a person who is very knowledgeable on my positions. You're talking to a person who agrees with me and is very knowledgeable on my positions and operating under the assumption that he's going to be duped, that he's not knowledgeable enough on politics, on the way that Hasbro works, on the way that this conflation and weaponization of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism works, that he is going to be duped by your 15-second clips about a dude who's known me for like almost a fucking decade, dog. That is what's so crazy about this conversation taking place. Like, he literally thinks if I show him enough clips, Sam Cedar will be convinced, despite knowing me for almost 10 fucking years at this point, that he is going to be convinced by your clips. I'm sorry. You are not intelligent enough to craft a sophisticated narrative like this. That's precisely the reason why you mostly rip this shit in the same way that the Free Press did from Destiny's Wikipedia page. Why the fuck do you think someone who is actually knowledgeable on this issue, knowledgeable on the ways in which anti-Semitism is cynically weaponized against pro-Palestinian content creators, would ever be duped? Sam not only did not fucking get duped by this, but he also went on to make a broader point that Ethan just doesn't hear at all, which is that the real danger here is the conflation of Zionism and Judaism, which is what you are doing. That is what his point is. His point is that it is infinitely worse. It is infinitely worse to try to go over the statements of an anti-Zionist who is not anti-Semitic with a fine-tooth comb to try to literally pull out some kind of semantics argument that you have hallucinated into existence to claim that this anti-Zionist person is actually secretly anti-Semitic. Look at him. He's saying it. There's a totality here of all of his actions. Like, that in and of itself is understandably, as Sam saw right there, is a cynical way to weaponize anti-Zionism or weaponize anti-Semitism smears in a way to deflect away from criticisms of Israel. It's fucking ridiculous. It is malicious and it is dangerous, especially if you are a Jew in America. It is extra dangerous because all you are doing is associating yourself and your religion and the religion of your children with what Israel is doing in the eyes of people who probably have some level of anti-Semitic tendencies. It doesn't make any sense to me how liberal Zionists behave like this. It does not make sense to me at all. Like, they just don't see. They're so invested, for the most part, in trying to position themselves as like peacekeepers, but carve out a specific space for like Israel being a good country. Please think that Israel's a good country. Please don't hurt my feelings. And that everyone and anyone that has an issue with that is actually anti-Semitic secretly. I'm going to do everything I can to fucking, do numerology to figure out how anti-Semitic you actually are. Like, that kind of stuff does not work. It didn't work that well in the past either, but it doesn't work at all now. All it does is make people go, dude, you fucking suck. You are, it makes people resent you. It makes you look repulsive to most people. Maybe to Ethan's audience, who are not very well equipped and have stand behavior that they're exhibiting, that love Ethan and think he is a perma victim here, the most vulnerable person on the planet, and therefore everyone is fucking attacking him or whatever. But like, to the outside world, they hear this, they see this, they go, what the fuck are you doing?
And I appreciate that you can hand wave it away and say that it doesn't.
No, I'm not hand waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying this
you're saying
conflation.
It doesn't. You're saying actually I'm wrong for caring about it.
No, yes. In fact, I'm saying this conflation is incredibly dangerous. It is disingenuous.
I think it's dangerous
right now,
to ignore what's being described as dehumanizing violent language for American Jews that have nothing to do with the word.
That is a complete mischaracterization of that.
It's not.
He's
not fit to be a dog walker.
He never says the word Jews.
He says a neo.
Listen, how many members of Kufi have positive feelings?
Well, let me.
Evangelicals too. It is not anti-Semitism. It is not. It just isn't.
Like, taking one example in isolation, which is what we've done here.
Well, you're the one who gave it to me.
Yeah, well, fundamentally, I disagree with you.
I'm using your example, and in that instance, that is not anti-Semitism.
Well, I disagree.
Conflation. Okay, well, that's our disagreement.
Yeah.
But I think that conflation is incredibly dangerous.
Well, I disagree as well.
Jews,
I think
it's dangerous for this society.
I think, frankly, I think it's dangerous to what I perceive as hand waving. What's happening here? I know you said you aren't doing
I'm
that.
not hand waving. This is
you're doing the opposite. You're endorsing
decades of thought about this.
So right, sure, but the point is, you're saying that this is not dangerous. How dare you care about this? I think it's dangerous
I'm not saying that at all.
I personally,
No.
I mean,
Ethan doesn't understand. He is saying it's dangerous. He's saying what Ethan is doing is dangerous. He's so lost in his own world that he doesn't understand the point Sam is making. Sam is saying Hasan is engaging in an anti-Zionist sentiment. Sure, there's hyperbole if you want like a win here, okay, an aesthetic win here, there's hyperbole that you're laser focusing on. But having said that, your conflation of his statement, my statement, of saying that, like, if people are pro-Israel, they should be treated in the same way that people who are pro-neo-Nazi or pro-apartheid South Africa should be treated, and should not be elected even to the lowest position, which would be the dog catcher, is the idiom, right? That in and of itself has nothing to do with anti-Semitism, and the conflation and the claim that it is dehumanizing language against Jews is actually the dangerous conflation that Ethan is making that Sam despises. And I don't know why Ethan just like fails to comprehend what is happening here. Like, he is literally saying, no. Not only am I not upset with what Hasan said, I'm saying I'm upset with what you're doing. Okay?
Jewish people have a collective memory of trauma, Sam, and it starts a certain way. And it starts with people. It starts with dehumanizing language, like saying you're not fit to walk a dog. I mean, what are we doing here? It's irresponsible language.
He's not talking about Jews.
He's talking about 73% of Jewish people.
No, you said that.
No, that's a poll that's readily available.
No, you made that connection. He did not. Because we have millions upon millions of members of Kufi. We have millions upon millions in this country of evangelicals who also believe the same thing.
Does your dad
and
have...
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism.
Could you describe
cannot say it's anti-Semitism if you're also including millions upon millions, far more Christians than Jews.
Would you say that your father, who you mentioned, said something to you, that he's ever in his life had positive feelings about the state of Israel?
I've had positive feelings of Israel.
Well, does your dad have any positive feelings about it now?
I would assume so.
Not in terms of like, I support them.
Yeah, here he says, I would assume so.
But
I've had positive feelings. I went to Israel on...
Okay, good. Then you're a neo-Nazi, not fit to walk a dog. How do you feel about that?
No, that's you saying that.
That's literally what he says. I'll play it again.
No.
I don't believe... Like, this doesn't even make logical sense, right? That right there does not make logical sense. Why does that not make logical sense? I love Sam Seder. But even if you didn't know that I love Sam Seder, okay? If you're an Ethan fan, you heard Ethan mention time and time again that I wanted Ethan to talk to Sam Seder. Ironically, I said you should have this in private, but he wanted to make content out of it. So here we are. I said you can do it in private, you can do it in public, whatever you want, but like you should probably talk to him. I think you can have your mind changed. It would be valuable for you to have a different perspective from a person that you actually admire and actually have respect for. So the question I have for people who aren't really paying attention here is like, if I thought Sam Seder was a fucking neo-Nazi, why would I tell Ethan to talk to Sam Seder? Why would I like Sam Seder? Why would I defend Sam Seder? If I genuinely thought that if you ever had any positive feelings for the fucking state of Israel at any point, why would I literally use Sam Seder as an example of someone who I know had positive feelings for Israel at some point, and his own journey of becoming an anti-Zionist would be instructive for someone like Ethan Klein? Clearly, I don't fucking believe that. Yeah. Good fucking logic right there. But the problem is, there is no reason for there to be logic applied at any step here. Ethan takes arguments and compartmentalizes them and looks for a gotcha. that will basically exist within the confines of that very moment. It's a very interesting way to debate, where he literally forgets what he said 3 seconds prior. He forgets what he says 4 seconds after. It is incredibly fucking inconsistent. You were also inconsistent? What are you saying? There, I say, I misspoke and you win. Exactly, you misspoke. It's not a win. You don't lose if you admit you said something you didn't mean. It's fine to admit to misspeaking once. I know, but once you said it, exactly, you just misspoke. Say you misspoke and you win. He has no ammo. What? Misspoke on what? You look good today, except I hate jewelry, dumplings, sushi, woke toke. You did, and I called you out in real time. You said that, and it was sloppy. You said ever. You said ever, ever. It's a small thing if you're correct, would give you a huge win. You needed to say it. Good job, finally. Good, this is the clarification you needed to say. Dude, I'm sorry, but some of y'all are literally fucking so unimaginably mentally ill, and I truly don't fucking understand. That's a gotcha, FYI. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's literally, you're demonstrating as a fan what I was talking about in terms of, like, trying to secure a fucking concession here. Like, there is a literal paraphrasing that's taking place. You abide by that person's malicious paraphrasing, and you take the worst possible interpretation of it, and you go, no, I demand you say you misspoke. No, it's very obvious what I was fucking saying there. If you misunderstand me, that's on you. I don't have an issue with that, okay? My fucking track record on this matter speaks for itself. That's it. And also, this is an unimaginably inconsequential reason, and that is the reason why I hate doing fucking debates, because unfortunately, there are insanely neurodivergent motherfuckers out there who do actually lock in and laser focus on the semantics conversation when the real issue at place is the shit that Ethan is saying in terms of fucking, in terms of how like 70% of American Jews are Zionists, and therefore if you say anything about Zionists, you're actually talking about Jews, you're anti-Semitic. That is the real fucking, that is the real dangerous conflation here, as Sam Cedar correctly pointed to. Okay? You, on the other hand, are so fucking lost in the sauce that your understanding of this issue is juvenile, where you think, no, the only thing you should do is basically say, oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke, and you win. No. This is a dangerous conflation that I would be entertaining. Do you understand? Yeah, I'm not anti-Semitic. I am anti-semantic, though. I fucking hate the silly hyper focus on semantics in any conversation. And in a serious conversation, people that just like laser in on like, well, you spoke in a certain way and it made me feel some type of way. Now you have to address my feelings. Like, fuck your feelings. Here's the reality. Are you going to go over there and talk to Ethan about how he says dog walker instead of elected to local dog catcher, which is an old school idiom, dramatically changing the structure of the statement? No, because he gets to fucking have no nuance as he laser focuses on the fucking paraphrasing. Don't be stupid. He changes dog catcher to dog walker to imply that I'm saying you should never be hired for any job whatsoever if you have a loyalty to Israel at any point in your fucking life. That's not my argument. My argument is, if you like what Israel's doing, if you are a Zionist, if you say things like, I love Israel, we should defend Israel, then you should not be elected to even the lowest possible elected position. And I have that exact same stance when it comes to people who have loyalty towards Nazi Germany. I have that exact same stance when it comes to people who have loyalty to apartheid South Africa. That's it, because Zionism is fascist. Zionism is ultimately a ethno-supremacist, an ethno-religious supremacist, exterminationist, fascist ideology. If you focus on speaking to Ethan instead of to the audience, you will regret it tomorrow. All you need to do is focus on the Red Crescent slaughter and cover up pro-rape riots and the Israeli support of all this. Framing of the conversation will be everything. No, you're right. You're absolutely right, insulin dependent. It's an elected position from antiquity. Can't expect Ethan to read a fucking book. No, that's the irony, of course, is that I'm literally paraphrasing or defending what my Jewish friend was saying. But it doesn't matter. None of that matters. Okay? None of that fucking matters. The point is, the moment that you fall into this semantics trap, as opposed to what Sam did here expertly, is a moment where you lost. You're conceding. You're conceding ground on this conversation. The real conversation is supposed to be on the fucking boundaries of whether or not the real conversation is supposed to be on the boundaries of whether or not, like, what our disagreements are on what Israel's doing, whether or not Israel's doing a genocide. If it's doing a genocide, like, what do you think is permissible in terms of resistance to said genocide by other regional countries and other forms of militancy against the country doing a genocide? Like, this is the real conversation. It's the one that Ethan doesn't want to have. So every single time you actually cave and capitulate to the fucking semantic framing that he wants to laser focus in on, you're basically not having that real conversation. He's going to do this tomorrow and ignore the logic entirely. Sam pointed out that far more evangelicals support Zionism than Jewish people do, and Ethan ignored it because he was chasing a gotcha with a dad comment, and his fans are also stuck in a deluded reality claiming Sam ignored Ethan's points when the opposite happened. Until Ethan sees what he's doing, nothing will change. It's going to be so tough to convince his fans while he badgers you with disinfo for you to prove. I know. My biggest problem is I'm so fucking stubborn, and I have ADHD, so whenever someone is like, oh, here, I misunderstood what you were saying, correct your position now, I do make it my problem, and I will spend, as I've shown you right here, 25 fucking minutes on explaining to the chatter how stupid it is in terms of a tactic to cave to your interlocutor's framing. It's that simple for me. It's that simple. His position is that the totality of my behavior demonstrates severe anti-Semitism on some days, and then simply not anti-Semitic, but allowance for anti-Semitism on others. That's another thing that I need to ask him about, because he has said time and time again that I have demonstrated severe anti-Semitism over and over and over again. And then yesterday, after the Sam Cedar conversation, he was like, well, you know, he's not actually anti-Semitic, but he just allows anti-Semitism to manifest in his community. You're missing the point. Oh, yeah. No, I'm going to do this. You're right. I'm 100% going to do this. Yes, we have to define terms that we agree on. We can't constantly have a back and forth. The earliest record of could not get elected dog catcher dates back to 1889. Why are we doing this? Stop. I don't even want to entertain this.
He plays around with the term Zionist.
It's okay to let Ethan dodge accepting the reality because he will never accept the systematized reality and support for ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians and the Israeli state. And in those who are supporters of it in the West, you just need to have enough examples of it that everyone else will see him saying that it was just one bad apple over and over again. Yeah, I guess. I will start off by defining terms and setting boundaries in terms of like what a productive conversation looks like. Because if the conversation revolves around him constantly being like, what did you mean here? What did you mean here? What did you mean here? And then him trying to fucking slam a position that I don't have because of his like nefarious framing of a clip out of context, it's not going to be very productive. But I know he's going to do that. I know he's going to try and do that, which is fine. I'll entertain it for a little bit, but
Right. You can say that's a wrong thing to say, but he's not talking about Jews. He's talking about people who have exhibited these positive feelings, and that includes millions upon millions of Christians. More Christians.
Okay, well, listen, I don't think they're neo-Nazis, not fit to walk dogs, either. I think it's insane language.
Listen, you don't want to tell me that you have never engaged in hyperbole. You and I both are in this business, and we do that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I just think that,
it's listen. You can say it's an inappropriate thing to say. It's an unfair thing to say.
I just think like Arabs that support Israel aren't fit to walk a dog.
It is not anti-Semitism.
Okay, well, we're at an impasse on this one.
Yep.
Wait, Arabs who support Israel aren't fit to walk a dog? Dog catcher. But yes, absolutely. Arabs who also support Israel, doesn't matter what their fucking religion is, Arabs who also support Israel are not fit to be elected to fucking office. Even the lowest office, yes. He got so horny to try and fucking say something that was like equivalently racist or whatever in his mind, because he thinks this is a racist statement, that he ended up saying something that I would wholeheartedly agree with. That is actually at the heart of my argument, which is, doesn't matter what your background is that. He really thought that this would cook.
Yeah, so I mean.
He really thought that it would cook.
So
but it doesn't end there. Obviously, there was like some other ridiculous fucking statements too. What is this? Science determines this is the exact expression crewman Dan makes when he's lying through his freaking teeth. No, there was a couple moments where he just like really popped off and said some really fucking insane shit that I wanted to show you. You both need a moderator? Yeah, there's not going to happen. It's going to be his team on his terms, whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. Oh, here. The Israelis are bloodthirsty comments that I've made in terms of like the general attitude in Israel that is careless towards all of the destruction of Palestine.
100,000 in the rest of the country. That's 500,000 people out in the street protesting the government of a country that has maybe 6 million or 5 million in the.
Are you talking about the protests about the judiciary?
I'm talking about to release the hostages.
Okay, to release the hostages.
Yeah. To stop, ceasefire, Sam. That's what that means.
They were
500,000.
They were calling for a ceasefire, or they were calling for a release of the hostages.
Well, what do you mean? What's the point of telling Hamas to release the hostages? Yeah, of course it's a ceasefire, Sam.
Well, but Israel has, and I know. I'll look this up.
Deal with this.
I don't have
500,000 Israel.
Wait. Let's look this up and see how many times the Israeli government has said return of the hostages will not end.
Sam, I'm responding to you saying the majority of Israelis want civilians to die. 500,000 people came to the street for a ceasefire of a country of 5 million, Sam. That's 10%.
Israel just broke the latest ceasefire. Okay, where is the political response from the Israeli people? I mean, the idea that Gazans can be held responsible for an election that happened 18 years ago.
Sam, you said the majority of Israelis want civilians to die.
I think the majority of Israelis do not have a problem with what's going on in Gaza. That is my opinion.
I think that unfortunately might be true to the extent that they've gotten.
Well, then we agree.
They've gotten much more radical. Unfortunately, tragically, everybody's been a lot more radicalized since October 7th. And that's tragic. I agree. I think people in Israel are jaded and they are cynical and they don't care, like you said, and I think it's tragic.
Yes. Well, that's what my contention was. I mean, I'm looking at something from May.
I wouldn't say most of them want to kill civilians, though.
Well, I think that they don't.
And I wouldn't say that there isn't a sizable portion of of Israeli citizenry that want a ceasefire. When 500,000 people, Sam, marched out on the street.
Bro, this is crazy, okay? There's numbers for this. I find it so strange that he refuses to. We have a volunteer, Hasan. What is this? I'll moderate. Okay, bro. I find it very odd that there's numbers for this and he just like refuses to look at the numbers themselves. It's so fucking bad. How bad he is at Hasbara is so funny. Hold on.
Of a country of 5 million for a ceasefire.
This Pew research, 39% say Israel's military response against Hamas and Gaza has been about right. 34% say not gone far enough.
Sure.
Now, granted, that was in and
that is also all of Israel. That number includes Palestinian citizens of Israel. What under normal circumstances would be the Christian and Muslims in Israel. The designation by the Israeli census is you are either Jew or Arab. Okay, so those polls that are conducted on the Israeli population will actually make this designation between Arabs and Jews. Okay? The numbers that Sam is representing actually have both Jews and Arabs in them. This is not my designation. This is the Israeli state, by the way, because I think it's really fucking stupid and also ethno-religious supremacist to classify Jews as something different than Arabs when there are a shit ton of Arab Jews.
May of this past year. So maybe
also, the reason why Ethan has such a hard time here is, as this chatter correctly pointed out, man, debating is hard when you just can't call them anti-Semitic, which is the case. Like, this is why this is why I think it was a little bit, it weirded me out a little bit, the way that they actually turned on Sam aggressively after realizing that Sam wasn't in agreement with Ethan. And they were quick to say he's a token Jew and quick to say that I had brainwashed him and all this shit. And yeah, Sam was right. The protests were about the judiciary. They did not have those numbers on the hostages protests. But the fact that there were so many people, I'd be careful with him doing that I agree shit he's doing with Sam when they both agree with Ethan's points. Yeah. I saw this yesterday. I covered it yesterday. But yeah, the H3HE subreddit flipped on Sam Cedar so fast to get whiplash. Finally, an adult to talk to. Sam calling in. I'm so glad that Ethan is talking to him before Hasan. Now we can get in all of his actual policy positions and have plenty of clips of Sam agreeing with them to use against Hasan. Chef's kiss, gonna be beautiful. Sam Cedar, bruh, I don't care. Then why are you on the broadcast? I take back everything I said about him being reasonable or willing to listen. What a scumbag. Everything I heard about him appears to be a lie because what the fuck is his behavior? Like, they literally lost their fucking minds and started, they started the Sam Cedar is Hamas chants out of nowhere. And the cope from Ethan and Destiny fans are so insane. They're saying you brainwashed him. Looks like somebody attended a Hasan 101 seminar. This whole debate is so Hasan coded, and the fact that he's being agitated shows he doesn't like being challenged. What is this? I'm a big Sam Cedar fan and only nominally watched the Ethan Klein, but I thought Sam was being ridiculous in that debate. In fact, the longer this drama caused by the falling out between Ethan and Sam, the more I'm firmly in Ethan's corner. I've not seen or heard of a single terrible moment or deed from Ethan and extremely disturbing stuff from Hasan's community. It was sad to see Sam jump on that brigade. No, this is not as a black man type beat. No, these are unironically fucking liberals who are pro-Israel, dude. That's it. But also, while they're simultaneously pro-Israel, they haven't paid attention to what fucking Sam Cedar's been saying about Israel. Anyway, this was the other side that Izzy brought up as well.
There's an opportunity for a ceasefire that was called in November, in December.
Yeah. Sam is 100% correct.
They could have held a ceasefire at any point, and the amount of killing would have been far less. They could have done that. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By releasing the hostages?
No, listen, Israel has said time and time again that the release of the hostages is not going to end their assault on Gaza. They have said this over
I don't believe
and
that's
over and over.
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite. I believe.
Bro! I'm sorry, but your lack of interest in finding out the truth should not be other people's problem. Like, this is willful ignorance, dude. How are we entertaining this? This is why I was losing my fucking mind yesterday, dude. Like, oh, I'm sorry. Well, I didn't see that. Okay. Well, you didn't see the fucking moon landing either. Doesn't mean it didn't happen, you know? There's a lot you don't see. What are we talking about? Like, if I were to talk to a fucking quantum physician about quantum physics, yeah, that person would probably be more knowledgeable than me on the issue. I wouldn't turn around and be like, well, I don't really understand this, so you're fucking stupid and wrong. What the fuck? Quantum physician. Exactly. That's how you know how little I know about this issue, okay?
That's how you know. I don't know anything, but that's the problem. When I don't know something, I tell you. He's going to do this to you, and you should be prepared for it, because anything you bring up is going to be, I haven't seen this, so you're probably lying. If it's true, it doesn't matter because I have other arguments. How are you going to combat him without doing this, without letting him derail and frustrate you? I mean, at this point, I think you guys should have a little bit more confidence in me. At least my brain is not good. Okay? I don't have a good brain. But in all the badness of my brain, there is one thing I'm very good at, which is pulling data from Top Dome on shit that happened throughout the, 12 hours that I've been covering Israel-Palestine every single day since October 7, 2023. So that is precisely why when Sam and Ethan were having this conversation, I was losing my mind, because I was like, dude, Hamas has asked for more than 39 times to release all hostages in exchange for a ceasefire. Okay? 39 times. The first time started off immediately after October 7th. I believe it was October 10th when Hamas said, we will release all hostages as long as you stop bombing Gaza. Okay? And in that process, there was never a single moment where Israel was like, yeah, okay, we'll take it. Israel's behavior throughout this entire process also demonstrated that they don't care about hostages. 5 days ago now, Hamas actually, the Al-Qassam brigades released a video showing that they were extracting Israeli hostages from under the rubble because Israel had blown up their position. Israel is also, as recently as this past week and even yesterday, openly maintains the notion that they don't want to fucking stop the war. Netanyahu has said time and time again that he sees hostages as a hurdle for his ambitions of ethnic cleansing. That's it. No doubt. Netanyahu preventing hostage deal charges ex-spokesman of the Families Forum. This was on 26th of April, 2024. At one point, Palestinians, or Netanyahu's envoy called the hostage families to their faces helping Hamas. Exactly. Info dumping specifics is all you need for tomorrow. And when Ethan tries to hand wave things, have another data point to drop. There was a doctor talking about how bodies delivered to hospitals are the only ones representing the body count, as well as when Ethan tries to say the numbers are inflated when the reality is opposite. Yeah. Oh. I'm not worried about how things are going to go down. I'm very confident in my ability to talk. It's just, I'm saddened by the state of affairs. Every day that goes on where I see another comment online that is so stupid, it makes me lose faith in humanity. Like, there are whole ass adults out there, white ladies that work in human resources at, marketing firms and shit, that literally sit around and talk about fucking genocide from the perspective of their favorite neurotic content creators' selfish desires. Like, if you unironically haven't been able to come up with a conclusion on your own after 16 months of fucking bombing children, and you still think the real victim here is like Ethan Klein, I'm sorry, dude. You're not a fucking full human being at that point. You're like a sea cucumber. You're just responding to stimuli, going about your fucking day. Make the tall order of whatever kind of fucking unique soda you have with the syrups and move on, sis. Maybe politics is not for you, The fuck are we doing? Get ready for the next clip, chimp. No, I'm serious. The girlies are not all right. If the girlies themselves are disinvested in an issue from the framework of how Ethan has been wronged by everybody and how he's been victimized by everybody, when there's a fucking Literal genocide. Like, that's the only position they hold, which is that Ethan is pro-Palestine and everyone is unfairly attacking him, and he is the only victim here. And the guy that they're saying this about is just like so utterly fucking clueless. That makes me very frustrated. It makes me very frustrated because it reminds me once again, it is a reminder of the somber reality that people do not care. People don't care about anything. They're just like, for them, politics is only about parasocial nonsense. Former RSTA infantryman here. Ethan has constantly used the exact same methods we saw in our key leader engagements with actual terrorists. Is actually fucking scary. No, it's just cult shit. It's just cult shit. That's all this is. It's not, it's just successful cult programming. I really think, and it's not just Ethan either. This is just how politics works now. This is just how politics works in an era where we have completely fucking devolved. And honestly, I don't even know if he's doing it intentionally. It doesn't even fucking matter. I think if you want to be a successful de-radicalizer, you have to learn how to deal with cults now. Like, this is something I've been thinking about quite a bit. Because I have to learn how to deprogram people. What is it? I'm not complaining 99.9% of the time, but Hasan stream when I'm driving and working. Chat, Donald Trump announced World War III. J.D. Vance passed away. The U.S. split into two, and HasanAbi, the anime drops tomorrow. Hasan stream when I'm completely free and can watch without distraction. I do hate this meme. You were right. Osama bin Laden. Ethan Klein versus Sam Cedar is just this. Well, Hasan said this. Can we not talk about Hasan? Like, I just, dude, I'm serious. Like, when I see people that are like, oh, as a former fan of Hasan, like, you know, it's really sad to see his fall from grace as Sam Cedar is repeating his talking points back to Ethan because he very clearly brainwashed him, like he brainwashed Ludwig, like he brainwashed the New York Times, like he brainwashed CNN. Hasan controls the media. Everything I think about is Hasan. Hasan is in control of everything. The other day I stubbed my toe. It was also Hasan. Hasan placed the couch there. The couch didn't used to be like that. Hasan must have done it. Where you're literally fucking you're just fucking writing shit on the wall with your feces at that point. You know? What the fuck? Hasan runs Twitch. Hasan runs Reddit. Like, how do you not realize, girly pops? How do you not realize you've been brain broken? What the fuck? It makes me feel sad and powerless. It makes me feel sad and utterly powerless when I see so much mania out there. When I see like pure demonstrations of insanity like that, it makes me sad. Because I don't think I can fucking convince these people. Like, they need therapy. And no, I'm not talking about either. I'm talking about the girly pops that watch him still. That don't realize that he's just fucking pummeling Islamophobia directly into their brains. It's so crazy, like, the way that community treats Frogan is so wild. Like, that was a girly pop community. How the fuck did this happen? But I don't know, because I wasn't there for like the Trisha fallout either, so I have no idea how they treated her. Latest polling data on Jewish Americans from April 2025. Ethan clinging on to a single number is just laughable because all the responses are incongruous. Yes, obviously, it's incongruous because like Jews don't agree on anything, okay? Let alone Israel. No one is a monolith. No one is a monolith anyway. If Jews were a monolith, Israel wouldn't need to fucking constantly educate every young American Jew about how
there was a land without people for a people without land from birth, okay? Like, that's it. Everyone would just be having that information beamed into their minds. Control F Jewish, not Jews. Yeah, in this survey, Jews and Muslims are defined as U.S. adults, 14 times. Majorities in most religious groups are large enough to analyze. Jewish Americans are also divided on this question. How Trump is handling relationships. 36% say Trump is favoring Israelis too much, while 43% say he's striking the right balance. Just 2% say he's favoring Palestinians too much. Ugh. Jewish adults were less likely to say Biden was favoring Israelis too much. 13 versus 36 for Trump. And more likely to say he was favoring Palestinians too much. 18% versus 2% for Trump. Over half disapprove of Netanyahu, but also over half don't think 2 states is possible. Unclear whether that is pro or anti-Israel way. And also over half disapprove of colonizing Gaza. So in short, a bunch of completely incongruous positions. No single data point tells the true story. Yeah. Louis Theroux documentary, score out of 10. I think that was a firm 9. The Hasan Piker hate explained in one image. I made pizza today. It burnt my tongue. It was Hasan's fault. Yeah, the issue is, this is unironically what the fuck they believe, like what the fuck these people believe. And there's also like thousands of people who agree with it and upvote this. That's what's so crazy about it. Also, speaking of like having a fucked up day, this place that I ordered from for the first time sent me baklava, and I think it's chocolate baklava, and I've never had that before, so I'm going to try it right now. Oh my God. I don't want anybody to revoke my Turkish card. But this is unironically not bad. Might as well be Greek after that. Holy shit. Bro, is choklava? Look, Turks are chirping. Turks are chirping. Çikolata baklava olur mu lan? Ben de hiç yemedim hayatımda. Oğlum 33 senedir yaşıyorum bu dünyada. 34 olacak. Bir kere ağzıma almadım. Pause. Hiç görmedim hayatımda çikolatalı baklava. I made a very sus statement in Turkish, and then I said, pause, in English. Ağzını almadın. The strategy is strong. Say nothing, win. Did you see the actual anti-Semitic caricature of Sam that got posted in an issue subreddit? Dude, I don't think that was I don't think that person was intentionally making an anti-Semitic cartoon of Sam, okay? Like, people were saying this is like anti-Semitic, but I don't think this person was being anti-Semitic. Now, ironically enough, there's no world in which like Ethan would ever offer that kind of charity to someone like myself or a member of my community. Oh yeah. Here, Jews are not magic. Even if 100% of Jews were Zionists who loved Israel, I would still be against Zionism because that's the correct thing to do, to be against apartheid and genocide. This idea of Jewish exceptionalism is tired and frankly should be met with disgust. Yeah. That's the other thing. Like, why are you fucking engaging in a self-own? Why are you shitting on Jews by associating them with Israel like this, bro? This is what I don't understand. Do I run around being like, yo, ISIS is fucking sick? That's what all Muslims love? That would be insane. It's not correct. And it would be an insane conflation. Oh, you're Islamophobic for shitting on ISIS, dude. And this motherfucker's doing that.
And it's really frustrating because not only does he talk to other anti-Zionist Jews now, like Sam, but there is a shit ton of anti-Zionist Jews in here. Some of them literally are in fucking Israel, and they lose their goddamn minds every time Ethan's like, no, you don't understand. We love this shit. Yo, we ride or die, dude. How dare you? And it's crazy because, like, half the time he's saying it's a genocide. It's really fucked up. Actually, that's not true. He doesn't say that half the time. But every now and then, he'll just slip that in for plausible deniability's sake. He'll be like, yeah, I hate it. It could be considered a genocide. It's really fucked up. And then he spends 75% of the time talking about people who are also saying that and saying more than just that. You know what I mean? It's like his position is impossible. His position is one where, in order for anyone to abide by Ethan Klein's standards of how to protest against the state of Israel, you just literally can't protest against the state of Israel. If you ever do, you have to say, oh, I just only don't like Netanyahu, and I'm not going to pay attention to the fact that he has gotten elected for the past 30 years. I'm not going to, because that would be anti-Semitic. If you were to make inferences off of why this evil, bloodthirsty monster, Netanyahu, has been consistently elected into positions of power for the past fucking 3 decades, that's anti-Semitic. Do not make any inferences. Do not make any inferences off of this. Okay? Sometimes you can call it a genocide if I'm feeling good. Other times you can't call it a genocide because my wife is there and she gets really mad at me. Do not call it a genocide around my wife. Sometimes, if you're getting real thirsty with it, I'll let you say from, maybe not the river to the sea, but from like from the sea to the Gaza boundary, you know, that we have placed, the green line, skipping over Israel proper, 1967 boundaries all the way to East Jerusalem. Sometimes I allow East Jerusalem to be mentioned. Other times I don't. And from that point to the Jordanian River, Palestine will be free. But I don't really like that you're saying Palestine. Maybe let's say Palestinians. That's probably an appropriate way to say it. Also, anyone and everyone that has ever said what Israel is doing is bad and wrong, and that, like, there's, of course, going to be militant resistance against endless child murder. Well, those guys are all terrorists. Resist against Israel militarily, you're a fucking terrorist. You're a terrorist. You hate Jews. You want to kill Jews. You want to rape them. You want to rape them and behead them. And then you want to rape the beheading. If you say that didn't happen, why are you saying that? Then, you know, you're also an anti-Semite. You're not supposed to say that. You're not supposed to say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I got it. The only protest that I will allow is if you are a Palestinian in Gaza and you are saying that the real villain here is Hamas. That's the only time. If you're a Palestinian living in the Gaza Strip and you're like, yo, you know who's actually bombing me? Hamas is. That's when I will allow it. Like, that's what it is. It's just so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Like, why do you get to determine how people fucking protest? Like, who are you? Who made you the boss here, you know? One thing I will say that I can't take credit for, but one of my normie friends who doesn't usually pay a lot of attention to this shit, but like, he did actually pay attention to this Ethan Klein saga, turned around and said, it seems like Ethan's fans are not even Zionists, but they're only Zionists for Ethan Klein. Like they're saying like Ethan Klein has a right to defend himself. Like they don't really care. They'll be like, oh no, I'm pro-Palestinian. What the fuck are you talking about? Ethan Klein has a right to defend himself. Like it's very bizarre. They're just Kleinists, you know? Yeah. Foot sliders. No, really. They're just like, listen, this is my favorite content creator, and you've made him sad. And yes, on the one hand, I do believe that there is an unlimited amount of baby murder happening here, and it's really fucked up. But have you considered how sad you've made my favorite content creator by saying there's an unlimited amount of baby murder there and that we should stop it? Because that made my favorite content creator very mad. They all love the idea of suing anyone who disagrees with you. Yeah, that too. Also, where are those fucking lawsuits at? What happened? That's the other thing. Like, it feels like it's like a multi-pronged approach. Yesterday, it's, I don't even know what the fuck is happening. Everyone's mean to Ethan because he's Jewish and not because he's defending Israel, right? He's never defended Israel, but also Israel's a beautiful multinational state, and everyone should get to see it. And people like Hasan, lefty loonies like Hasan, lefty losers like Hasan, keep disparaging the good name of the apartheid state doing a genocide. How fucking dare you? Okay? But then also simultaneously, we got to sue people. We got to sue people that call that out. We should sue them. We should sue random Redditors for frivolous reasons, try to get them to dox themselves and other people. That's how we got to do it. We got to do it. And then also simultaneously, I'm getting sent stuff to my home. We got CPS in his house, which is fucking ridiculous, by the way. Of course, I don't agree with that shit at all. You're a whole ass loser if you call fucking CPS on a YouTuber. What the fuck's wrong with you? Okay, unless they're like one of those like family channels, because I feel like some of those family channels do some freaky shit. Okay, but then again, we don't know what happened. What's the conclusion? What happened? What's the fucking conclusion? No conclusion whatsoever, and and he fucking still to this day makes it seem like I did that. Like, he makes it seem like I fucking picked up the phone and was like, yo, do this. What a psychotic thing. What an insane thing. And then he got fucking skulls sent to his house or some shit. It's like, I have to find out about this a week after the fact, because half of my fucking replies are like, dude, why did you call CPS on Ethan and send skulls to his house? Why did you kill a Jewish child and send his skull to Ethan's house? I'm like, what do you mean? What are you fucking talking about? How the fuck did I do this? And then we moved on. We moved on from that to fucking swastika sword. You have a swastika sword. You're a real anti-Semite. Also, Sam Hyde, he might be kind of an anti-Semite, but he's really funny and was very informative in the beginning phases of my career. And also, he really destroyed Ian Idub, so maybe he's not that bad. Who knows? Asmongold, obviously, maybe not as trumped up as you would think he is. I mean, I'm a liberal still, by the way. I'm a progressive still. I hate Hasan because he voted for Jill Stein. Again, never did. Never did. Not only did I never vote for Jill Stein, I actively told Jill Stein, I actively told people over and over and over again, you didn't cover the Giardia clip, not your fault. What is the Giardia clip? I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't need to learn new things. I already know enough things. I don't need to learn new things that are happening in the minds of all of my fucking most rabid haters. Okay? He settled that Denims' community called CPS. He blames you for inventing Denims, though. Oh. Is there any proof necessary at any point? It's like, dude. Ethan Klein, Israel. Two people or entities that never need to prove anything. They just say shit and everyone has to believe them. And if you don't believe them, you're fucking anti-Semitic. What is happening? Okay. Ethan Klein's, like, imagine if I just started saying, like, Ethan Klein came to my house and tried to fucking kill me, and then he slipped on a pile of shit and actually hurt himself. And then every one of my fans literally went around spreading that information. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what the fuck is this? What do you mean? Okay, I thought there needed to be, like, some proof. You have to connect. There's a connective tissue here. You got to point to why someone fucking is responsible for the things that are happening.
What the hell is this, bro? You need to be reading. You need to do brain push-ups for tomorrow. I feel like this is the opposite of a brain push-up. I feel like I'm fucking slamming my head into a wall. The more new things you bring up that Ethan has been saying. Stop conceding that CPS was called on him by the internet. I don't know who fucking called it. I don't even know if CPS went to his house. I don't know anything. Why would I know? I don't fucking spend every waking moment trying to figure out what the fuck's going on with this dude's life. It's so crazy that like it's so crazy. Like this is what is this? They hired a Ukrainian stalker to stalk you. See, this is the type of information that I'm better off not knowing. Okay. I don't want to know that. I don't want to know that. I don't want that to exist in my mind. So don't even bring that up to me. Okay. He has repeated this pattern of villainizing and rallying an angry mob. His following is so conditioned for this behavior. This time it just happens to be about a genocide, and they're not politically inclined enough to investigate that or separate it from drama as usual. Yeah, I do think that that is what's going on a little bit, because like the statements that are coming my way are so far removed from like my actual positions that half the time when people are talking about supposedly me, I'm thinking that they're yelling at someone else. Like it literally feels like when I tweet some shit and I see like 11 replies underneath immediately because the fucking notifications are on by blue checkmark accounts, and the shit that they're talking about, I'm like, who is this Hasan guy you are speaking of? The son of a billionaire oligarch who wears fake glasses, who is a real estate tycoon, who fucking called CPS and then sent skulls to Ethan Klein's home or some shit. I don't even know what his fucking home address is. The fuck? Never even been to his house. Yeah, and I own a PJ. No need to prep. You've been prepping for 18 months by arguing with random Israel defender gray names? Yeah. Why are you playing right now? Yeah, I'm playing. I'm actually hiding the secret. Yeah. If you look at the content cop comments, 90% of them are E's brigade spamming. They never mention the CPS call. It's all based on E's lies. He provides no evidence for. Same with the new ones about the skulls. It's so fucking tiresome. And then he moves on. And then he fucking moves on. Problem is that many people who have participated in or justify persecution and genocide against the group have done so out of personal reasons, intergenerational trauma, frustrations, failures, identity issues. They conflate genocidal ideology with personal identity and double down over time. Stories become too insane to talk to them. No shared reality. Chat is too small format for topic, but that's one of the aspects. No, I get it. Yeah, my designer dog. Kaya, place. Him saying Mandela charged militants for crimes accountability is not true during the apartheid. The lie that they're trying to push here is the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, but TRC is after the apartheid, and many issues due to the agreement with Afrikaners to not prosecute their war crimes were revealed. You can read up on it in a new article as far as 1 day ago. South Africa sets up inquiry into apartheid prosecutions. Yeah, he's wrong, dude. Nelson Mandela has routinely said that violence when peaceful revolution is not possible, violence is permitted, okay? It's not the JFK quote, but I'm paraphrasing what Nelson Mandela has said. No, don't post shit like this, because he also freaks out. No, don't even joke about this shit, because we can't even joke. Remember, he'll use everything as a gotcha moment. Okay? Some evidence of what I know he has literally talked with Dan Saltman. He put Dan Saltman in his fucking content nuke, man. Dan, do you know do people know about you coordinating with H3 during the Twitch anti-Semitism stuff that you traded emails with them, or is that new info? Am I leaking that they were huge Destiny fans? Hila and Ethan Klein unironically watched a lot of Destiny during October 7 Israel-Palestine arc. At Dan, are you denying this? Please answer. Dan, did Ethan not tell you that he and his wife are huge Destiny fans? Is he not going to answer? Ethan Klein and Hila Klein emailed Dan Saltman during the Twitch anti-Semitism stuff and said they watched Destiny's content together. I'm saying you emailed with Ethan multiple times. Where is Dan's response? Because I'm pretty sure he responded.
I thought it was weird as fuck.
By the way, I'll get into this later, but that's Hasan admitting that he's been to a Diddy party. The dude's been to a Diddy party after spending the last 2 years attacking Evil Dan for being Diddy, the diddler, because he, I don't know, some random association with Diddy. Bro,
Wait, random association with Diddy? His random association with Diddy was in 2011, Saltman's company Tiny Chat received high-profile funding from Diddy, something the company was quite proud of. Diddy used the platform to hit on young women, as evidenced in this video that is still up on Tiny Chat's YouTube page. Tiny Chat since then has been investigated by the FBI for facilitating sex trafficking of minors. Okay? The FBI found that sex traffickers of minors were using Tiny Chat to facilitate sex trafficking of minors. So the idea that like his connection to Diddy is just some association, some loose association is fucking ridiculous. The app, which Dan later sold, is infamous for being a favorite organizing space of neo-Nazis and the alt-right, including Atomwaffen. Would love to know more about Dan's relationship with Diddy. My signal is in my profile. Is Ethan doing this all for cynical views? I'm not familiar with him. Be sure to see if you can name the designer breed that Kaya is. Should be easy for a dog breed that costs over 20K. Yeah. Yeah, this was pretty funny. Yeah. They hyperlinked Destiny's Wikipedia. Like Destiny's stalker-ass community has their own fucking Wikipedia. And I noticed that while I was reading the Free Press article. Is it normal for articles to cite Destiny Wiki as a primary source? Someone currently accused of multiple sex crimes by multiple women. These people are so shameless, though. It doesn't even matter. Diddypedia. He's so transparent. As long as they hate Hasan, they can do whatever they want and even doubt the Holocaust fucking happened. I mean, literally, that is a thing that he is. What is this? This is literally from a testimony during a trial where he was trying to avoid the death penalty. Nassif Yunus of Aberdeen, Scotland. Wait, what is this? In the same testimony, he literally talks about how they were forming trained militant groups and preparing for open rebellion. Just so we're clear, the violence that Nelson Mandela took part in was targeting infrastructure. Killing was explicitly avoided when it did happen, mostly due to poor training and rogue elements. The deaths were few and far between. He also supported Israel's right to exist, by the way. Whoops. So here's something that's really interesting about this take. Why do these people keep saying that I don't think that October 7 was horrifying? It was. Okay, I'm more interested in examining how that kind of violence in retaliation to untold amounts of violence that are far more consequential and far more apparent and for far longer of a period of time, that sort of violent retaliation happens. Okay, I don't think that it was cool and okay and awesome. Like in the terrorism designation. The terrorism designation is intentionally vague and is a political tool, okay? That's why if you look at like a place like South Africa, for example, they have open placards about Hezbollah and Hamas, right? Like things that are literally illegal to say and do in a place like the UK, for example, they have fucking banners out in the streets. You know what I mean? They don't give a shit. Terrorism is terrorism in and of itself is a intentionally vague definition. But if we are to point to a definition that I think is appropriate, okay, if we're going to define a term for terrorism, all right, I think intentionally targeting civilians fits that bill.
whether it is a state actor or a non-state actor. Okay? That's it. And under that narrow definition that I think most people would agree to, this in and of itself means that America is the arch terrorist, Israel is a massive terrorist. But yes, October 7 would be declared an act of terror by that definition. This does not change the dynamic of apartheid and genocide. Okay? That's it. Even then, like the actions of IRA, the actions of the IRA, or the actions of the ANC's militant wing, or the actions of the FLN could be considered acts of terror individually in and of itself. But the reason why most of those actions are not prosecuted once amends are made is because people understand the far greater evil is usually the systematic, the maintenance of a violent system. The apartheid in South Africa, that is a ruthless and violent system. That is the far greater problem here. Just like the Viet Minh, the North Vietnamese Liberation Front and its activities in South Vietnam could be considered terrorism. Now, what a lot of people don't understand, however, is that the far greater terrorist in that situation is the American government. Why the fuck are they there? Why are they there? Nat Turner's rebellion, the Great Reverend John Brown. These are all acts of terror, acts of horrifying violence that they've contributed to. And yet, we don't look back at those incidents as the real evil. We look back at the system of chattel slavery as the real evil. What would you say to Ethan that said that the ANC punished those that killed citizens? First and foremost, that's literally what I say. I believe in a Truth and Reconciliation Committee that will appropriately look at every single person that has intentionally killed a civilian and punish them with the necessary punishment that they deserve for doing that. That happens after the apartheid, by the way. That doesn't happen right now. You can't do that right now. There's no way to prosecute this. This is something that I've talked about a lot. The picking and choosing of supporting anti-colonial defense based on vibes and race is so frustrating. Like many Americans would be pro-IRA, but then show them a woman in a hijab and they crash out and justify violence towards them with fear. No, it's the same principle behind Ukraine. Ukraine is a perfect analog here. They look at Ukrainians fighting against the Russian invasion as brave warriors defending Europe from the scourge of Russia. And there is validity to the Ukrainian emancipatory movement. They are in the right, they're on the right side. Okay? But God forbid any Palestinian takes up arms against the fucking state of Israel that has killed their whole family. I miss the chat. You chatters are far more informed than 99% of people I meet on a daily basis. If one wanted to send a Twitch streamer a painting, how would one go about this endeavor? You can't. Anyway, Loserbox says, just so we're clear, the violence Mandela took part in was targeting infrastructure. Killing was explicitly avoided. Yeah, except the fucking militant wing of the ANC literally had a practice where they would put tires around collaborators and light them on fucking fire. Okay? Practice called necklacing. The reason why people don't talk about that, the reason why people don't care about that, FBI has been given a full report on you at HasanAbi. Why are you even saying this in the chat? They're probably in here right now. Oh no, what will I do?
a big difference of understanding is that you don't condone civilian violence, but you understand where it comes from during an asymmetrical conflict. Genocide is historical analysis, something he has never understood. Remember the bin Laden 9/11 crash out? No, but the irony is he did understand it when I was explaining to him the concept of blowback with respect to my America Deserved 9/11 comments. That was the first ever interaction that Ethan and I had. Anyway, going back to this, 4 forms of violence were possible. There's sabotage, there's guerrilla warfare, there is terrorism, and there's open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept to a minimum, and if the policy bore fruit. Experience convinced us that rebellion would offer the government limitless opportunities for the indiscriminate slaughter of our people. But it was precisely because the soil of South Africa is already drenched with blood of innocent Africans that we felt it our duty to make preparations as a long-term undertaking to use force in order to defend ourselves against force. Loserbox is a weapons-grade Hosber account now. Just today, he was workshopping arguments for Ethan could make while watching the Cedar debate and arguing that shootings at the Great March of Return were justified because people were too close to the fence. Yeah, I don't think people understand how, like, when they get so brain broken by Hosber, they don't understand how repulsive that looks to the average person. Like, that's not the brilliant mind of someone. That's just like being depraved enough to openly entertain shooting the kneecaps off of fucking children, as the Israeli occupying force openly said they did. All whites undergo compulsory military training, but no such training was given to Africans. It was, in our view, essential to build up a nucleus of trained men who would be able to provide the leadership which would be required if guerrilla warfare started. We had to prepare for such a situation before it became too late to make proper preparations. It was also necessary to build up nucleus of men trained in civil administration and other professions. Yeah, here, I'm 42 knees in one day. Israeli snipers open up about shooting Gaza protesters. Over 200 Palestinians were killed and nearly 8,000 were injured during the almost 2 years of weekly protests at the Israeli-Gaza border. Israeli army snipers tell their stories. This is from Haaretz. Okay. This is what he had to say.
Now, I will tell you, people look at South Africa. I do not condone the killing of civilians, which is why obviously I'm upset about what Israel is doing.
Sure. The part that I don't like about people say, I feel like people sweep for Hamas by saying, like, what do you expect, right? But the truth is that people use South Africa as...
What are you saying? Sweep? Like, he's using T terminology. When he's talking about fucking political commentary, an issue, a real issue, he says sweep. People sweep for Hamas. This isn't Nicholas Eat Oreos talking about Destiny's sex crimes, you fucking psycho. What are you talking about, sweep? For those of you, the adults in here that don't know what sweeping is, okay? Sweeping is, I guess, like terminology that like T channels use when they're talking about gossip and people that actually hide, sweep things under the rug. Okay, hiding key elements of a story in an effort to defend a problematic individual. T channel, like TEA, like drama channels. It means like cleanup. Ethan used the "what do you expect" argument to cover for Israeli support for genocide yesterday, but now he has a problem when it's used for Hamas. Odd, maybe he didn't notice. I know. Sweeping it under the rug. That's what it is.
As an example, what South Africa shows is that you don't need to commit a violent war against civilians to liberate yourself.
Well, I mean, let's
see. This is unfortunately, this is a barrage of dumb shit that Ethan is throwing in Sam's direction, and Sam does not respond in the way that I would in this circumstance to be like, "You're wrong."
the ANC had a militant wing called the MK, which Nelson Mandela directly created after going to Algeria to get military training, and then immediately got arrested after coming back from Algeria for this attempt at militancy. Nelson Mandela numerous times was asked to denounce violence that MK was engaging in, and he said no. They extended his prison sentence instead of commuting it because of his refusal to denounce violence. Okay? The idea that like Nelson Mandela abhorred violence or whatever is so stupid. Yes, the South African liberation included a lot of violence all over the region. And yeah, Nelson Mandela himself has also said this in fucking Gaza in 1999. Interesting.
Choose peace rather than confrontation.
Choose peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward.
Except in cases where we cannot proceed, where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence.
His comments won him applause from leader Yasser Arafat and the assembly.
They clipped Chimp Nelson Mandela saying, I think Israel has the right to exist legally. Yeah, Nelson Mandela in 1999 also said Israel was a fucking apartheid state, okay? And in 1999, the settlement project had not escalated to the point that it has, making the two-state solution impossible. My position on this is very clear. I used to be a two-stater myself, and I have a similar attitude to Avi Shlaim, famed Israeli-Iraqi historian Avi Shlaim of the New Historians. And my position is that despite the fact that I initially thought that a two-state solution could be possible, okay, that the Israeli settlement project has created a one state. There is a de facto one state. How do you know all this stuff? Because I fucking read. Okay, sorry. I know I joke about being illiterate, but goddamn, dude. That was always an L take, Hasan. Okay, shut the fuck up. Who cares? Okay, yeah, it's an L take. I know. Sorry, you were born with all the woke and based opinions. What do you want me to do? Okay, we all fucking learn from our mistakes. Anyway. Right now, the reality of the matter is one that Israel defenders refuse to acknowledge, which is that there is one state. There is a de facto one singular state. It is an apartheid state with Bantustans. Okay? Israel as a settler colonial entity has created a de facto singular state. That's why they completely dominate the West Bank, and that's why they completely dominate Gaza. Okay? Allowing Gazans to have a crumb of autonomy while controlling all of the fucking trade that goes into the Gaza Strip, while mass surveilling the Gaza Strip every single moment, does not mean that you have given the Palestinians a state. I'll give you the greatest example of why it was never a real state. Because if Gaza was a real state, then the Al-Qassam brigades would be treated as a real standing military. If the West Bank was a real Palestinian state, then the Jenin brigades would be treated as a real standing military. They legally have a right to have a standing military. Why are they considered terrorists by the Israeli state? Why are they consistently killed by the Israeli state? Why is the Palestinian Authority, which is supposed to represent the Palestinian autonomy in their own sovereign land, simply another mechanism of the Israeli security apparatus that also kills Palestinian militancy and also kills Palestinian resistance in the West Bank? You cannot be a state without having no access to the outside fucking world, with no standing military. That you're not a state at that point. You are simply a Bantustan under the control of the Israeli state, which is an apartheid. This is a reality that Israel refuses to reckon with. Okay? The other thing never touched on is, yes, you can compare Hamas to ANC and IRA, but Hamas is also what the ANC and IRA would have become if it lasted over 70 plus years. Yes, 100%.
It is such a ridiculous thing to be like, oh, how dare you compare that to a previous successful revolutionary movement against an apartheid regime right now. I mean, if I was there back then, I would be defending the apartheid regime in South Africa as well as I'm defending Israel. But, you know, time has passed now, so it's permissible for me to defend the ANC.
Palestinians worship Mandela. Posters bearing his image cover
How do you
wall.
combat with I agree with all this? What do you mean? The question is simple. I say this, Ethan says I agree with all this, then I ask, then why the fuck have you engaged in a mass harassment campaign towards all pro-Palestinian figures that agree with you entirely? You gave me $6,500, which you love fucking, you know, flailing around as though it's indicative of your position on this matter. And yet you have also routinely shit on even the fundraisers that came after that, saying that they were completely inconsequential. They've done nothing. And Kamala Harris would be more consequential on the lives of Palestinians than any number of different fucking fundraisers. He will respond by saying, you started it, you won't win on this. Yeah, and then I'll say I have an 8-minute compilation of me defending you against all attacks from my community and outside for up until fucking December of 2024. So while you were busy sneak dissing me, I was fucking foolishly defending you, not recognizing all of your opinions. It should be really simple. If you care about Palestinians, then what happened to the man and his wife that his wife kidnapped? If he thinks the West Bank is occupied, why wouldn't he want to know the person's fate or their name? Yeah. Relevant. Something I found interesting while rewatching the debate from yesterday is that Ethan seems to get the difference between justification/endorsement and understanding when it comes to Israel, which is exactly what you always try to clarify regarding Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthi discourse. Surely he'll be able to put the shoe on the other foot. Of course not. He's going to ask who you voted for to get a clip. Yeah, I'm not going to tell him. I'm going to say Joe Brandon firmly. 10 toes down, Joe Brandon.
Listen, we had for a year, we had the Great March of Return, where, you know, Sinwar himself was involved in that. There was Palestinians marching on a regular basis over the course of the year. I don't know how many it was, or 50 or whatever, that were innocent people who went there, and snipers are shooting down unarmed civilians. And so, you know, time and time again, and over the course of the 20 years that I've been professionally, you know, covering this, my attitude towards Israel's willingness to have peace has changed, and my understanding of it has changed. And I can only imagine how more intense that feeling is to be living in a place that is, you know, functionally like, you know, the Warsaw Ghetto, insofar as like you don't have access to resources, you have 50% unemployment, the apartheid that is taking place in terms of the West Bank. I mean,
I agree with those characterizations, by the way, Sam. Just to say.
I would, okay, but I can't imagine that my response wouldn't be to pick up a weapon.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not really working out.
Well, none of it's working out, is it?
No,
I mean,
not much at all. Not really much at all.
It's called the greatest attack on Israelis in 75 years. The notion of Zionism and the way that Israel is organized as a society is not protecting Jews. It's not protecting Israelis. It's not protecting Jews worldwide. It is, there may have been a time where Zionism had and there were certainly proponents of Zionism in the early 20th century, in the late, perhaps late 19th century, where there was a notion of a multi-ethnic democracy that fell by the wayside. You know, folks like Hannah Arendt and Einstein, you know, left the Zionist Congress, and what it has evolved into is, I think, a nightmare for everyone involved. And so, you know, I don't know how I would react in that type of miseration, frankly.
Well, can I ask you?
But again, Ehud Barak said that he would pick up a weapon were he one of them. And
that's fine.
He's far closer to the conflict than I am.
I'm not saying I don't understand why people pick up weapons, right? So let me ask you this: what do you think about October 7th attack?
Ethan said it is a genocide yesterday and later was asking Sam what Israel was supposed to do after October 7. Does he say genocide, but it's justified? Yeah, maybe he has a Benny Morris style take on it. He will ask about the UN sexual assault on 10/7 report, and he alleges you deny sexual assaults on 10/7. When you bring up the rapes that the IOF does, when you mention how Ethan denied Palestinian women face systematic rape, Ethan will likely admit he's wrong and ask you to admit you are wrong. Yeah, except I'm not wrong. Because there's only one instance. There's only one instance of sexual assault that took place, and it was a hostage. And the UN report actually shows that. The UN report in and of itself is so bad that the UN report on that issue is so bad that it does not meet the standard of the other UN report that came from the occupied occupied Palestinian territories about the 49 pages that documents Israel's systematic rape. And it didn't happen on October 7. And I'm not even saying that there is no rapes that took place. We just don't know. And the reason why we don't know is because Israel never allowed there to be an actual thorough forensic examination, partially because they ruined the evidence. But the reason as to why there is no prosecutions that have been taken place since October 7, and that the Israeli prosecutors themselves have admitted this, is because there is no evidence. No one has come forward. No one has come forward, and there's no evidence. So what? What do we do? I want, no matter what their background, okay? Israeli, Palestinian, doesn't matter. I treat human beings as human beings. I want there to be justice served. Why the fuck would I defend rapes if there was clear-cut evidence of systematic rapes? And for the record, of course, even if there was clear-cut evidence of systematic rapes directed by Hamas, as implied by the New York Times reporting, as implied by the erroneous New York Times reporting that did not even clear its own editorial standards, as implied by Sheryl Sandberg, who has her own sexual harassment to deal with, obviously, but in that fucking documentary, that bullshit documentary that she put forward, that was just like atrocity propaganda. Even if that all of that was real, 100%, which it's not, okay, that I will confidently say is fucking bullshit. But even if it was real, that still wouldn't justify genocide. Like, what are we talking about? The fuck is this? He always uses that lady that was debunked to not be raped. And Denim says his problem with E, and he was accused of the same thing. Yeah. Yes, I know. I already covered this before, and people said this was fake. Ex-hostage Mia Shem alleges she was raped by well-known personal trainer. Yeah. 23-year-old released in the first days of, says, 23-year-old released in the first days says Tel Aviv coach, whose name is under gag order, drugged and raped her in March. Suspect insists he's innocent. Anyway. Yes. Did you see that one of the key witnesses of the sexual assault on October 7 was outed as a fraud? His name is Rami Davidian, and he was cited on the UN report, which was not investigative, and on Sheryl Sandberg's documentary. Yes, I do know that. Mia Shem, an Israeli hostage, now officially confirmed that she was raped by an Israeli trainer, but it doesn't matter to Ethan and won't bring it up because it can't be used to justify genocide. Also, Hila one day ago donated to that Oreo dude who has a show called The Ultimate Rape Show or something like that. What the fuck? The Ultimate Rape Show? What the fuck is that? Ultimate rape review. Wait, wasn't that Sex Pestini's thing as well? He used to do that too. You don't belong to Turkey. You don't deserve to be Turk. Delete that on your biography. You don't have a right to write Turkish in your biography. You don't even talk about what's happening in Turkey and all of those in jail students. Do you see what I write? I don't think you get politics. I do talk about that. I don't know why you fucking think I don't. What's Hasan's nationality? Since you don't want to talk about stuff in Turkey, dictatorship in jail, and in jail students, dumbass. Oh. Their show is ranking rape accusations more or less. Is so fucking gross. Yeah, I say I enjoyed a chocolate baklava one time and the Turks fucking come in here and start talking about how I'm not a real Turk. At this stage, it was decided that I should attend the conference of the Pan-African Freedom Movement for Central, East, and Southern Africa, which was also to be held in early 1962 in Addis Ababa. And because of our need for preparation, it was also decided that after the conference, I would undertake a tour of the African states with a view of the obtaining facilities for the training of soldiers, and that I would also solicit scholarships for the higher education of matriculated Africans. Training in both fields would be necessary, even if changes come about by peaceful means. Administrators would be necessary who would be willing and able to administer a non-racial state, and so would men be necessary to control the army and police force of such a state. I started to make a study of the art of war and revolution, and whilst abroad, underwent a course in military training. If there was to be guerrilla warfare, I wanted to be able to stand and fight with my people and to share the hazards of war with them. Notes of lectures, which I received in Algeria. By the way, this is his testimony. In his testimony as to why he was criminally charged, by the way, he's like admitting. Either might have kind of a terminal gamer brain where some people are truly cannot accept that there's no winning choice for a group in the real world. The notion that if Kamala was the president, situation would be better, or if Hamas didn't exist, the Palestinians would live a flourishing nation without attacks from Israel. These are the kinds of delusions people convince themselves was just one choice away. Yeah, if Palestinians would be living in a fucking better society before Hamas existed, they would have lived in a society that never actually created Hamas, ironically enough. So that is a silly notion. Hamas is born out of the lack of options that the Palestinians had. You can have purely idealistic notions of how peace would have actually been possible, but at the end of the day, you're talking about a country that assassinated the one guy who was also ruthless in and of himself, the prime minister that actually kickstarted the peace negotiations process. The guys that actually called for his assassination, Benjamin Netanyahu and Itamar Ben-Gvir, are now running the fucking country. What are we talking about? Not testimony, quote from autobiography, Long Walk to Freedom. Oh, he's talking about his testimony where he was avoiding the death penalty. This is, no, I mean, I don't know if this is from his autobiography or if this is from the testimony in the court proceedings, but it doesn't matter because he did do this, okay? Anyone who says he did not do this, he didn't go to Algeria to specifically get guerrilla training is wrong about the history. But of course, it doesn't matter that this fucking dipshit is wrong about the history because all that matters is defending Israel, seemingly, or not even defending Israel, but like defending Ethan Klein. South Africa's government today, which is run by Mandela's resistance, have backed Hamas since the morning of October 7, 2023. What exactly do you think this proves? Do you think the ANC is channeling Mandela from the grave? God, you guys are so fucking dense. No, Mandela himself has channeled militant resistance against the state of Israel that he declared an apartheid. The fuck is this guy talking about? Oh my God. This does not make any sense. This is so stupid because this guy's supposed to be the history understander. And it seems like he doesn't understand any history. You are the worst person, and I'm pro-Palestine. Explain your position right now. Go ahead. Why? Let me guess. Let me explain it for you. You defend terror groups. Palestinians are supposed to just sit there and eat it for 76 fucking years and then slowly die away so we can do a land acknowledgement and feel bad about it. It's, God forbid, someone tries to resist militarily against the apartheid state that is doing mass rapes and ethnic cleansing campaigns for 76 fucking years and conducting an apartheid that has systematically destroyed all Palestinian livelihood in the West Bank against international law, but while simultaneously being armed and funded and defended by the most powerful nation on the planet. Right? That's what you're going to say? Just like the Lebanese population is supposed to eat it as well. Because when Israel says, I want your territory, you just have to sit there and go, yes, sir, please kill me, kill my children, kill my whole family, destroy my infrastructure, do the Dahiyya doctrine on everything that I know. Otherwise, fighting against that sort of thing would be considered anti-Semitic. God forbid. Some fucking loser dipshit in Iowa is going to call me anti-Semitic 35 years later, long after I've been killed. The fuck do you mean? Oh, this was another good part where Sam brought up that Ehud Barak said that he would be a part of Hamas. And it's not just Ehud Barak. The leader of the Shin Bet has said the same thing. Like many Israeli politicians have openly admitted that, yes, if they lived on the other side of the fucking Gaza boundary that Israel put there and militarily dominates the lives of Palestinians, they would be a part of the fucking whatever militancy that formed.
Sort of feel, I guess, ultimately probably like Ehud Barak when he said that were I Palestinian and I was living in Gaza, that it would be likely that I would join Hamas. I sort of feel.
Yeah. Lebanese have already dealt with enough from Israel in times past as well. The genocide of the Canaanites. Base Barak, base Sam Cedar. The irony is Hamas would throw him off a building for his lifestyle choices. That's ISIS you're thinking of, and Israel supports them. Oh, such a great way to neuter that argument. Lol, of course he hasn't watched the video Ethan made on him yet. Coward energy. I mean, people call CPS on him, so yeah, Ethan needs to defend himself. You seem scared for tomorrow, bro. Did you watch the video he made about you yet? Lol, of course he hasn't watched the video Ethan made about him yet. Coward energy. Dude, please, at least try to present yourself as someone. At least try to present yourself as someone who understands politics. Please. I have nothing to do with the CPS being called on Ethan. I don't know who the fuck called CPS on Ethan. I don't think it's an appropriate thing to do anyway. I very quickly was like, I don't fucking think this is appropriate at all. Okay? I don't know why you literally think that I am responsible for this. Okay? If Ethan slips and falls tomorrow and says Hasan is the reason he actually pissed in front of me, you're going to believe it. Like, this is insane. What the fuck? It's like everything in his life that's going wrong is me, according to him. And his fucking fan base are so delusional. They do not even want to entertain a political disagreement here. They just simply are like, why don't you watch the drama video by the guy who doesn't know anything? By the guy who did a fucking... You seem scared, Hasan. Is so funny, I know. By the guy who literally was like, hey, I don't know anything about politics, but I would like to broach the subject matter. Can you please teach me? Let's do a fucking political podcast together. For 2 goddamn years, we did that. And then he turned around and was like, he was lying to me. He groomed me, a 40-year-old man. He actually secretly had radical associations. He was secretly red pilling. I said that because you said he only cares about defending himself. He has reason to. Then fucking defend yourself against that. What the fuck do I have to do with that, dumbass? See, notice how you haven't actually put 2 and 2 together? You're just simply fucking repeating what he said. God damn, his audience is so stupid to fucking deal with. And the video on you was about your politics, bro. Watch it. Triggered. Oh my God. Yes, yes. Your stupidity is so offensive to me. Okay? You got me. You are behaving in such an idiotic manner that I get sad because I assume that normal adult human beings would be able to demonstrate basic competence in this situation instead of just behaving like fucking bots. Ethan, by the way, ironically, notice what I said about the chatters. The Ethan Kleinists. This is a very unique type of Ethan Klein Zionism. Ethan has a right to defend himself. Okay. It's like when Israel says Israel has a right to defend itself. Remember the Holocaust happened. It's like, why are you killing Palestinians? Ethan has a right to defend itself. Remember the CPS call happened. Why are you yelling at me over it? I didn't do it. I don't think it's appropriate. You're shaking in the fear of the incredible intellect of the Vape Nation guy. I know. So Hamas fighting back is inevitable, but it's terrorism because innocent people. I can kind of see how that would be misunderstood because you saying that they would fight back naturally is kind of a vague or easy to be understood. Wait, what do you mean? There's no misunderstanding here. Okay. And also, I don't think a lot of people have actually paid attention to my commentary on this because after October 7, every single act that the Palestinian militancy has engaged in is perfectly justifiable against the Israeli military that is illegally occupying and doing a genocide in Gaza. So I don't even have an issue with what Hamas or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad has done since, okay? Like, what do you mean? It is literally their legal right, if not their legal responsibility, to defend the Gaza Strip from a belligerent occupier. Israel is illegally blowing up the entirety of the Gaza Strip. Not only is it illegal because it's genocide, even if it wasn't genocide, the previous sieges that maybe you didn't want to consider genocide would still be illegal by Israel. Israel, as a belligerent occupier, has no legal right to blow up the Gaza Strip. It's going to be okay, everyone. Do you think you will end the debate as enemies or lovers? You're an insect. But sometimes I do wish I had your brain capacity because you probably go about your day-to-day so happy. You have an insect's brain. Okay? Straight up. Like a little bug. Like, this is the takeaway here. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't even make sense within the Kleinist, the Ethan Kleinist Zionist perspective. Okay? I am the most dangerous anti-Semite, a radical anti-Semite that is creating a legion of Islamist terrorists, but also simultaneously, lol, it's just drama. Which is it? Which is it? Am I a fucking radical, rabid anti-Semite that is creating anti-American sentiment in the core, in the heart of Americans? Or am I simply, haha, this is just drama. You made my favorite content creator sad, and I want you to kiss and make up. It's incredibly embarrassing to be this person, especially in this community. Maybe that shit flies in the fucking, Ethan Klein subreddit, but if you think Crime Trump's a reverse Sam Cedar with Loserbox, then bring up the fact that Loserbox went on a West Bank tour with a right-wing settlement activist and a Kahanas Party supporter, Yishai Fleischer. No, I don't care. I can fucking deal with Loserbox, Bonerbox easily. That's not a problem. Like, that's not going to be a real Sam Cedar moment. I think it'd be persuasive if you ask him questions that you know the answer to, especially about foreign policy and what is legally permissible regarding the harassment he's done in retaliation of what Israel's doing in terms of defending itself. Yes. Honest question, what's your hope after tomorrow? No matter what happens, even if Ethan Klein leaves, look, even if Ethan Klein leaves crying after the conversation that takes place tomorrow, then the dynamic is going to be from all of the Nicholas Eat Oreos and the fucking Keemstar adjacent drama slop tubers will be, Hasan is a meanie bobini. I waited 10 minutes for that comment. I wish you would have waited another 10 minutes to come up with a response to what I said to you, but I guess not. That's expecting too much. He is going to, they're going to say Hasan is a meanie bobini, just like they did last time I had a fucking conversation with Ethan. Okay? Best case tomorrow is Ethan says he was wrong, recognizes why he was wrong, apologizes for the harm he has done to so many other content creators that he erroneously and falsely smeared as anti-Semites, that he harassed endlessly over the course of the past year, and admits the wrongdoing, and who knows. And even after that, plenty of people are still going to despise him, so he's not going to fucking do that. So a good simple-minded comparison for the hogs is stand your ground laws. If a random person came to your house, yes. I used to be on Ethan's side of things, but after the Settlers documentary, it's really hard to justify anything that is happening given the circumstances. See, bro, this is what I mean. Every day, this is why I keep repeating the same shit over and over again. Many of you get annoyed. Many of you say, fuck you, Hasan. Why do you keep repeating yourself over and over and over and over again? It's because every single day there's a new person that goes, okay, you know what? This was my fucking limit. That's why I do what I fucking do. Because the truth is still the truth. You can just keep smearing every single person and try to like laser in on something that I've said that comes across as an offhanded remark that might be considered anti-Semitic in an isolated incident, or I'm trying to talk about the totality of this person. If you want to talk about the totality of my person, look for the past 10 years of me fucking actively fighting against anti-Semites, talking about dog whistles, explaining to my chatters, my community, what dog whistles are, how to identify them. It's fucking ridiculous. But this is why I repeat what I repeat every single day, because the truth is still the fucking truth, okay? And slowly but surely, people wake up to that reality no matter what. Because at the end of the day, there's only so much unlimited baby murder and land grabs that people will take on. He is unwell. He will quit YouTube in a matter of a year or two, at least the daily podcast. I don't think he will. I think he's going to move on to a fucking next drama. But for those of you who are wondering what will most likely happen in the aftermath of all this, okay, he's not going to stop. He's just going to clip shit from that conversation that he thinks makes him look good, and he will continue doing drama over and over again, and he will continue trying to get me deplatformed until he moves on to the next thing. That's it. Tomorrow, Ethan will be ABC, and you will be in Trump's seat. I know, chatters. I know. Anyway, had someone send me a comment that Sam and E really did agree on the big stuff yesterday. They did not, so I rewatched the debate and made notes at every point made. Here's how it played out. 90% of the conversation is E expressing his opinions and asking Sam his 2 cents. Points that E made that Sam disagreed with are follows. Disagreements. Israeli people are still victims of the victims in the context of the Palestinian genocide. American Jews are still victims in the context of the Palestinian genocide. Israeli people don't have emotional resources available to be able to realize the gravity of what's happening. It's definitely not that they're just racist. Criticisms of Hasan are relevant and worth discussing in the context of the Palestinian genocide. Criticism of Israel and denunciation of Israel's supporters is anti-Semitism. This is the clip going around where Sam scolds him like a child for it. The deliberate misrepresentation of a hand-picked Hasan clip, Zionists shouldn't even be dog catchers, deserves an explanation from Sam. Hamas knew in advance that Israel will slaughter an unlimited amount of children, women, and men in response to the October 7th attack. More Palestinians would be alive if they had just built more bomb shelters. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Hamas could have ended the war anytime by releasing all the hostages. This is not only a fucking insane thing to say, but it's just like, it's so wrong. It's just like, dude, I'm going to show you something, okay? Are you ready for this? I want to show you how fucking stupid this is. Hamas release hostages to end war, okay? Let's see. Let's go to the news tab. Hamas officials say group open to freeing all hostages for 5-year truce in Gaza. Hamas says ready to release all remaining hostages for an end to the Gaza war 2 weeks ago. Hamas sets conditions to free hostages and ends war. 4 days ago, 5-year Gaza ceasefire deal not yet conveyed to Israel, source tells Post. And this is just from 1 week, okay? This is just 1 week. How do I change the fucking, is it tools? Sorted by date. Okay, hold on. Let's do past year. All right, can I do that? Sorted by date, sorted by relevance. Add before. Oh, this is how you do it? Okay. Hamas. No hostages for prisoner swap deal with Israel unless Gaza war ends. December 5th, Israeli official. Egypt has proposed hostage deal with extended truce not to end the war. Egypt proposes 2-day ceasefire in Israel, Hamas war with the release of 4 hostages. U.S. to start immediately fresh push for Gaza ceasefire. Hamas waiting for U.S. pressure on Israel to end war. Close hostage deal. Here's a non-exhaustive timeline. Israel-Hamas ceasefire talks, a timeline of obstruction. Hold on. Oh, this is starting from the top. Okay. November 22nd, after more than 6 weeks of fighting, a brief breakthrough is achieved. But even before then, I think it was 3 days after, October 7, Hamas came out with a statement saying, we will release all hostages if Israel stops its bombing campaign. 3 days after, okay? Or 2 days after, October 9th, 2023, okay? That's when it started. They aren't going to trust that because it's Al Jazeera? Yeah, that's why I was going to fucking show. First of all, that's insanely racist. What the fuck? But even then, it doesn't matter. You know who else was covering that? Times of Israel. So if you only trust Times of Israel, they wrote about it plenty. Hamas says it will release all civilian hostages if IDF stops strikes. NBC and the Jerusalem Post. This is from October 17th, 2023. Yeah, I guess that's the Jerusalem Post, which is also funded by Hamas. Al Jazeera is a credible outlet, by the way, especially when it comes to this issue. It's the most credible outlet, as a matter of fact. Ethan Klein canceled his member stream today saying he's sick. He's just likely spent his day preparing for tomorrow, and if he's insufficiently confident, he will cancel tomorrow's show. No doubt, by the way, let's go back to 26th of April, 2024. No doubt, Netanyahu preventing hostage deal, charges ex-spokesman of Families Forum. In the same time frame, members of the Netanyahu war cabinet, including but not limited to Itamar Ben-Gvir, have literally attacked the families of the hostage members, saying that they were being a hurdle to their goals in the war. And as recently as like yesterday, Benjamin Netanyahu has stated that they care more about finishing the job, whatever that might be. I think we know what that is, as opposed to releasing the hostages. Here's Barak Ravid, global affairs correspondent for Axios. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said in a speech on Thursday that the defeat of Hamas is more important than the release of the 59 remaining hostages. Releasing the hostages is a very important objective, but we have a supreme objective in this war: victory over our enemies. Oh, wow. Look at the date on that. May 1st. 2025. The idea that Ethan were to even say Hamas could have ended the war by at any time by releasing the hostages is so fucking stupid. And it's like, it's one of those things that's so stupid that immediately, as soon as those words come out of your mouth, everyone that is even remotely knowledgeable on the issue or has any semblance of critical thinking skills should go, oh, this is not a trustworthy source for this. He simply is too stupid to know the truth. That's it. You don't have to be like, oh, he's getting paid by Mossad or whatever. He's getting paid by the Israeli state. Like, I don't believe in any of that. I think he's just a fucking stupid guy who's floundering around and trying to defend his position that he is uniquely crafted that gives him no allegiances, as a matter of fact, because all of the like Eyal Yacobis and the fucking Hen Mazigs of the world despise him because he sometimes accidentally will say Israel is maybe doing a genocide, and they fucking hate that shit. So he can't even get play from the fucking Zionist Hasbara guys. But also simultaneously, he's understandably getting a lot of flack from every fucking pro-Palestinian voice because he just simply cannot let this go. He wants to be recognized as a pro-Palestinian figure while simultaneously using all of the available time he has online in front of a fucking camera to cry about pro-Palestinian activists being mean to him. Oh. It's ridiculous. The brutal and barbaric military actions of Israel during the Great March of Return were justified because Hamas was being violent. After October 7th, what happened to the Palestinian people was inevitable. Insane. Genocide is inevitable because, you know, Israel is, I guess, a natural disaster. It's a hurricane. It's a typhoon. It's uncontrollable. Nothing we can do about it. Okay? It's unreasonable and sick to suggest that a large portion of the Israeli people want to see Palestinian people dead. It is not unreasonable nor sick to suggest that. It's just the polling data. Yeah. This was the long effort post from my goat, Norm Finkelstein, after his debate with Bonarelli. Anyway, the things they did agree on. The U.S. should cease all military aid to Israel. Kamala was less evil than Trump. It sucks that so much violence is happening in Gaza. Sure does sound a lot like Israel apologia. You can't cover your ass from all this by saying the U.S. should cease military aid. Not good enough. Not even close. Like, good for you. You went up against the big scary boogeyman of the right, Sam Cedar. Wow, you're so brave. The trade-off was now there is this neatly packed hour-long video of Israel apologia. Not sure that's going to be worth it in the end. The bomb shelter one was so crazy. Genuinely asking, do you plan on just keeping the convo to Israel-Palestine? Do you plan on addressing calling you a predator and shit? I assume you care more about the Israel convo? Yes. What do you think? Of course I'm going to only talk about the fucking Israel convo, dude. What do you... I don't give a shit. Oh, man. I can't believe the drama-obsessed former co-host of mine has called me every fucking freakish name under the sun. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't care. And you shouldn't either. That's just all of the additional seasoning that he is fucking attached to this cause that he believes is righteous, okay? Oh, I saw this as well. This is really funny. Yeah, Ethan Klein's final boss battle. This would actually cause damage. He don't want that. Sam Cedar was nice. Norm would run out of patience and ask him why a scholar should have to treat a little internet clown as a serious interlocutor. Yeah. Elon Pape would brick his brain. I've thought about having like Ofer Kasif on after to do analysis because I think that would also brick his brain because Ofer Kasif is literally Israeli and he's a Jew and he is also a member of the Knesset, so and an anti-Zionist, so that would be like the trifecta. But it doesn't matter. Like the reason why I thought it would be valuable for Ethan to talk to Sam is because I thought he'd be charitable and understand where Sam was coming from, right? I thought he would be understanding of where Sam Seder's coming from and be more amenable to his position, be more open to persuasion. Okay? I was wrong. He foolishly thought that he could use it as an opportunity to like grab clips that he could use against me, which was so silly. He thought that this person was actually going to agree with him and not with me, and he doesn't know the full scope of my perspective. And that if he just showed only a couple, if he showed him the right clips, like he is some fucking random dullard, okay? If only Sam Seder, if only you see the right clips of Hasan that I've just mysteriously snipped at the 13-second mark, this dude that you've known for almost a fucking decade, you will actually, this dude that you've talked to about Israel-Palestine, both publicly and privately, then you'll see what I see. Like, he's not one of your fucking foot soldiers, dumbass. Yeah, you can get a lot of motion off of people that get their political notes from the likes of fucking Willie Slop Show or other Keemstar orbiters that, you know, in the free time that they have when they're not saying the N-word or saying slurs in general or advocating for why they should be saying slurs, they make these fucking drama videos that are summarizations of Redditors' fantasies. If people are getting their notes from those guys, yes, they are probably easily manipulated and will look to whatever you have to say and go, well, this guy's Jewish. He knows what he's talking about, I think. I don't fucking know. This is some guy, scary name, don't like him. A lot of people hate him. I'm going to hate him too. You know, that is your audience. You're not going to be able to fucking manipulate someone like Sam Seder with clips. Please watch this. What is this?
About it. Although I don't think he's going to disagree with what I'm saying. Otherwise, he'd probably be a Hamas supporter. Because that's basically all I'm saying. I'm saying, let's not slaughter civilians. And I doubt Hasan's going to disagree with that.
Yeah, I don't. So what the fuck is this? I don't. Also, what a crazy way to frame this conversation. Agree with me or you support Hamas? I don't get why people hate you is like aggressive, but it's genuinely so hard to get into this community without people calling you stupid, Lamau. What do you mean? Like, we call you stupid? Is asking questions wrong here? I thought it was fairly entry level, but it seems kind of like it's not. And chat wants to assume everyone is stupid or bad faith. No. If you have a genuine question and you ask it politely, of course, I will respond to you in kind. Chatters will respond to you with resources. There are, however, a lot of people that come in here to be like, why do you love doing terrorism and sucking Hassan Nasrallah's penis? Genuinely curious. If someone comes in with that fucking energy, yeah, we're going to call them stupid. I did, but they aren't, lol. What is the question that you asked? Here, I'll answer it. I was being genuine, talking specifically about October 7. No, I mean people thinking you are supporting terrorism. I think you have a micro-analyzing it every day like you are. I guess I'm specifically talking about October 7. How does it help the country itself? I thought you were saying like it's unfortunate, but it's cause and effect, which makes sense. / yes, Jen, I'm being serious, not pretending to be stupid on purpose. Chat, not all of us have politics special interests, and I'm a chatter who knows everything that's going on here. I'm talking specifically about October 7. Like, how would it help Palestine? Wait, what? I'm not saying October 7 helped Palestine. What? No. We're far past that point regardless. That's not what I've not said that. I don't believe that. Read the message you sent at 16. So Hamas fighting back is inevitable, but it's terrorism because innocent people. I can kind of see how that would be misunderstood because saying that they would fight back naturally is kind of a vague or easy to be misunderstood / Jen. No. Across the board, sometimes acts of terrorism take place. Across the board, targeting civilians for political gains would be appropriate to use in the narrow definition of terrorism, but you can't actually say, like, this is a terror cell and they need to be dealt with militarily without any sort of due process. My point is that my point is that acts of terrorism occur in violent, militant resistance against unjustifiable constructs like a military invasion or a belligerent occupier blowing up and doing a genocide and blowing up every fucking standing building. It is no different than the activities of the North Vietnamese Liberation Front in South Vietnam against like civilian populations every now and then in an effort to engage in the just and morally righteous emancipatory cause of liberating Vietnam and reuniting Vietnam, right? We only have this understanding after things like that happen, and then the militant resistance actually achieves results. Same with the FLN. Same with the actions of the FLN. Same with the actions of the IRA. FLN in Algeria, IRA in Ireland. They've engaged in acts that could be considered acts of terror. Okay? Targeting oftentimes military, but civilians as well in the process. Sometimes even directly targeting civilian positions or directly targeting infrastructure. Having said that, we don't actually look back at those events and go, well, these were acts of terror. It's really fucked up. We actually look at how fucked up the larger picture was. The very fact that that became a necessity, the very fact that that violence became a necessity through the systematic cruelty enforced by states, whether they be a settler colonial enterprise like Israel that has an exterminationist policy, or whether it be a military invasion, like in the case of Vietnam, or a permanent occupation, also settler colonial, and it's in nature as the French occupation of Algeria. What? Hey, does it ever make you feel weird to realize that your entire life is predicated upon reacting to what other people think about you? What's it like under all of those layers of social performance? I'm pretty sure I can see you looking at the video preview of yourself as you dictate your thoughts, Lamau. What? This is a unique instance where I'm actually reacting to what, doing exactly what I knew you would, Law, pointing to the dissenter and conditioning your hug box for the maximum possible approval level to you. Why is it that chatters that come in here and say something get offended that I treat them like a normal interlocutor? Should I just ban you and move on? The reason why I pulled you up here was because I wanted to address what you were saying. I was trying to understand what you were saying. It's not a real gotcha. Like, I don't think you understand. Is the expectation that I just fucking do this and move on? You know? Because that's what you normally would get for this level of fucking parasocial, this level of incredibly and unhealthy parasocial obsession that you have with a content creator that you seemingly don't even enjoy the content of. I unbanned you, by the way, so you can keep chirping if you want. This is the thing that is shocking, because like sometimes chatters will come in here and say some real weird shit. I read it out loud and they go, ha ha, you activated my trap card. And it's like, okay, well, I'm taking you seriously. Should I not take you seriously? Should I just frivolously discard you? You couldn't resist pressing the button still, lol. Okay. Under normal circumstances, I don't actually react to what people's opinions of me are. The only reason why we're doing this today is because tomorrow I'm going to be debating a person who has spent the last year making erroneous, ridiculous, slanderous claims about me. But I don't know if you've noticed that, but even then I try to use that as a teachable moment where the drama is what makes people pay attention. But in that process, what are we doing? There is probably more than 1,000, if not 3,000 people in here that encountered this piece of information for the first time. The fact that Hamas has, since October 17th, 2023, demanded that Israel cease its endless bombing campaign and that they would return all the hostages. This doesn't just directly contradict Ethan's ridiculous claims, but it also educates a lot of people. So in this process, I'm actually not only using this drama as a vehicle But I'm also educating people on shit that they probably didn't know. This is not simply me reacting to what other people's positions of me are. You really aren't listening, though. You're acting like I'm insane to even point it out. No, I'm not acting like you're insane to even point it out. I actually did listen, and then I gave you an appropriate response. You just didn't like that appropriate response, and you don't like that there's actually there is actually something below the shallow analysis that you contributed into the chat, thinking that you were some fucking brilliant psychotherapist, psychoanalyzing a streamer that you don't know, that's thousands of miles away, at the behest of another streamer that will never know who the fuck you are. This is how little you care about yourself. I actually care about you a little bit more than whoever streamer that you are entertained by, that you are seemingly fighting a battle for. I at least have acknowledged you as a human being, and I'm responding to the exact same thing that you actually asked of me. You just didn't like that response, and that's precisely the reason why you're turning around and now trying to fucking hold on to any other thing to make yourself seem like you're Light Yagami. You know, ooh, I got the Death Note music playing in the background. I'm actually brilliant. This is one of the very few spaces online where you could just simply follow for 10 minutes and then chirp away. And instead of being appreciative of that, instead of being appreciative of the fact that I'm treating you like a fucking full-blown human being and not just some numbers and some letters that are passing by my screen, should actually cause you to second guess the initial resentment that you felt. But instead of second guessing yourself and the previous considerations that you afforded to me, you continue doubling down and tripling down. One must ask the question, why? Look at all the invented backstories of for me in the chat. What do you mean? Not a single reaction from here and anyone. Now you're replying to the chat, even though you're having a conversation with me directly. Is it because you realize that I already fucking gave you an answer and you didn't like that? So now you have to present yourself as a victim? You're the one who fucking chirped. No one writes something in the chat with the expectation that the streamer is not going to hear. I gave you exactly what you wanted to get out of this. I responded to you. I treated you like a fucking human being. And now you've moved on and are now complaining about what the chat is saying about you. Of course, if you were to go into a room with 32,558 people and then fart in a crowd and start shitting your pants and start crying belligerently, causing me to stop talking and pay attention to you, the people around you would go, dude, you fucking stink. Are you okay? But what your failure here was that you immediately resorted to chat is being mean to me. Why is chat being mean to me? You should have started by going, I was just pretending to be stupid to get your attention. I was just trolling, which I suspect you will eventually back down to and say, huh, triggered much? Let's see if he did say that. I'm going to delay, bro. I wrote that before you reopened the window. What was incorrect about the point I made? I don't think you can hear the things that I'm saying, so I don't know what the purpose of this is. I already explained to you that no, I am using this opportunity. I'm about to have a debate with the person that has been serially harassing me for the past year, smearing me, calling me anti-Semitic, and also simultaneously trying to get me deplatformed. I'm about to have a conversation with him, a person that I had a podcast with for 2 fucking years, a podcast that was literally me trying to educate him on political subject matters. In the process of that quote unquote drama, because there's a lot of people that are in here to try to understand what this drama is really about, I'm trying to educate people on things that they probably didn't know about this process, while also simultaneously going over point by point all of the false information that was presented in the previous conversation that Ethan had with Sam Cedar. A conversation that he had with Sam Cedar that he thought was going to go about very differently than it actually did. A conversation that he thought he could use maliciously against me on Friday because he foolishly thought that Sam Cedar and him would agree on a lot of things. He tried to present himself as pro-Palestinian and simply a victim of anti-Semitic smears that claimed that he wasn't actually pro-Palestinian only because he was Jewish. But Sam Cedar very quickly dissected a lot of the pro-Israeli positions that he presented in the conversation, and that disagreement fell apart, or that supposed agreement that was going to take place fell apart very quickly. And now he can't use that tomorrow. But once again, I'm using that drama, as I always do, to explain certain things, to target misinformation. I'm completely fine. Y'all aren't going to convince me. The difference is that I'm not bothered by the perception of all the chatters. You are. That's what I'm pointing out. Yeah, okay. That's why you chose to use the limited time frame that you had to make note of how the chatters were actually making fun of you. That's what people do. I like that you actually ended up arriving at the position that I said you were going to, which is, oh, I was just pretending. I'm not bothered. I was just pretending to be bothered. That's why I brought up the chatter's response to me. I completely accomplished my goal. He's doing it. He's doing it. I completely accomplished my goal. I broke you out of your routine and you actually thought about what I said. I don't think he understands. I clocked you from the first statement and you are literally unironically using more words than you normally would, than this exact type of troll normally would, to be like, triggered much? I've actually destroyed you in the marketplace of ideas by behaving like a fucking moron. Remember the power dynamic here. I do not know who you are. I will never think about you ever again after this moment is over. You, on the other hand, think about me all the fucking time, it seems. So much so that you came into this community and tried to do like the shittiest psychoanalysis of all time, was ridiculed thoroughly in front of 32,000 people, and now are going, I was just saying these things so that you could ridicule me. You're giving me an audience of 30,000 people right now, Lamau. I don't have to be important. You're making the case because you can't help but react. Yes, I am. Once again, I don't think you understand. If it was shitty, you wouldn't have to spend this much time on it. Are you kidding me? There are people in here that say the dumbest shit, and I still pulled them up here. What are you talking about? Anyway, I'm going to go back to not knowing who you are and not caring about what your opinion is right now. Good luck. If you stick around, you might accidentally learn a thing or two, by the way. Daddies are stronger than mommies. See? Fucked up take. I don't agree with that. RM. What's the situation with RM Brown, you guys said? Oh, the CIA also released a video about China. You know how the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs keeps like posting AI slob about America? CIA tried to do his own version of that. What the fuck? They didn't even put an English... Bro, you didn't put English subtitles on this? How am I supposed to make up what you're saying? Is that Anthony Blinken?
我向来规则办事，谨慎交友，活得光明磊落，从不会为了权势、地位不择手段。在党内，我一边往上升，一边看着比我职位高的人一个个被弃入敝履。但现在我意识到，我的命运与他们同样的。
CIA recruitment video targeting Chinese people in China with English subtitles. Funny thing is that it shows a guy living a decent life with a nice car, a nice apartment, and family, while all the problems he describes fit USA to a T. As the saying goes, it's a pity that I'm dreaming for others.
可惜，我是为他人之梦。这场梦中，我无法决定结局。我的命都由他人掌控。
I've been working hard all my life. In the end, it's all done by others. Logically speaking, if you work hard, you'll have a better life. But why only a few people can get this kind of happiness? How long can I pretend that the truth is in front of me? Wait, how long can I pretend?
摆在面前时，
That came up
我还
too
能装多久？
fast. That when the truth is right in front of me.
这种例行的自我
This
检
kind
讨
of routine self-criticism only makes people look absurd.
看得荒谬。众所皆
The
知的秘
secret
密
that
是，
everyone knows is
领
that
导们
leaders
口口
always
声声
say
说要让
they
人
want
民
people
过
to
上
live a
好
good。life. Dude, I need to say something here, okay? Xi Jinping was sent to the fucking countryside. Okay? That's it. That's all you need to know. That motherfucker was sent to the goddamn countryside. Look at Donald Trump. Look at Xi Jinping. Look at his lived experience. Look at Donald Trump's lived experience. That's it. That's it. Xi harvested millet at gunpoint. And after all of that experience, he was like, I'm a better man for it. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? Do you mean Iowa? No, he did go to Iowa as well, and he likes Iowa, but that's not what I'm talking about. How do we know that isn't Chinese propaganda? Wait, what? Dog. Why would China openly admit that they sent Xi Jinping and his father too to punish them for counter-revolutionary behavior? Why would they admit that their current leader was once formerly fucking punished? Oh, God, this guy's back. Don't listen to him. Ethan Klein stole the rubber bands. He hid them under Isaac Lima's desk. Take a week off again, chatter.
好日子，但结果
But in the end,
却全不是这么
it's
一回
not
事。
like that at all.
人一
People
生
work hard all their lives.
辛辛苦苦，就是希望能
Just to
求得
get
一
a
个岗
job
位，
and
踏
live a
踏
good
实实的
life.
过下去。如今
Now,
这样平凡的人生
this
目
kind
标
of ordinary
已
life
遥
goal
不可
is
及
just
了。
out of reach. Wait. Oh my God. Carl Jha wasn't wrong. This literally feels like the CIA is talking to Americans. I feel like if you showed this video to Americans with the subtitles, they'd be like, wait a minute. That unironically describes my life. Should I be defecting to China? What the fuck? Oh my God, they are so washed, bro. They are so washed. That's how you know. CENTCOM is using random women in the Netherlands for their fucking targeting, okay? And the CIA is putting out garbanzo, just absolute fucking slop. Who is this supposed to work on? I'm an American, and I feel like this closely resembles the American experience more than it does the Chinese one.
我不过就想平平安安的过日子，这要求并不过分吧？这一生这么努力工作，难道到头来都是为了别人而做？我能铺
Can I
我
pave
自
the
己
way I
想走
want to
的路
go? Like, this dude has a nice car. He has a job. I didn't expect the CIA to be this Chinese. Dude, everyone is Chinese. Same with heaven. You go to heaven and you're like, like, no disrespect. I just didn't expect it to be Chinese. Same with the CIA. It's the Chinese intelligence agency, actually.
从小到大，党教育我们
The party
要
has
勤
taught
奋的
us.
遵从
As
领
long as we
导指
follow
定
the
的道路
path,，we will have a
就
bright
会前途
future.
无量。原本应
This
该大
piece
家
of sky
分
that
享
should
的
be
这影
shared
片
by
片，
everyone is now
如
left
今
to a few. Dude, I love this. I love this take. Brother, I love this take. This is the classic. Every time a pro-capitalist tries to fucking admonish, criticize socialism, they just end up describing capitalism. Every time. They're like, yeah, dude, wealth distribution has not happened. And it's always like, this is a sentiment that is always brought forth by people who don't believe in what you believe. Okay? Yeah, go talk to a Chinese person living in fucking China that is over the age of 50, okay? And ask them how much their life has improved. There is not a single example in the United States of America that you can point to over the course of the past multiple decades where someone has seen that level of dramatic improvement over their material conditions. It's just not possible, okay? Go talk to a fucking 50-year-old living in a rural town that once was a company town where the industry has just left, okay? Versus a Chinese person anywhere in China, even a rural village or a tier 1 city, a tier 2 city, or a rural village. And they will tell you that their living standards have improved unimaginably. Even with all of the complications that still exist in China that deserve reform, they will tell you, no, shit is fucking sweet. What are you talking about? And a big part of that reason is because of the even distribution of resources. Resources being distributed by need. The fact that they have central planning. Everyone in my family that stayed in China has bigger house than us that moved here for a better life. I fucking hate this LMFAO. Oh. And I've mentioned this before, but like in China, the government controls capital, okay? It's that simple. The government controls capital. In America, capital controls the government. That's it. That's the major difference. There is no equivalence between the two because you'll say, oh, well, the CCP has billionaires. Okay, yeah, they do. They have billionaires in the party. Pff, socialism, but they have billionaires. Okay, look what happened to fucking Jack Ma. There is no equivalence. Can you imagine a world where Elon Musk is running his fucking stupid ass mouth and the American government goes, okay, time for expropriation, comrade. Get to the fucking salt mines. I wouldn't recommend you spy for the U.S. against China. Oh, yeah, this was a big deal under the Trump administration. Yes. An honor guard outside the Great Hall of the people in Beijing last month. The Chinese government killed or imprisoned at least 18 to 20 CIA sources from 2010 throughout 2012. Chinese government systematically dismantled the CIA spying operations of the country starting in 2010, killing or imprisoning more than a dozen or so sources over years and crippling intelligence gathering there for years afterwards. While also simultaneously, they penetrated our fucking telecommunications infrastructure, by the way. They penetrated our telecommunications infrastructure and basically were listening in to every conversation they wanted to figure out whether or not they were their spies were about to be outed. Also reporting from the New York Times. To be fair, it wasn't really penetration when nothing was encrypted. Yes, it's because our fucking telecommunications infrastructure still has like nodes from the 50s and apparently it's just like running on the oldest, most outdated tech possible. Not only did they hack into the infrastructure, they admitted to it without fears. Yeah. Chinese will never have the freedom to choose between cancer treatment and paying rent. That choice has been taken from them. Shaking my head. I agree. If China listened to my conversations, they would know I am President Xi's most loyal soldier. Every American I talk to says, yeah, America is bad and lies and kills, but China is worse. And I ask how, and they say they cheat. If your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Pretend to be weak, that he may grow arrogant. I agree. I'm interested though because I lived there from 1999 to 2007 and the classes differences were apparent. I do think there have been changes. Oh yes, there have been ginormous changes from 2007 till now. Oh, they have wider burger. It's 100% over. 100% over for us. We will even lose the Treatlerites. Oh no, I don't want to. I don't want to show this. I don't want to show this to the Amerifats, dude. They're gonna fucking lose their shit. No, 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 not the burger. Not wider burger. No. No! No, 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 no. Not a wider burger. Oh my God, their burger technology is better than ours. No, no. I don't want to believe this. Okay, thank God they're putting pineapple on it. Oh, thank God. Safe. For a second, I thought that it was going to actually be better. Oh my God. Oh, thank God. Oh, safe. Safe. We're still safe. Boys, we still got better burger. Okay. We still have better burger. We're still number one. Okay. We're not number yuan. We're number one. I'm telling you, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't fucking put that in there and expect me to. That stupid engagement farming account stole that post from VO. Chinese burger over American burger. Oh, they got bacon too. They're putting bacon on it. Oh, goddamn. I used to watch you a lot, but I realized I can't trust anything you say. Why? Because of the fucking pineapple shit? You aren't meant to understand this, Ameridum. What? What is this man saying? Bro would give up every secret for a chocolate treat. What secrets? And what kind of chocolate treat?
只剩少数独享，让我不得不开创自己的路。做与不做，答案昭然若揭。不能再站在原地不动，我拒绝躺平。
Oh my God, he's going to the American embassy.
总是最艰难的，是时候该构筑我自己的梦想了。
CIA, contact CIA. Oh. American embassy, they're so fucking lazy. Click translate on the original tweet. Reasons for choosing collaboration. Become the master of your destiny. Oh, this one has English subtitles added. This is the other video. Okay, I gotta pee, but here, let's watch this one. Maybe this one is more convincing. I gotta pee.
这种晚宴，最晚到的人总是会成为众人议论的话题。我不是一个胆小怕事的人，但我慢慢地感觉到人群中的窃窃私语。我向来规则办事，谨慎交友，活得光明磊落，从不会为了权势、地位不择手段。在党内，我一边往上升，一边看着比我职位高的人一个个被弃入敝履。但现在我意识到，我的命运与他们同样的岌岌可危。我的同好，我的朋友们，还有我在党内的同志们，都希望取代我，把我踢开，爬上我的位置。现在太容易被遗忘，不被任何人记起。一个人忽然凭空消失，也是太常见的事。 我最担心的是，我家人的命运与我的未来息息相关。我必须准备条后路。我们一起把酒言欢，互相敬祝彼此的未来，但他们笑里藏刀。不知道他们是否早已预期到这一切，事先制定好计划。我没有做错事，我不能继续生活在恐惧当中。我只是想报效我的祖国，看顾我的家人。如果我出了事，我必须找到能照顾他们的人。我家人的命运不能被他们掌控住。迟早，周遭的窃窃私语会越来越大声，远方的阴影也会逐渐靠近。但也许还有另一条路。我的目的没变，只是
My life in China, so successful, yet I yearn for the American freedom to be poor. It is time. CIA.gov. One day. It's even funnier because this guy is literally the 50-year-old that I was talking about. As in, you mean to tell me that this dude that lives in a tier 1 city is a party member, has a cushy job and a fucking chauffeur driving him around, okay, and has seen endless prosperity over the course of his life, okay, is turning around and being like, I yearn so that my children, who could just as easily go to America, get an American education, and then come the fuck back here and have an infinitely better life, I actually yearn for them to live in America instead and be able to feel the wonders of bankruptcy, medical bankruptcy. That's what I need to see. What the fuck? He's giving a commencement speech at University of Alabama.
Thank you, Coach. Wow.
Wow. He looks like shit today. Let's finish this video first.
无论我的未来将会是什么，我家人还是会享受一个美好的生活。
Yes, lol. They want to capture the poor oppressed capitalists toiling under the yoke of the party thumb. If this was YouTube slop, CIA would title this I Show Speed China Trip Debunked. Kami Carney says, we're expanding the Canadian dental care plan. Starting today, Canadians aged 55 to 64 can apply. In the coming weeks, applications will open to Canadians aged 18 to 54. Because of this plan, whoa, what the fuck? Okay. Yo. Listen to me. That's very weird to hear and see. And look, still skeptical. Okay. But this is literally the NDP plan. So the fact that his first announcement is unironically the NDP plan, that's pretty good. Disgusting. Quiet wasting taxpayers' money. Who's paying for all of this? Does this guy live in Canada? It's already a thing. Relevant. Yeah. Mark Carney, values. Oh, I forgot. There's this really funny phenomena of like right-wing shitheads in Canada talking about how like we have to leave Canada. I've heard like people saying like the Jews are experiencing an exodus. I don't know why. Mark Carney is supposed to be like anti-Jew, but I've seen I've seen like there's a God Saad who I fucking despise. One of these like annoying little shitheads was talking about how if PP doesn't win, I'm leaving Canada. So now all the Canadian politicians are like dunking on him, being like, when are you leaving? When are you leaving? And he's like crying about how he's crying about how people are dunking on him and demanding that he leave the country. What's the reason why Canadian Jews have to leave Canada now? Is that because he once accidentally admitted that it was a genocide or responded to a person saying it was a genocide? Is that why? Like, that's it? That's all it takes for Canadian Jews to be like, well, I guess we're going to the concentration camps. Like, that's what it is. Also, I don't even believe that like there's a serious amount of Canadian Jews that are saying this. I think that it's just like, it's one of those things that people are claiming Jews are saying or whatever, you know? You didn't know this? Israel named Canada the most anti-Semitic Western nation is basically Nazi Germany. Go to Mark Carney's X page and search for Israel or anti-Semitism. You'll find nothing, not a word, not a gesture. Mark Carney makes no efforts, none, to stand with Israel or condemn anti-Semitism. Silence speaks volumes, and his silence is deafening. Leadership demands courage, and on this front, he has shown none. That's right. Bro, I'm going to keep it a $1.50. In the Western world, not saying a single thing about anti-Semitism, even as an aesthetic posturing, is unironically more courageous. Like, in the aftermath of October 7, this was what was demanded, okay? That means he didn't do what was expected, okay? It is surprising. What the fuck? This doesn't mean that, like, anti-Semitism isn't a problem. Make no mistake. It certainly is. But the very fact that if this is real, I still don't believe this is real, but if this motherfucker actually didn't post about anti-Semitism or solidarity to Israel at all. Oh, the screenshot is literally fake. He does have tweets. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. There's no way. There is no fucking way. That is impossible. Okay? Together we must confront and denounce the rising tide. Yep, there you go. It's impossible. That is not possible. That is not possible. It simply is like there's no shot. Check this one though. It has been more than 2 days of the supply of electricity to Gaza has been shut off. It must resume. Essentials including food, electricity, and medical supplies should never be used as political tools. Canada must work with our allies to stand up for international law. Oh, that's why he never says the word Israel. Oh, because he doesn't want to name who's doing it. That's why. Turns out he's not saying Israel, but that's because he's, trying to not say it really bad. Classic. I wonder who cut off humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip for the past fucking 8 weeks. How did that happen? Yeah, whoever is responsible, we must stop the person who is responsible. I will not say who is responsible, but whoever it is, you got to cut it out. I do love that this account is indicative of how unimaginably stupid we have become. The R-word finder account. Like, he literally thinks like this is a threat. FYI, I've got your photo ready for an upcoming post. Oh no, dude. The most room temperature IQ guy is going to call you a slur. What will you do? You're done for, bozo. Maybe you just don't understand what journalism is these days. It's true. I don't. He outwardly refused to call it genocide, but I'm going to get my teeth cleaned this year, so I'm down. The very fact that this like is perceived as a threat and heavily liked by 8.8 thousand people is yet again indicative of how stupid everyone is. I can see this account being owned by Elon Musk, by the way. Like people are saying that it's an Elon Musk alt. I could totally see that being the case. He is exactly the kind of moron that would do some shit like that. I love how submental this is. This is how those fucked up inbred stout pit bulls they sell on Instagram would post if they could speak English. Please call George Soros R-worded. I need to see that. Not gonna lie, that project has been kicking my ass, but it's coming. They should start taking commissions, set up a Ko-fi card page and Patreon. Could make a lot of money by posting some guy's ex-best friend or their boss. Okay, that's actually unironically way smarter than anything these fucking morons could come up with. Like, that's... No, the whole point is they're too stupid to do something like that. Our Word Finder is my favorite dating app. Yeah, 2x Pimpy, Our Word Finder. I like to imagine a 2007 type environment where the economy is really bad and everyone solemnly claps when he finally posts Trump. Powerful. If the word R word is just their version of shitting ass munching fuck waffle, or do they think George Soros is just a stupid pundit with no idea of what's going on? If you ask most of these guys who he is and what he does, they just think he's like Brooklyn Dad Defiant, but older. At least 10 years ago, these guys recognized him as one of the world's wealthiest ever currency traders. Please leave Big Mac out of this. They posted Elon specifically to say he's not. Zero R-wordation detected. This triggered so many people who are using his platform. It's hilarious. Cry harder, tards. Dude, look, I'm no elitist by any measure, okay? I'm a stupid guy. I love stupid guys. I myself am one, but sometimes I really think we should bring back lobotomies, okay? The disdain I have in my heart for the Dunning-Kruger that is seeping through every orifice of the person who runs this account is making me so angry. It makes me so unreasonably angry. It's so, like, they just don't get it. They don't understand. They think that, like, oh, dude, I'm fucking triggering you by pissing and shitting in my pants. It's like, no, dude, you look so stupid. And it makes me so sad that we live in the bounty of endless technological improvements. We have access to unimaginable resources that would make us look like gods in comparison to someone from the, I don't know, 13th century. And yet we have the same mindset of a medieval peasant. Oh my God, how can you be this stupid? It feels like you literally purposely avoided information entering your fucking brain to get to this point. Be careful, he might post you next. Oh no, I shudder in fear at the thought of being called the R word by Our Word Finder. Oh my God. Oh, what will I do? I guess I'll kill myself. Oh no. I tuned in an hour ago. Sorry you talked about it, but have you seen Dan Stalkman tagging Tisha Banning for making fun of E's disability? They think you made fun of his Tourette's when he said he's shaking. Probably wanted to point out that he was nervous debating Sam. I doubt you'd ever intentionally make fun of his Tourette's. Yeah, of course not. What the fuck? Dude, that's how you know. That's how you know these guys have a really smart and really just cause here. Yeah. Well, I guess I know what line of attack, what new line of attack is going to open up tomorrow. Dan Stalkman is funny. I saw someone at Ethan's stream yesterday during the debate call you restarted. Yeah. Dan Diddy chat. New weekly story alert. Yeah, I don't think any of that is meaningful at this point. I think most people are just like, is it really that big of a deal to say the R word? No. But, I mean, people don't like it, and I try to be as accommodating as possible. Having said that, I refuse to say it specifically because it is the lamest fucking thing. I stopped using it to be accommodating. Okay. And I think it's fine. It has a great mouthfeel. It's fine. Whatever. I think a better substitute you could say is troglodyte. It is ableist, right? It's a gamer word. It's scary. Everybody says it, like in both the real world and certainly online. They fucking say it all the time. But now, I think, especially, not only is it a slur, but it lost its offensive nature. It is just insanely fucking lame. I'm sorry. If all the edgy boys that are like in venture capital that are 55 years old are trying to drop it, you're not going to catch me saying it, okay? Unironically. It is so fucking cringeworthy to see 60-year-old losers that maybe like 4 years ago, not even 4 years ago, like 2 years ago, we're talking about bodies in spaces and how, we have to do land acknowledgements, or we have to fucking, we have to pay respects to Black Lives Matter. Like, they just turned around. They're like, yeah, R word. It's like the economy is collapsing, and this is the only thing you got out of it. Congratulations. You are demonstrating your mental capacity by doing this. I think it's weak as fuck. Not saying the R word is not liberal posturing, Lamau. Wait, what? Not saying the R word is not liberal posturing. No, I think saying the R word is like this weird fucking anti-liberal posturing, and I think it's cringe as fuck. Do you not understand what I'm saying here? You're a loser. You're a whole ass loser. You're 60 years old. You shouldn't be saying that anyway. It went from normalized to demonized deservedly to now being a mating call for edgelords. Yeah. Gal Gadot is at it again doing some crazy shit. What? Gal Gadot's been cast in a World War II film titled Ruin. She will play a recently released camp prisoner who allies with a German soldier to take revenge on a squad of Nazis. I don't know why, like, this is gonna, like, I love it, movies like this, for the record. And for that reason, I don't think Gal Gadot should be the person doing it. Like, you can't get fucking Natalie Portman or something. Like, what are we doing? She's so bad. She's so fucking bad at her job, dude. No, Khalil, no. Yeah, Hitler, no. Enough champagne to fill the Nile. Hitler You are nowhere near as bad as Hamas. After schooling Ethan Klein, Sam Cedar must now officially be known as Sam Cedar, like the cedar tree of our Lebanese flag. Okay. You need to give me the stone. Oh. Khalil, no. Gal Gadot versus Nazis. King Von once said, and gun violence. Oh my lordy. All right, I gotta watch this video. I'm sorry.
First quarter GDP numbers just out today. Core GDP, now we're removing distortions from imports, inventories, and government spending, was up plus 3%. But this is Biden's economy because we took over on January 20th.
Yeah, if you take out all of the bad numbers, if you remove them, then it's actually up by a lot. If you take out all the negative numbers, GDP is up. Wow. But also, GDP is up. However, it's also Biden's GDP that's up. GDP is up, but that's also still that's Biden's responsibility. So thank you. Everybody say thank you, Joe Biden, for the GDP being up.
Imams, who I got to know in Michigan, I loved them. They were great, by the way. They said, we don't want to die. I said, you want to die? They said, we don't want to die. They said, what about the 38 virgins? They say, that's nonsense. We don't know anything about it. And we won the state of Michigan, Speaker, by a tremendous, and we had tremendous support. But we have Imam.
Amazing. This is unironically the Brandonization of Trump. Oh, this is funny. My mom says she hates that she knows about Ethan Klein against her will, and she wants me to stop posting about him because he clearly needs help. It's not funny. There's something so funny about Izzy knowing who Ethan Klein is. We talked about Trump announcing WALTZ. The Wall Street Journal, Tesla's board began the process to replace Elon Musk as CEO. This is fake news, right? Oh, yeah, I saw this already. No, Bernie. It's not the 99% against the 1% because nearly half the 99% are fascist. I love chairman. I love the great chairman, Bob. I love the RevComs. Always there, baby. All right, let's see. Wall Street Journal, Tesla's board began the process to replace Elon Musk as CEO.
It's a headline that reads, Tesla board opens search for a CEO to succeed Elon Musk. When you read the story, sources are telling the Journal that Tesla's board members started reaching out to several executive search firms, initiating a formal process to replace Musk. My source joining me tonight is the Wall Street Journal's Emily Glazer, who just broke this reporting. And Emily, thanks for joining us on such breaking news. Can you just tell us what happened here and what the board of Tesla was thinking?
Absolutely. So Tesla has been going through some pain lately. It just reported earnings last week and had profits decline about 70%. And our reporting shows.
Nazar, why do you display so much Judeo-Masonic memorabilia behind you? Because I love Judeo-Bolshevism. Like, unironically. Are you new here? It is quite literally my favorite type of Judaism. Is Judeo-Bolshevism.
knows that around
Like,
a month
I'm not even joking. I'm being serious.
ago,
I wish it was more real. I wish the shit that the Nazis were saying in terms of like Jewish mind control to basically make people communist was real. It would be so sick. So much of the problems would be solved.
board members were reaching out to executive recruiting firms to start a formal CEO succession search process. This is a formal kind of next chapter. Obviously, companies do succession planning all the time for their next leader, but we know that this is happening as there was concern from investors about Musk spending too much time in DC, given his government role, and concern about the company really struggling lately. We also know that board members prior to earnings had an update. They gathered with Elon Musk and they said to him that we really need you to refocus on Tesla and we need you to say it publicly. And he did not push back.
That's pretty remarkable, given we saw him come out and say he'd step away from the Doge effort. And part of your reporting that stood out to me is where you said that some Tesla employees said the first time they had heard from him in months was at an all-hands meeting that they had in March, where you report, if you read the news, he said, it, quote, "It feels like Armageddon. I can't walk past a TV without seeing a Tesla on fire. These are times when there are rocky moments, a little bit of stormy weather, but I'm here to tell you that the future is bright and exciting. What I'm saying is, quote, hang on."
Bombshell. Per the New York Post, Mohsen Mahdawi allegedly told a gun shop owner, "I like to kill Jews," and claimed he used to do so in Palestine while trying to buy automatic weapons. He's been released, but is set to face an immigration judge in Louisiana. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, definitely. No, that really happened, man. Dude, this is what I mean. Like, the CIA fucking fell off. Zionist Hasbara operations fell off. Like, how the fuck, like, why don't you just make it more manageable? If you're gonna make some shit up, like, why do you make this up? Like, say something more, say something that's closer to reality that other people could be like, well, I can see that maybe, you know what I mean? That's a pretty common thing to say at the gun shop, though. Yeah, no, definitely. I'm a gun, and I heard him say it. He was probably trying to get on the gun shop owner's good side. Yeah, he was trying to get a deal. He was trying to get 25% off. Oh, that's funny. Incident in 2015 when a gun shop owner told Windsor, Vermont police officers and Mr. Mahdawi had visited a store twice, expressing an interest in learning more about the firearms and buying a sniper rifle and automatic weapon, that he had considerable firearm experience and used to build modified 9mm submachine guns to kill Jews while he was in Palestine. Store owner stated that Mr. Mahdawi took photos of the store and its merchandise. The store owner gave the police the name of a fellow gun enthusiast who stated that he had a similar conversation with Mr. Mahdawi at the Precision Museum in Windsor, where the enthusiast served as a volunteer tour leader. During that conversation, Mr. Mahdawi allegedly told the gun enthusiast, "I like to kill Jews." Isn't that crazy? He was just going around telling everyone how much he likes to kill Jews. That's so wild. Oh no, my reaction to this very obviously fake, nonsensical bullshit is now going to be clipped and used against me. And people are going to be like, Hasan is laughing at the mere thought of a very clear threat against all Jews by an automatic machine gun enthusiast. The government also points to the incident in January 2019 when Mr. Mahdawi was stopped at the border and found to be carrying drugs. Did he also tell the border patrol officer, "Don't worry, officer, I'm here to kill Jews with these drugs that I'm carrying"? Is that what happened? And then they let him go. Oh, no. Breaking, per the New York Post, Mohsen walked into a police station and yelled out, "I am a terrorist and a danger to everyone you've ever loved." Yeah. No, he, 420 clip compilation of receipts. What is this?
Well, Sam, allow me to speak for all Jews, if I may, today.
Please.
No, but actually, I mean, that's a total mischaracterization.
What is this? What the fuck?
For Jews.
I don't know why you, what is this? Lee Harvey Oswald went around yelling about how much he loved communists, so. That Stop Anti-Semitism account is so dangerous, unironically. Yeah, danger to herself, maybe. What is this? Sure thing, buddy. Mohsen Madawi, I like to kill Jews. The New York Times, he wanted peace. New York Times, someone needs to be fired. You published Larry David's piece calling Trump a Nazi, but write about how someone who literally said, "I like to kill Jews," is a peace activist. Yeah, take him down, E.L. Jacoby. Wait, so they just immediately dismiss the prior reporting? Yes. One of the many strengths of China is their perspective. Mark Carney. Okay, stop. What? Sorry for not describing the clip, y'all. It's Ethan misrepresenting his previous statements and lying to Sam. Okay, maybe we'll watch it. How are you preparing for your interview with Ethan? Not really preparing at all. We're going to go clip for clip. Sam already covered the facts from the most persuasive vantage point as a Jewish man himself, and he was unreceptive. As principled as you are, I just can't see tomorrow not devolving in the drama. I mean, yeah, he'll try. I'm still going to talk about Israel-Palestine. That's all I care about. To gain something from the shit show, one, it should be you bringing up the clips he used and throw the full context in his face like the dude's doing charity clip. This is your one chance to defend yourself and show clearly he's a liar. Two, explain basic things like Zionism, ethno supremacy, ghetto uprising. A lot of ignorant people will be watching. No, I know. I know. This was posted on the Labor's official Instagram account. No. We're not doing that. It's pretty horrific reading his live dono saying Sam should no longer be classed as a Jew for this and so on. Yeah. Where is this information coming from? The Mohsen Madawi, I like to kill Jews stuff. I want to know what the fuck this is. Bro, it's so funny. Anytime there is like there's like a Hasbara network, okay? New York Post, Free Press, and like sometimes if it can hit hard enough, like Jewish Insider or whatever will maybe also give a note. And if they're really, really lucky, they'll get a Fox News hit. But it's always New York Post. New York Post will just like write whatever. Apparently they wrote an article about me after the New York Times piece as well. Happy Israel Independence Day. Yes, suck my dick. Go clip that and say, wow, Hasan is so anti-Semitic for a very clear cut. It's coming from a Hasbara fanfic. Yeah. Here's the doc. Pages 3 and 4 literally disprove the allegations above it. Wait, what do you mean? In his reply, Mr. Mahdawi stated that in November 2015, FBI agent Mark Emmons interviewed him concerning the allegations. Mr. Mahdawi confirmed that he had visited the gun shop and the Precision Museum, but he had never discussed buying weapons or killing Jews. His purpose in visiting the gun shop was to learn whether he was required to register a shotgun his wife had given him as a present. There was no registration requirement for a gift. He went to the museum because it's located just a few blocks from where he lived, and he's interested in machines, previously studied engineering. Mr. Mahdawi states that the FBI agent was satisfied with his explanation and closed the investigation. He denies possessing illegal drugs in 2019. The domestic incident was an argument that led to no charges. Today, his ex-wife is a close friend and supporter. Wow. Seems like the FBI's in on it too. Yeah. I have it on good authority that the FBI he also told the FBI agent that he wanted to kill Jews, and the FBI agent was like, me too. And they high-fived, and that's why he let him go. At the court's request, Agent Emmons appeared at the hearing on the motion for release. The government raised concerns that questioning Mr. Emmons about his investigation could compromise national security concerns. The government agreed with Mr. Mahdawi that Mr. Emmons' investigation ended in 2015, although not closed in any official way, and that there were no charges against Mr. Mahdawi or any other unfavorable action. The government states that it has some other information that it does not share with the court. The court is satisfied that the information in the police report does not support a finding of dangerousness. If the FBI had substantiated the information, some action would have resulted. That nothing took place supports Mr. Mahdawi's description of meeting with S.A. Emmons as satisfying him that the two informants were not truthful. Wow. Wow. Look at that. How deep does this conspiracy go? Perhaps the FBI agent was also secretly in on it. Mr. Mahdawi states that after the November 2024 election, certain groups launched a deportation campaign against me and declared that they had reported me to the Trump admin so that I may be deported for my speech in support of Palestinian rights, which literally did happen. That's not even a conspiracy theory. That's a conspiracy to try and get this dude deported. The fact that the allegations were immediately disproven right after and they're still sharing that fucking screenshot. Yes, because a lot of these guys, as you all know, are fucking bad faith. I was just in a bathroom and Scott Jennings was at the next urinal. He told me he's part of Trendaragua. Crazy stuff, man. Yeah, that's what I heard too. I heard, dude, guys, I went down to Florida, okay? I went down to Florida to Palm Springs to a friend's house, okay? He kept calling it the White House of the South. I don't know what it was. It was a massive fucking gaudy-ass mansion, I think. It was like a golf club or whatever. And there I saw Donald Trump randomly. And he had tattoos on his fingers, okay? And the tattoo said MS1 and 3, clearly spelled it out. And then Donald Trump said, I actually am an active member of Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Trendaragua, and also MS-13. But MS-13 I used to be a part of. I'm no longer a part of it, but I haven't got my tattoos lasered off. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. It's fucked up. It's true. I was the tattoo artist. It's just like, what the fuck is this? Like, I can't believe he literally precisely clipped the court document. New York Times, someone needs to be fired. Oh my God, these fucking guys, man. Dude, why is every pro-Israel guy's first note to be like, someone has to be fired for this? Someone has to be fired. Why? What is this? What is going on? Like, what? Who told you that this is gonna happen. Like, who fucking told you that this is appropriate? Which leads me to my next point, which is kneecap. BBC UK has posted about every single sold out tour, sold out show that the kneecap has on different European venues on their tour being canceled every single day. I see it literally nonstop. They tweet about it more than anything else. It is so fucking crazy, dude. It is like, Israel supporters love trying to cut access to just anyone, to people, to access to a living. If they can't cut off access to food, water, and electricity, they just like try to stop you from having a fucking job. Oh my God. God damn it. It's so fucking annoying and like repulsive little freaks, dude. Constantly being like, oh, I don't agree with what you have to say. Oh, you think Palestinians are humans? Well, I guess you, good luck having a job in the future. This is why I got annoyed when everybody was shitting on kneecap. Like, they're fucking very clearly being harassed and targeted by British, Scottish, English, and even some Irish politicians. And these like insane Zionist groups are like literally trying to get them, one, arrested, and two, they're trying to fucking take out all of their tour spots. Now, one might say them buckling under this pressure and saying like, oh, we don't condone, we condemn. We don't condone, we condemn is like a moment of cowardice, or even that that's not going to save them, and that they're still going to get fucking, they're still going to have all of these like sold out shows canceled. And it's true. It doesn't matter what they say. It literally doesn't matter what they say, but that still is not going to change the reality for me that they're getting ass clapped non-fucking stop as a direct consequence of going to Coachella and saying, fuck Israel, free Palestine. That's the real reason. These guys have one fucking note, okay? You say something, it scares people, they turn around and they scour through fucking tens of thousands of hours of footage, and then they find like anything they can to just be like, see? Look, they were bad guys. We should kill them. We should arrest them. We should make sure that they never have a way to make a living ever again. I'm not gonna turn around and shit on those guys, man. I'm sorry. It's just like so obvious what's going on. Any way to move the conversation away from Israel's mass starvation of children. Holy fuck. But enough about Ethan. Brother, this is an entire conversation that revolves around defending Israel's mass starvation of children.
Well, Sam, allow me to speak for all Jews, if I may, today.
Please.
No, but actually, I mean, that's a total mischaracterization, which is kind of my problem with Hasan, which we can get into if you want. We don't even have to talk about Hasan. But basically, what I told him was that I was citing polling data that shows that about 70 to 80% of diaspora Jews have some kind of positive feelings towards the state of Israel. And he was disagreeing with me. And I mean, this is available by polls, readily available by Pew Research just last month, showing that, and I don't know if you agree with that or not, I can pull it up, but 72% of diaspora Jews have some type of at least positive feelings about the state of Israel.
90%.
I was saying that fact to him, and he was saying that I was wrong. And I said, who are you to talk about this? I did not say that I only listen to Jewish people, which is a little bit of presumptuous and a little insane. To me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora. But it also describes 73%
so
of
that
Jews.
is not anti-Semitism. That is about
I don't know. What do you call it when somebody's discriminating against the vast majority of a racial or religious group? What are we doing here? It's irresponsible language.
What is this clipping, chatter?
He's tokenizing Sam when he brings him up. When he brings up like this fringe group of Jewish activists that represent like maybe 1% of the Jewish diaspora's opinion on things as like the mainstream opinion. I'm speaking for Jewish people when I say that explicitly, which he does not include, that I'm referring to actual polls, actual data that shows that like 80, 90% of Jews consider this based on polling, based on data. That's what I'm talking about. You're just a fucking racist piece of shit. You're some white savior loser. If you look at polls, it says indisputably that 80 to 90% of Jewish diaspora support the state of Israel existing, okay, which technically would make them all Zionists. Right. That is objective truth. It's available in data and polls everywhere. When 80 to 90% are. So it's like a clever little game they play to be openly anti-Semitic. Like, no, we hate Zionists. 90% of Jews, by the way. It's just so fucked, dude. It's just so fucked. They have this clever game where they hate Zionists, not Jewish people, but very few Jews are Zionists. Don't worry, even though again it's 90%. Easy to look up, easy to verify. People continually always lie about that without ever showing any evidence to support it.
I don't think you'll ever understand that this makes Judaism look bad. Okay, this makes Jewish people look bad. It's a false interpretation of data that ends up associating all Jews with the actions of Israel, which is an apartheid state that is doing a genocide. That's precisely the reason why Nick Fuentes and Ethan Klein are literally one in the same on this issue. Okay? I don't know why he can't comprehend this. This is unironically the same fucking shit that Nick Fuentes says. This is the same shit that Ian Carroll says. This is the same shit that Candace Owens says. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
And always ignoring the data that says otherwise. It's just sad, man. It's sad. Unless they're the most like fringe Jewish voices for peace type of activists, then they're fucking Zionist scum. Like their area of like acceptable Jewishness is like probably maybe like 0.25% of the Jews in the world. And then they, whatever, man.
For one, Ethan Klein claims that 90% of Jews are Zionists.
True. Factually, provably. One of the fucking...
No, it's not 90% now. Now he's backed away. He says 70% now.
Consistent lies you'll hear people like Hasan saying. They have to convince themselves that 50% of Jews are anti-Zionist because if they knew that...
No, I don't have to convince myself of that. I've also never said that. Okay? I don't know why he's just like arguing against a made-up version of me. I don't care what percentage of Jews are anti-Zionist. It's fucking ridiculous. It doesn't matter. Even if 100% of Jews were pro-Zionist, they were like, oh, I want Israel to do everything. I think Israel needs to continue doing what it's doing. I still would be an anti-Zionist. The fuck? It makes no sense. This is not like, what? Okay, 100% of Jews are Zionists. What now? Does that change what Israel is doing? Does that make it right magically? Like, I'm sorry. What the fuck does that mean? Oh. The percentage of people that agree with me isn't what I care about. Genocide is wrong even if no one else agreed with me. Exactly.
Are anti-Zionist because if they knew that 90% of Jews were Zionists, it would be too obvious that they're actually just anti-Semitic. Look up polls. Up to 80 to...
Yeah, it would be anti-Semitic. Okay, like what doesn't... Bro, don't you understand that you are associating anti-Semitism with a positive value here? Like being anti-Israel is not a bad thing, okay? It's a bad thing to you because you're pro-Israel, but being anti-Israel is the correct position. Israel is an apartheid state that is doing a genocide. So, of course, being anti-Israel is being against those things. Okay? You are literally, personally associating a positive value, being against Israel, with anti-Semitism. It does not make sense to me. I will never fucking understand it. Okay?
90% of Jews consistently say that the state of Israel is important to them. Boom. That's all it takes for them to be a Zionist in the eyes of someone like Hasan. That's it. It's provable. It's checkable. It's verifiable. It's it's just a lie that it's not true. It is true. Look it up, literally. I'm being dead serious. If you know a Jewish person, they're going to have the same reaction. Talk to them. Prove me wrong. You know what I mean? Who's not like a radical leftist Jewish person, by the way, which is probably like 1% of them. But online, they make it seem like that's all the Jews. It's not. I encourage you guys to talk to your Jewish friends.
Oh my God. Remember during the hashtag Stop Asian Hate campaign during COVID, how the left backed them up and everyone rallied around them? Similar happening to the Jews right now. And the same people are telling us to shut the fuck up. This is 100% of the Jews I know. We all feel it. Yeah, last year being Jewish. Nikot777, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Oh my God, he did this? He did this shit too? God damn. God damn, this shit is such weak sauce, dude. Holy fuck. October 16th, 2024. God damn. Being a Jew has been harder than I've ever experienced this year, not just in this community, but in general. I've lost lifelong friends simply because I'm Jewish. Ethan, I hope you guys know that there are so many people who love and support you, who look up to you both, standing up for the insane amount of anti-Semitism we're all facing. We look up to you guys to feel less alone. And we do, but it's so hard to watch. It's so hard to feel. A portion of this community has gone complete shit, and it's scary to see, specifically with the crossover between us and Hasan's community. Seeing Ethan's Instagram stories right now literally made my stomach drop. Nobody who isn't Jewish understands or even cares. At least that is what it feels like. Bro, the solution to this is so simple. It's just like, take the anti-Zionism pill and you will realize that a lot of this is just like personally brought about hysteria. Not to say that anti-Semitism isn't a real problem, but this isn't about anti-Semitism. A lot of the animosity that you're experiencing is because people are fucking shitting on Israel and you are associating yourself with the state of Israel for no reason. You are, I don't know if this person themselves are actually Israeli, but even if they were, a lot of people shat on the United States of America in the aftermath of 9/11, and that was perfectly warranted. That was perfectly deserved. And as an American citizen, I also have shat on the United States of America. So even if you were an Israeli Jew living inside of Israel, as Israeli Jews in this chat are perfectly aware of, it is perfectly justifiable to shit on Israel. None of that is actually anti-Semitism. While there are some people who claim that they hate the state of Israel, but actually what they hate is Jews, you can make up your own mind on people such as that. You should not be automatically assuming that every single person that despises the state of Israel, which is an apartheid state that is doing a genocide, a state where there was a literal January 6th style rebellion for rapists to be freed from prison because they had raped Palestinians to death in the concentration camp of Sde Tayman. This country is no longer operating in the way that you would understand liberal democracies to operate. And the quicker you recognize that and the quicker you remove this association, the easier your life will be. You will otherwise forever be in this bind where you think everyone else is unjustifiably getting upset at this one singular Jewish nation state. It must be because they hate Jews. Oh my God. A year ago, his subreddit, I saw a post from a Jewish person saying beautiful words which are pro-Palestine and that Ethan should listen to his point of view on why people are mad at him. The post was removed within hours. Oh my Lord. Do you have a video of when you had Simone Zimmerman and Noah Cohen? It was a good break. It was a good stream breaking down Zionism. Yes. It's on my YouTube page. It's not like Ethan is going to watch Israelism. It's not like Ethan is going to talk to Simone Zimmerman. He is going to probably react to Simone Zimmerman in the same way that he has reacted to Sam Cedar, in the same way that he's reacted to Felix Biederman. Well, he just refuses to acknowledge my Felix, but he's going to react to the same way that he has reacted to a number of different Jews who are committed anti-Zionists. He does not care. It makes me feel like I'm losing my mind when I see stuff like this. When people go, I'm being personally victimized because of my Jewish background, and no one seems to believe me. And there is validity to these claims, of course, because anti-Semitism is a real problem. Anti-Semitism also ends up exploding in times of Israel's activity in the region. Okay, because Israel itself considers itself to be the Jewish nation state, the nation state for the Jews. Israel also has dedicated a healthy, well, I guess rather an unhealthy amount of money into doing propaganda to convince people that it is for the Jews, and that if Israel did not exist as the Jewish nation state, that is an apartheid state, by the way, that is a state that is currently doing genocide, that they claim they're doing genocide in a way to advance Judaism, for the record. Again, totally fucking ridiculous, no different than ISIS. Okay, if Israel wasn't able to do all those things, a Holocaust would happen immediately everywhere in real time all around in the Western world and also in Israel. It's fucking crazy. It's so hard. Yeah. Nobody who isn't Jewish understands or even cares at least what it feels like. I'm not speaking about Zionism, Israel, Palestine, or anything related to that. I'm speaking about being Jewish. Every time I see a TikTok, someone saying they're Jewish or wearing a Star of David necklace, or people who know they're Jewish, but the video has nothing to do with, every comment says Zionist or Free Palestine or genocide supporter or terrorist. Oh. What's crazy is TikTok is crawling with people trying to defend Ethan from weird communities. What? What? Wow. I wonder what communities these guys are coming from. China is assessing the situation after U.S. officials reached out to relevant parties multiple times to seek tariff negotiations. A spokesperson for the Commerce Ministry said in a statement on Friday, this is breaking news. There you have it. There you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, I fucking told you that eventually they would extend a fucking olive branch. And lo and behold, here it is. China will now stabilize global trade, I think. I don't know what Trump will do in this process, though. So it's still up to Trump. Kind of hypocritically, we'd be calling him obsessed when you farm his content, just like the same. I hate Ethan, don't get me wrong, but you seem kind of obsessed back. I'm about to debate him tomorrow. That's part of the reason why I've watched a bunch of Ethan clips today. But someone actually did a fucking keyword analysis, and Ethan Klein actually mentioned me since the end of, or in the last year, I think he mentioned me 1,840 times or something. Like, an insane amount. So, yeah. It's actually kind of interesting because this is the one day where I actually covered Ethan Klein as much as he covers me every other day. So, you know. How much did you mention him? I don't fucking know. This is before you factor in all the Instagram posts. This is before you factor in all of his own personal videos on his own personal YouTube account. The U.S. is the one who reached out, though. I mean, yeah. If China wanted to continue destabilizing global trade, they would continue posturing in the way that they have been. It's not like they started this shit. That's why I said that they will inevitably extend an olive branch. Are you factoring the button? I mean, I'm going to be live on my own channel, so. This was the tweet. Yeah. Got everything back from the last episode of Leftovers. Transcription is slow, not becoming a member law. If anyone has those, hit me up. 1,038 times. Shit, he mentioned. He said shit 7,218 times, though. He disabled the transcript on the Cedar debate video. That's a song with two S's? No, that's just how the tool scrapes for my name. In any case, tomorrow the debate will be at 12:30. I'll be live at my regular time as I always am. But Yeah, it's the debate will be at 12:30. I am going to start at the normal time that I normally start at. No, they didn't disable transcript. I just checked. Chatter is lying and spreading misinfo. Yeah, I don't fucking care about the transcript. Who cares? Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Hopefully we'll put all of this fucking back and forth to an end, but I suspect that it will get a little bit worse in the immediate aftermath until it gets better. Love you all and see you tomorrow. Peace.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.